Chapter 160. 7 miles east of Luoyang, Golden Grain Garden. In the Western Jin dynasty, the rich man Shechong once built a villa here. The garden was built according to the terrain. A clear stream flowed in the garden, and the sound of water gurgled. According to the shape of the mountain and the water, the garden was built, and the lake was dug. Within dozens of miles, there were pavilions and pavilions, high and low, and it was extremely magnificent. Now Shechong was long gone. His beautiful concubine Green Bead committed suicide for him, and the small building where she died had already become a speck of dust in history. The only thing that had not changed was the beautiful scenery here. In the 3rd month of spring, the peach blossoms were dazzling, the willows were curling up, the pavilions and trees were setting off each other, the butterflies were dancing among the flowers, and the birds were chirping on the branches. It was like a paradise on earth. There were still many villas built by the rich and powerful here, as a place to enjoy the spring scenery and relax. The rich princess also built a garden here, which was quiet and elegant, different from the common world. Usually, there were only a few servants guarding here, but now there were many maids walking around. It seemed that the rich princess had come to the garden for a spring outing. However, the owner of this garden was not the rich princess, nor was it the children of the rich princess, but the gentleman in white that Tin Ano served. The rich princess liked luxury, and often used expensive gifts to please Empress Wu, and made friends with Shangguan Wana, Princess Taiping, and other Empress Wu's trusted aides, and the nobles in the court. She spent a lot of money on socializing. The salary of a princess was limited, and a princess who lived in an environment where Li Tang's royal family could be destroyed at any time could not have many ways to make money. The rich princess often presented expensive gifts to Empress Wu, often invited the nobles in the court, and often put on extravagant displays. Where did the money come from? This gentleman in white was her sugar daddy. No wonder the gentleman in white could be half of her home, and even turned from guest to host, and became the owner of this villa. Inside the small building, the zither players and musicians behind the folding screens had already left. The dancers dancing on the red carpet in front of the hall had already left. There were only 2 tables in front of the hall, and the people behind the tables were still there. Sitting behind the main seat was a young master dressed in a snow-white robe. Not far away from him was a green-clothed, delicate and lovely Tin Ano. Shun Mu sat behind a few tables at the side. He was still wearing a turban and a green robe with a round collar. Young Shuarao, on the other hand, had changed her attire today. She was wearing a dark green light gauze gown and a pleated skirt embroidered with watery mist and green grass patterns. Her waist was tied with a light blue silk ribbon into an elegant butterfly knot. Her hair was casually tied into a loose bun with a light purple sandalwood hairpin inserted diagonally. This kind of attire was naturally much more gorgeous than the thistle hairpin and cloth skirt at the Tianjin Bridge, but it did not seem to be as charming as that day when she stood at the bow of the ship. This kind of feeling was very wondrous, like a wild flower full of vitality. If you insist on moving it into a pot or onto a dressing table in an elegant room, it would not be as stunning as letting it grow in the wilderness. Shun Mu was actually a fake name. Just like the gentleman in white, who was called Young Master Jiang by Shun Mu, his surname was naturally also fake. So be it. Young Master Jiang said indifferently. Wu Mai's ascension to the throne is already unstoppable. Rather than a mantis trying to stop a chariot, it is better to lend her a helping hand and help her ascend the throne earlier. This will instead leave behind some firewood for Li Tang. Shun Mu said, once Empress Wu ascends the throne, young Master Jiang cut him off. So what if Wu Mai has not ascended the throne yet? The more we obstruct her, the more she will use the descendants of the commoners to suppress us aristocratic families. It is better to do the opposite. She is already an old woman, and none of the Wu family's descendants are capable. Right now, we only need to wait and see. When the time comes, we will lend a little help and easily change the world. Young Master Jiang said proudly, the world will always change, but the heavenly Tao will not. We, the aristocratic families, use the scriptures as our foundation, which is equivalent to grasping the foundation of the country. Even if the country is destroyed and the emperors and generals are replaced, they will still need to use us. What is there to be afraid of? Listening to his words, The two's discussion was nearing its end. The dishes on the table in front of young Master Jiang were barely touched. On the other hand, Shun Mu's table to the side was a mess of cups and plates. Chicken bones, fish bones, alpacas, and camel hooves were scattered everywhere. Shun Mu picked up a piece of gelatinous and delicious bear paw and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it deliciously. Seeing this, young Master Jiang lowered his head and covered his mouth with a handkerchief. He coughed softly to hide the disgust on his face. Yang Shuarao glared at Shun Mu reproachfully. She took a clean white handkerchief and gently wiped the soup that spilled from the corner of his mouth. Shun Mu smiled. When Shun Mu first heard of young Master's plan, I was worried that I would play with fire and burn myself. Today, I rushed to Luojing and personally listened to young Master's overall plan. My heart is finally at ease. Young Master is talented and resourceful. Shun Mu sincerely admires you. With young Master guarding Luojing, nothing will go wrong. Young Master Jiang said arrogantly, with my plan, nothing will go wrong. However, there are many things that it is not convenient for my obvious sect to do. I specially called you here because there are some places where your hidden sect can show off your skills. Wu Mai's ascension to the throne is imminent. Your people must cooperate with my actions at all times. Young Master Jiang glanced at him and said, this courtyard is the princess's courtyard. It is quiet and safe. You can stay here. Shun Mu smiled. Thank you, young Master. I have already arranged my own accommodation in Luojing. I can settle down tomorrow. This courtyard is the princess's courtyard after all. It is more eye-catching. I will only stay here for a night. Young Master Jiang said indifferently, up to you. He stood up and walked behind the screen. He did not look at Shun Mu again, nor did he look at the troublemaker beside him. Shun Mu was just a disciple of a side branch. That woman was originally a wine hostess in Chang'an City. She had a lowly status and was not worthy of his attention. Shun Mu did not stand up. He only smiled and said, young master, take care. Tin Ano stood up, smiled and nodded at them. He then followed behind young Master Jiang and left. Yang Shuarao wrinkled her nose and said to Shun Mu, this guy with a coffin-like face is the young Master Jiang you were talking about. What a condescending look. Shun Mu smiled. Why? Don't you feel that he is elegant like a dragon among men? Yang Shuarao held her stomach and made a nauseating gesture. She curled her lips and said, such an arrogant and repulsive guy can be called a dragon among men? She glanced at the almost untouched food on young Master Jiang's table and said, look at his half-dead appearance. He eats like a chicken. What a waste of a table of delicacies. Shun Mu said, you don't know this. This young Master Jiang has a serious obsession with cleanliness since he was young. If he sees someone spitting, he will vomit for a long time. Therefore, when he goes out, he rarely rolls up the curtains because he is afraid of meeting unclean passers-by. Just now, I must have eaten too much and affected his appetite. Yang Shuarao suddenly said, I was wondering why you look like a reincarnated hungry ghost today. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Shun Mu winked at her and said with a smile, I was also curious and wanted to see how clean he is. I heard. Shun Mu looked around and said in a low voice, I heard that this person's obsession with cleanliness has reached an unimaginable level. Even when a man and a woman are having sex, he feels disgusted when touching a woman's body. After he married his wife, he still slept alone and never slept with her. Later on, in order to continue the family line, he had no choice but to have sex with his wife a few times. After sex, he would wash for 4 to 6 hours and change water 7 to 8 times. To him, it's like his being tortured. Yang Shuarao said in disbelief, there is actually such a strange person in the world. Shun Mu pinched her plump buttocks and said with a low laugh, so, you should be glad that your husband does not have such a strange hobby. Otherwise, you will be a widow. Let's go. I am a little tired from the journey. Let's go back to the room and rest. Yang Shuarao winked at him and said in a sweet voice, just rest. Shun Mu pretended to be surprised and said, what else can we do other than rest? We came all the way from Chang'an to here. My wife, don't you feel tired? Yang Shuarao said angrily, let's go. Let's go back and rest. If you dare to have any ideas on me later, I will bite off your penis. The court meeting was held on the third day after Wu Zetian entered the Dragon Gate. The court meeting was held in the stone building of Xiangshan Temple. In order to avoid unnecessary travel between Luoyang and the Dragon Gate Mountain, the Empress decreed that officials who did not have any important affairs did not have to go to Xiangshan Temple to attend the court meeting. Therefore, there were not many people attending the court meeting today. Yang Fan patrolled below the stone building with his saber. The architecture here was different from the palace. In addition, there were no idle people in the temple or even the entire Dragon Gate Mountain other than monks. There were Jinwu guards stationed outside, so the security was not very heavy. He also did not need to hold his halberd and stand on the narrow stone steps to go up the building. Wu Zetian slowly walked over. Today, she had also changed into men's clothes. Behind her, there were no palace maids fanning her and many guards of honor. It seemed that in this mountain, everything was simple for her and she was much more relaxed. Wu Zetian, who had changed into men's clothes, still had a fair and delicate complexion. However, it was not as good as when women wore makeup to hide their age. Shanghai Wn, who was wearing a round collar robe and a soft-legged headgear, helped her up the stone steps step by step. After more than a dozen stone steps, when she reached the platform where Yang Fan was standing, Wu Zetian was already a little out of breath. Shanghai Wan considerately helped her to stop and let her catch her breath. The civil and military officials patiently followed behind. From the platform down, from the stone steps to the stone path under the shade of the trees, they formed a long line. When Shanghai Wan helped Wu Zetian up the stairs, her eyes were carefully looking at the ground, afraid that if she was not careful, she would trip the Empress. Only when she stood still on the platform did she raise her head. As soon as she raised her head, she saw Yang Fan. Yang Fan was standing on the side of the platform with his saber in hand. A pair of bright eyes was staring at her. Shanghai Wan was shocked. She quickly turned her head and looked away in a panic. Yang Fan looked at the side of her face that was as pink as egg white. He watched a crimson tide climb from her ears to her cheeks, until the jade-like face turned into a bright red agate. The love in Yang Fan's heart was like a tide, overflowing layer by layer. This woman is really very cute. Chapter 161. Being stared at by Yang Fan, Shanghai Wan's chest rose and fell more intensely and her breathing became more rapid. She seemed to be panting more heavily than Wu Zetian next to her. Wu Zetian stood still. She felt that after climbing a dozen steps, her legs were sore and she was short of breath. She couldn't help but feel sad. Alas. After all, I'm getting old. I've only walked a few steps and, suddenly seeing Shanghai Wan's flushed face and rapid breathing, Wu Zetian was in a good mood. She puffed out her chest and said, Wan is so young, but she's even worse than me. It seems that it's not because I'm getting old, but because the stone steps here are too steep. Shanghai Wan restrained herself for a long time. Finally, she couldn't help but quietly turn her head and quickly glance at Yang Fan. It was just a glance, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. His eyes immediately moved away like a startled deer, and then, as if there was a magnet attracting her, she slowly moved back. After several confrontations like this, Shanghai Wan finally stopped hiding. On her pretty face, there was a kind of indescribable beauty in her eyes. She stared at Yang Fan with a hint of annoyance and joy, and then slightly lowered her head. In the shimmering light, there was a hint of spring, like the willow branches on the branches rippling in the wind. Xie Xiaoman was dressed in a robe with a leather belt around her waist. She didn't look like she was carrying any weapons. Today, she and Jiao Ying were not accompanying the Empress, so they were only acting as outer guards. From her vantage point, she could clearly see Yang Fan and Shangguan Wn flirting with each other. Xie Xiaoman's last shred of doubt finally vanished. It turned out that they really had feelings for each other. In this case, there was really no need for her to fight for justice. But when he was sure that Yang Fan and Shangguan Wana were really in love with each other, his prejudice against Yang Fan disappeared, and he began to worry about his savior again. Shangguan Daijiao is of such a high status. How can you and her be together? Wu Zetian rested for a while and then continued to walk into the stone building. Shanghai Wn gave Yang Fan a deep look, calmed herself down, and helped Wu Zetian up the steps. Although it was just a little flirting, WNR's heart was as sweet as honey. That kind of indescribable joy was something she had never experienced before. People often say that women are the most beautiful when they are in love. WANR was like that right now. Almost in an instant, her skin, which was as white as the moon, became even more beautiful. There was a faint red glow in her white skin. Wu Zetian entered the stone building and took her seat in the court. The outside of the building became quiet. Jiao Ying glanced at Yang Fan with hidden bitterness. Her idol seemed to have suddenly become less charming when she found a lover. Xie Xiaoman thought about the unattainable status of Shanghai WNR and felt that she had an obligation to admonish her savior, so she gathered her courage and walked towards him. Ahem. Xie Xiaoman walked to Yang Fan's side and pretended to look left and right. Then, she coughed softly. Yang Fan looked straight ahead and did not pay attention to her. Xie Xiaoman leaned back against the stone railing, stole a glance at him, and coughed twice. Yang Fan slowly turned around and said with a smile, "Xie Jue, have you caught a cold? If you are not feeling well, you might as well ask for a leave and go back early to rest." Xiaoman glared at him fiercely, then lowered her voice and said, "Come here, I have something to say to you." "Oh, what do you want to say, Captain?" Yang Fan said as he leaned forward. Xie Xiaoman uncomfortably took a step back and frowned. "Why are you so close? It's not like I can't hear you." Yang Fan chuckled, stood up straight and said, "Please speak, County Commandant." "Well, this," Xie Xiaoman looked around and covered her mouth with her hand. "That, you like Shangguan Daijiao, don't you?" Yang Fan rolled his eyes, nodded and said, "Yes, why?" Xie Xiaoman said, "Ahem, this. Shangguan Daijiao is gentle, elegant, knowledgeable, and beautiful. She is an outstanding woman." Yang Fan nodded. Yes, it's rare that Miss Xiaoman has the same opinion as me." Xie Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him and said, "But Shangguan Daijiao is the Empress's favorite. The Empress can't live without her. I'm afraid she won't let her leave the palace to marry and have children." "Oh," Xie Xiaoman glanced at him and mustered up her courage to continue, "even if the Empress were to show mercy and allow Shangguan Daijiao to marry and have children, with Shangguan Daijiao's status, she would only marry a noble family or an important court official." Yang Fan looked at her strangely. "Then what does Xie Jue mean?" Xiaoman felt a little guilty. Shangguan Daijiao used to be surrounded by hundreds of beauties in the kingdom of fragrance. But she had been so critical of him. Now that he had turned over a new leaf, she came to break them up. But she really felt that a guard like Yang Fan was not a good match for Shangguan Daijiao. If she forced herself to be with Shangguan Daijiao, she would get into trouble sooner or later. Thinking of this, Xie Muwen was a little embarrassed and said, "I mean, cough cough, you see, you're my savior. I, Xie Muwen, am not someone who doesn't know how to be grateful. I can't just watch you, huh? I mean, in fact, you and Shangguan Daijiao, is not very suitable. And, once this matter is known by the Empress, you may be killed. Oh. So, I think you should be more rational. Don't be delusional." Yang Fan said with a smile that was not a smile, "I have always been puzzled. Why is it that no matter what I do, County Commandant Xie always wants to break us up? Now, I finally understand." Xie Xiaoman asked curiously, "What do you understand?" Yang Fan said, "Could it be that Miss Xiaoman is doing this because you like me?" Xie Xiaoman said, "Ah?" Yang Fan said, "You see, you also said that I'm your savior. The best way to repay a savior is to devote yourself to me. Besides, you are not happy that I am with the palace maids. Now that I am with Shangguan Daijiao, you are not happy. Isn't it obvious?" Xie Xiaoman said, "What do you mean?" I am a little confused." Yang Fan said with a straight face, "County Commandant Xie, I know you like me. In fact, I quite like you too. How about this, after Shangguan Daijiao and I become husband and wife, I will take you as my concubine. You see, a prince can take a concubine. With Shangguan Daijiao's gentle personality, she will not stop me. Just wait for a few years, okay?" Xie Xiaoman was so angry that she was tongue-tied. Her face was red. Ba ba ba. In your dreams. My good intentions are treated as ill intentions. Which eye of mine fell for you? Even if I can't get married, I will never marry a stinking monk, a dead scoundrel, a pervert, a pervert. Yang Fan picked his ears and pretended to be happy. He smiled leisurely and said, "The sound of nature is really nice to hear." Xie Xiaoman was even angrier. Shameless, pervert, despicable and shameless, treacherous and filthy. Xiaoman, hurry up and enter the hall. Xie Xiaoman was cursing to her heart's content when she suddenly heard Jiao Ying calling her from afar. Turning her head to look, she didn't know when Jiao Ying had already arrived at the entrance of the stone building and was waving at her from afar. Xie Xiaoman knew that Jiao Ying must have summoned her from the palace hall. She glared at Yang Fan and angrily ran up the stairs. Yang Fan looked at her back and smiled without saying a word. This little girl was really interesting. She was obviously an innocent little girl, but she always wanted to be a big sister who liked to worry for others. Xie Xiaoman entered the stone building. After a short while, he saw her and Jiao Ying hurrying out of the stone building. The two of them looked serious. When they passed by him, they didn't even look at him. The two quickly went down the stone steps. After a while, the general of the left guards of Jin Wu, Qiu Shunji, also came out of the stone building with a serious expression. Nay. A horse neighed. Yang Fan turned his head and saw Xie Muwen and Jiao Ying in military uniforms, each riding a fine horse. They had just stopped at the bottom of the stone steps when a large group of imperial guards rushed over. Qiu Shunji quickly walked down the stone steps. An imperial guard brought a horse over. Qiu Shunji turned over and mounted the horse. Accompanied by Xie Muwen and Jiao Ying, they left. The Dragon Gate Mountain was quiet at night. Tens of thousands of people were scattered inside, but they couldn't cause any trouble. The soldiers didn't know what happened during the morning court, and they didn't bother to ask. Especially the soldiers who were stationed in the palace for a long time, they had developed the habit of pretending to be deaf and dumb. The daily life of the soldiers stationed in the palace was more boring than that of the eunuchs in the palace. Being in the mountain was much more comfortable than being in the palace with strict rules. Especially with the tens of thousands of troops of the Jinwu guards surrounding the Dragon Gate Mountain, their daily tasks were even more leisurely. The Dragon Gate Mountain was a royal garden, and ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Therefore, there were all kinds of wild animals active on the mountain. The guards used all kinds of methods to catch many wild animals such as pheasants, rabbits, ducks, and snakes. With a simple process, they could make delicious food. In the evening, the guards built a bonfire in the mountain and roasted the delicacies of the wild animals. Apart from not being able to drink or sing loudly, it was just like a scene of a spring picnic. Yang Fan was also among them. He held a wooden stick in his hand and gently turned a wild rabbit over the fire. The rabbit meat was almost cooked, and the fat dripped into the fire, sizzling. The red light of the fire reflected Yang Fan's young face. There was a mysterious and sweet smile on his lips. This young man who was experiencing his first awakening of love finally had the shadow of the opposite sex in his heart. This was a very novel experience for him. On the night of the Lantern Festival, Princess Taiping's kiss opened a crack in his heart. But strictly speaking, that was not love. He never had delusions of marrying a princess, and it was not because he was aroused that he took the initiative to kiss her. But at this moment, the Shanghai WNA lingering in his heart gave him a completely different feeling. He liked the warm feeling of having a woman in his heart. Looking at the red flame, he even fantasized that if he could get rid of his enemy without anyone noticing and maintain his current identity, then one day he would find his sister and marry Wana, whom he admired. A family of 3, happy and harmonious, how wonderful that would be. Chapter 162. Hey, what are you thinking? Look at how happy you are. A guard next to him nudged him with his shoulder. The man was tearing into a fat pheasant as he mumbled, "The captain is asking you a question. Didn't you just come back from Nanyang? What's it like over there?" Yang Fan saw that everyone was looking at him and hurriedly smiled. "Our place is very different from here. Once you go out, you can see the endless sea. Whether it's day or night, you can always hear the sound of waves. The wind there smells fishy when it blows on your face, and you can smell it in your nostrils. Yang Fan told them the story of Southeast Asia. Many of these guards had never seen the sea in their entire lives, so they were very interested in the customs of the South Sea. Yang Fan said, "The water there is very clear. The water is a few feet deep, so clear that you can clearly see the sandy beaches, reefs, colorful corals, and all kinds of fish at the bottom of the sea. There are also many sea turtles on the beach. The sea turtles will dig a hole on the beach and bury their eggs in it, letting the sun shine on them to hatch the hatchlings. When the hatchlings are born, they will automatically rush to the sea. There is a large, densely packed area." Everyone was listening with great interest when County Commandant Zhu Bin appeared with a frightening face. "Look at the time, and you're still making a racket here. Who allowed you to do this? If anything goes wrong, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Disperse, disperse, all of you disperse." A captain went up to greet him with a smile and whispered a few words. Then, he wrapped the leg of a roasted wild duck with leaves and stuffed it into Zhu Bin's hand. Zhu Bin snorted and swaggered off with the wild duck. The captain heaved a sigh of relief and waved his hand. All right, everyone disperse. Yang Fan, stay behind and extinguish the fire. Be careful not to cause a forest fire." Everyone took their unfinished food and dispersed. Yang Fan was the last to leave. He extinguished the fire and covered the ashes with some soil. Only then did he carry the roasted rabbit and slowly walk back. In the distance, Wu Zetian's bedroom was brightly lit. Yang Fan knew that Shanghai Wana was also living there. Yang Fan stopped and looked at the cluster of lights in the distance, sighing softly. Once the window of feelings was opened, the mountain would no longer be a mountain, and the water would no longer be water. One would have an additional layer of cognition and feelings than before. Since he was young, he had been carrying too many things in his heart. For a 17-year-old boy, this was undoubtedly a little too heavy. He always carried it alone, and he could only carry it alone, because he had no one to share his burden with. Now, he suddenly hoped to have a gentle embrace to lean on, a gentle woman to listen to him pour out the fatigue in his heart, or nothing at all, just snuggling in that embrace and sleeping soundly. There was no doubt that Shanghai Wana was now the person he longed for. The spring night breeze on the mountain was still a little chilly. A gust of wind blew over and woke Yang Fan up from his thoughts. He looked back at the bonfire that had just been buried and could no longer see the slightest bit of light. So, he prepared to return to the barracks to sleep. When he raised his head, he saw a figure in the distance. The night was vast, and from where he was, he could see the round moon in the sky as big as a wheel. In front of the moon was a big tree, and that person was sitting on the horizontal branch of the tree, looking at the moon and drinking alone. The wind blew her long hair, and it fluttered. The silhouette of her body was very beautiful. Under the bright moon, the edges of her body were covered with a layer of mellow luster, so even the outline of her facial features could be easily recognized. This jade-like person was Xie Xiaoman. Yang Fan walked over curiously and circled around the forest until he reached the tree. The rustling sound of footsteps could be heard clearly by Xie Xiaoman at the top of the tree. She looked down and saw Yang Fan looking up at her, the bright moonlight shining on his face. "Hi. Alone? Are you not a human? Haha, Miss Xiaoman is really unruly. It seems that you are not in a good mood. Go away." Yang Fan laughed, but did not walk away. Instead, he bit the rabbit leg in his mouth, jumped up, and climbed up the tree trunk like an agile ape. Xie Xiaoman looked at Yang Fan climbing up like a monkey, and said in surprise, "I didn't know you were so good at climbing trees. You are not much worse than my elder brother." Yang Fan said, "You have an elder brother?" Xie Xiaoman said, "Why can't I have an elder brother?" Yang Fan laughed, "That's true, I also have an elder brother. I also have a younger sister." He turned around and sat down on the trunk, swinging his legs. "Why are you sitting here alone?" Xie Xiaoman ignored him, grabbed the wine bag in her hand, raised her head, and took another big gulp of wine. Yang Fan could smell the alcohol and could not help but frown. "Why are you drinking so much alone? Are you in a bad mood?" Xie Xiaoman still did not speak. Yang Fan said, "You are the Empress bodyguard. Be careful not to let people smell the alcohol, they will find trouble with you." Xie Xiaoman glared at him and said fiercely, "You are annoying." Yang Fan sighed and handed over the roasted rabbit, saying, Don't drink, eat the roasted rabbit, it is freshly roasted, it is still warm and fragrant. Xie Xiaoman looked at him, silent for a long time, then took the roasted rabbit, brought it to her mouth, and put it down. Today, I was ordered to arrest 2 people. Oh! Xie Xiaoman's hair was tied up in a ponytail, a lock of hair hanging in front of her forehead, blown by the wind, passing by her eyes from time to time. Under her hair, her eyes were as bright as the stars, and Yang Fan could faintly see a trace of sadness in her eyes. Yang Fan could not help but lower his voice, whispering, "What is it?" Xie Xiaoman said quietly, "Those 2 people, they are the Crown Prince Zhonghuai's only 2 remaining sons." Yang Fan was slightly moved. The Empress's biological grandson? Xie Xiaoman nodded lightly. Li Junchen reported the 2 princes, saying that they cursed the Emperor's father, it was treason, and the Empress ordered an investigation. I thought that they would be arrested and interrogated. Unexpectedly, General Qiu Shunji surrounded the palace, and after capturing the 2 princes, he whipped them to death on the spot. Xie Xiaoman smiled. Under the cold moonlight, her smile was a little sad. I am the Empress' personal guard, there are some missions in the inner guards that I do not have to do. I've killed people before, but not many, and I've never killed an unarmed and defenseless person. Yes. The 2 princes, one is 11, the other is only 8. Yes, they were in front of me, being ruthlessly whipped by the wire of hardware. The whip was full of hooks, and with every lash, a large piece of flesh and blood would be scraped off. At first, they would still cry, but later on, they could no longer make a sound. Only when the whip landed would their bodies twitch a little. When they breathed their last, it was a bloody mess, and they were unrecognizable. Xie Xiaoman's eyes were bright, and there was a faint glint of tears. She said in a low voice, "In the past, I heard people talk about some of the princes and ministers being punished. The heads of the ministers rolled on the ground, the family members who were not slaves were chained, like cattle and sheep herded in herds, the people who were banished far away were placed in prison carts, their necks were torn by the large chains, and blood flowed everywhere the cart went. Prince Huili Yuangue was 70 years old, and he died in a prison cart for 10 days. Prince Li Shu of Jiangju was beheaded in Jiangju, Prince Li Yuanjia of Han and Prince Li Lingkue of Lu were ordered to commit suicide, and Prince Li Yuanjia's 3 sons were all beheaded. Prince Li Shan of Ji has always been a good ruler, but he was also exiled to Bazhu, and died on the way, and all 5 of his sons were beheaded. And Prince Shu. Xie Xiaoman took a deep breath and said, I have heard of these things before, but hearing is one thing, and seeing it with my own eyes is another. I still can't forget the way those 2 children looked at me. I know they begged me to save them, but there was nothing I could do. Yang Fan said coldly, you did not kill them. Whether you went or not, they all had to die. The Empress wants to proclaim herself the Empress, so Li Tang's princes must all be killed, the senior statesmen and ministers loyal to Li Tang must all be killed, and those who can give hope and expectation to Li Tang's people must also be killed. In this regard, what did Li Tang's imperial family do? Hoping that she would be the fish that escaped the net. What did the civil and military officials who received the Li family's salary do? They begged for their own future and wealth. What did the feudal vassals do? They have a lot of troops in their hands, as long as it doesn't affect their interests, they don't care what the emperor's surname is. You're just a little girl, why bother looking for trouble? Xie Xiaoman looked at him in a daze, his series of killing made her hair stand on end. But thinking about it carefully, wasn't this the Empress's actions these past few years? Wasn't this the reaction of too many people? Yang Fan said softly, you are just a bodyguard, with or without you, these things would have happened. You don't need to take these responsibilities on yourself. There are many injustices in this world that you can't shoulder. Xie Xiaoman looked at him in a daze and asked, if it were you, would you be indifferent? Yang Fan said coldly, I only know that it's not my responsibility. If I had the ability to save him, and it wouldn't have implicated me, but I didn't help him, perhaps I would be condemned by my conscience. Otherwise, I would not be like you, sitting here and drinking. The one who wanted to kill was the Empress, the one who guessed the Emperor's intention was Li Junchen, and the one who fawned over the execution was Qiu Shunji. What does it have to do with you? Xie Xiaoman tilted her head and thought about it. What he said seemed to make sense, but also seemed to make no sense. She wanted to refute, but her head was dizzy after being drunk, and she couldn't think clearly. Young Fan looked at her cute and naive appearance. That charm vaguely resembled his younger sister and felt even more pity in his heart. He reached out to touch her hair but suddenly remembered that this was not his younger sister. If he extended his hand, she would kick him off the tree. He hurriedly withdrew his hand and softly said, "Silly girl, don't think too much. Go back and drink a bowl of soup to soak up the hangover, then soak in a hot bath and have a good rest. You are an imperial bodyguard. As long as you do your job well, don't let your imagination run wild." Xie Xiaoman nodded and said charmingly, "Yes." It sounded quite reasonable. At least, I felt much better now. You don't look too bad. Chapter 163. Yong Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know where your prejudice against me comes from. Have I ever done anything bad? Go back and rest. You look drunk. Do you want me to send you back? Xie Xiaoman shook her head. It's fine. This little bit of wine won't make me drunk. She raised her head and gulped down another mouthful of wine. She stuffed the wine bag and rabbit meat into Yong Fan's arms. All right. I'm going back. I'll do as you said. Drink a bowl of soup to sober up, take a hot bath, have a good sleep, and forget about these things. Hey. Yong Fan reached out to grab her, but before he could do so, Xie Xiaoman had already jumped down. Yong Fan saw that she was already drunk and was afraid that she would lose her balance and fall. But he didn't expect that even though she was drunk, her jump was still smooth. Seeing her land firmly on the ground, Yong Fan was relieved. Xie Xiaoman waved at him and said, "I'm leaving." She turned around and took a step, then turned back and said, "And the rabbit meat you smoked, that smell, it's very close." Looking at her receding figure, Yong Fan shook his head and smiled. He whispered to himself, "This girl is really drunk. She even said it smelled very close." Yong Fan looked up at the bright moon in the sky. He pulled out the cork of the wine bag and drank a mouthful of wine. He tore off a mouthful of meat and drank another mouthful of wine. Leaning against a tree, he recited, "When the melon is planted, it's yellow under the stage. When the melon is ripe, it's separated. One pluck makes the melon good, another pluck makes the melon thin. 3 plucking is enough, but the last plucking is enough." This Huangtai Melon CI was written by Crown Prince Zhonghui, Li Xian, before he was exiled to Guashu. On the surface, he was inspired by the sight of the melon fields, but in fact, it was a lyric poem because of his elder brother's sudden death and the uncertain future of himself and his 2 younger brothers. At that time, he let the music score prevail and sang this poem to Empress Wu, hoping to move his mother's heart. But it did not have the slightest effect. Instead, this poem was widely spread. Now, Li Xian had been forced to commit suicide. Although his 2 brothers, Li Dan and Li Xian, were still alive, they were in a precarious situation. Instead, his 2 sons had been forced to commit suicide. His branch of the family could be considered to have come to an end. This poem could be considered to have become a prophecy, only that it had happened to his own family. In terms of state affairs, this was a monarch killing a minister. In terms of family affairs, this was a grandmother killing her grandson. It seemed that no matter what, no one had the right to say anything. Then, under the illumination of the cold moonlight, Yong Fan actually felt a sense of desolation in his heart. The last of Crown Prince Zhonghui's bloodline, 11-year-old Li Shuyi and 8-year-old Li Guangshiren, were whipped to death by their own grandmother because they cursed the monarch's father and committed treason. This matter did not affect Wu Zetian's traveling mood at all. The next day, the news that the empress would hold a large-scale traveling banquet on the banks of the Yi River spread. In the Fragrant Hill Temple, in a meditation room temporarily used as the administrative office, Shanghai WAN carefully made arrangements. The famous musicians and dancers of the royal palace's musical houses and the left and right musical houses must be arranged in advance to avoid any mistakes during the rush. In addition, several famous music and dance troupes in Luoyang must also be invited. You can transfer a few pleasure boats here and let them live on them. They are not allowed to wander around. The steward of the musical house respectfully responded. Shanghai WN said, "What you said just now, make a more detailed plan. The empress likes grandeur, so the scene must be grand and lively. Start building the colored houses now. You can borrow some soldiers from General Chiu Shinji to help. The steward of the musical house responded again. Shanghai Wan waved her hand and dismissed him. Then she said to Senior Captain Zhu Bin, in the Dragon Gate section of the Yi River, there are checkpoints on both sides. Ships and people entering and leaving must have a pass jointly signed by the internal guards and the musical house before they can pass through. Ships must be strictly inspected, and there must be no negligence. Yes. Zhu Bin answered and hurried to make arrangements. Shanghai Wan then said to the imperial officer of the Food Bureau, within the 4 seas, all kinds of delicacies on land and water must be prepared. Make a list of all kinds of ingredients and send them to the palace as soon as possible. If there is not enough, buy them as soon as possible. Tell Tuan to hurry up on this matter. In order to facilitate the supply, a temporary kitchen needs to be built on the bank of the Yi River. The location must be hidden and downwind, so that the Empress won't smell it. I have decided on a place for you. You can go and have a look first. If there is nothing wrong, prepare it as soon as possible. After Shanghai Wan finished speaking, she asked a little eunuch to leave with the imperial officer of the Food Bureau. Then she inquired and made arrangements for the officials of the Imperial Clothing Bureau, the Imperial Carriage Bureau, the Imperial Carriage Bureau, the Imperial Household Bureau, the Imperial Household Bureau, and so on. When these people were all sent out, Shanghai Wan took a breath and sat down to carefully review the invitation list from the imperial household. Shanghai Wan read the invitation list from beginning to end, picked up a pen, added a few names, pondered for a moment, and crossed out a few names. Imperial banquets had never been a simple banquet. An invitation list, an order of seats, in the eyes of observant people, was a clear signal. Other people didn't know, but as the Shanghai Wan who assisted Wu Zetian in handling court affairs, she knew many secrets that others didn't know. She knew that long before Li Junchen impeached Crown Prince Zhonghuai's 2 sons, Wu Chengxi and Zhu Xing had jointly submitted a memorial to impeach Emperor Gaozong's sons, Li Shongjin the Prince of Zi and Li Sujie the Prince of Zun for plotting rebellion. The Empress Dowager had issued a secret edict to arrest them all and bring them back to Luoyang to be punished. The reason why Li Junchen impeached Crown Prince Zhonghuai's 2 sons was obviously because he heard the news and saw that he had fallen behind Zhu Xing, so he couldn't wait to step forward. But the Empress didn't even blink, didn't even investigate, and didn't care whether the crime of cursing the monarch's father was appropriate for the 2 children. She instructed Chiu Shinji to execute them. It was clear that a great purge of Li Tang's royal family was about to begin. The people that Shanghai Wan crossed out were all princes, and relatives of Li Tang's royal family in the capital, as well as ministers who were openly close to Li Tang's royal family. There were also a few princesses of the Tang dynasty, such as eldest Princess Dongyang. Eldest Princess Dongyang had once married Zhongsun Wuji's uncle, Gao Shengxing. Empress Wu hated the house and its crow, so how could she possibly like her? Only a few people remained on the list, such as Princess Taiping and eldest Princess Qianjin. The few people she added were ministers who originally didn't have the qualifications to attend the banquet, but had recently been in frequent contact with the Wu family. Shanghai Wan knew that although the addition and deletion of a few people in a grand banquet didn't seem to be a big deal, in the eyes of some people, it would inevitably increase the arrogance of some people, adding fuel to the fire. But the reason why she was used by Empress Wu, wasn't it because Empress Wu needed such a person? It was easy for Empress Wu to find another female official who was good at understanding people's intentions. But if she left Empress Wu, she would just be a dodder abandoned by a big tree. She knew very well what fate awaited her at that time. So every day, she would be very careful, not allowing herself to make a single mistake, because she couldn't afford to make a mistake. Wan looked over the list again and handed it to a servant next to her. She ordered, "Send the message." After the servant left, Wana was the only one left in the crowded meditation room. She let out a sigh and stretched her body tiredly. She stared at the large Zen character on the wall across from her and began to daydream. Ever since she was kissed by Yang Fan, Shanghai Wan had been avoiding him, because she didn't know what to do. However, once her emotions were stirred up, they would grow rapidly and crazily like weeds in spring. This little girl, who had always been reserved and introverted, barely managed to build a dam in her heart, but her emotions broke the dam again and again. She didn't dare to be idle. Once she was idle, she couldn't help but think of that person and that kiss. She finally knew what the feeling of lovesickness in the poem was. Picking leaves, not seeing each other for a day is like 3 months. Picking leaves, not seeing each other for a day is like 3 years. Picking leaves, not seeing each other for a day is like 3 years. Come. Shanghai Wan clutched her wrist. She suddenly gathered her courage and called out loudly. Waiting, what orders do you have? The servant, Little Hai, appeared at the door. Shanghai Wan quickly waved her hand and said, there's nothing else. You can leave. Yes. Little Hai bowed and moved away from the door of the meditation room. Shanghai Wan was restless in the room. After struggling for a while, she called out again, come. Little Hai suddenly appeared at the door. She bowed and said, waiting, what orders do you have? Shanghai Wan thought for a moment and waved her hand. There's nothing else. You can leave. Little Hai was confused. She quietly moved away from the side of the door. Shanghai Wan stood up and paced in the room. After pacing for a while, she gritted her teeth and lightly stamped her foot. She called out, come. Little Hai faintly appeared at the door. She had a strange expression on her face. Waiting, what orders do you have? Shanghai Wan's face was taut. She solemnly said, go and call Imperial Bodyguard Yang Fan in. I have orders. Little Hai bowed and said, yes. Then, he habitually moved to the side of the door. His figure flashed and disappeared. Then, they heard him cry out as if he had just woken up from a dream. Then, they saw him run back, running along the stone steps in front of the door. Shanghai Wan hurriedly rushed back to the table and sat down. She grabbed a brush and a memorial to the throne. When Yang Fan entered the meditation room, there was only Wan inside. She was bent over and sitting behind the table. Her hand was holding a weasel hairbrush. Her small face was completely red. She looked like a primary school student being forced by a strict teacher to write a poem, but the content of the poem had already been completely forgotten by her. When Yang Fan walked in, he couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Most youngsters who had their first awakening of love were like this. Yang Fan had experienced many things, so his mentality could be considered quite calm. But he still couldn't completely avoid this. But when he saw Shanghai Wan's appearance, his nervousness was completely replaced by curiosity. He curiously looked at Shanghai Wan. He had never seen such an expression on her face before. He really didn't know what she meant. Shanghai Wan had just summoned the stewards of the inner, left, and right halls, as well as the officials of the 6 ministers and the 24 divisions. She had arranged all kinds of affairs in an orderly and confident manner. Even the fate and future of some members of the royal family had been easily completed by her without the slightest difficulty. But when Yang Fan came in, she was as nervous as a rabbit under the gaze of an eagle. She lowered her head and gripped her brush. She stared at a memorial to the throne on the table without saying a word. She didn't speak, but Yang Fan couldn't not speak. Yang Fan coughed and saluted, saying, Shangguan is waiting for an imperial edict to summon your subordinate. What's the matter? Chapter 164. As soon as she heard Yang Fan's words, Shanghai Wan was startled like a rabbit that was shot by an arrow. She tightly gripped the pen, as if she was holding a sharp dagger. She nervously looked at Yang Fan. Suddenly, she gathered her courage and stammered, You like me, right? Ah! Yang Fan really didn't expect her opening remarks to be like this. This sentence that came out of nowhere caused him to be unable to react, causing him to be in a daze. Shanghai Wan blushed and lowered her head. She slowly said, Your request, I have carefully considered it for a long time. Yang Fan did not react. Ah? Shanghai Wan stammered, I called you here to tell you, I allow you to like me. Shanghai Wan finished her words with a red face. She let out a big sigh of relief. She did not raise her head and just continued to bite the pen. Ah! Yang Fan was really dumbfounded this time. He stood there, dumbfounded looking at Shanghai Wan. Shanghai WNA lowered her head and nervously bit the pen for a long time. She did not hear any movement, so she quietly raised her eyes. When her eyes met with Yang Fan's, she was startled and asked in surprise, "Why are you still here? You. Is there anything else?" Yang Fan blankly shook his head. Shanghai WNA let out a sigh of relief and said, "Oh, then you go and do your work. I also have something to do." Yang Fan walked out as if he was sleepwalking. When he reached the door, he could not help but look back. Shanghai WNA was looking at him with a pair of big eyes. When Yang Fan turned around, Shanghai WNA was startled again. She was like a frightened little squirrel, quickly lowered her head and nervously continued to bite the pen. Yang Fan walked out of the meditation room in a daze. He stood under the sun as if he had not woken up from a dream. Although Yang Fan had never had a lover, he was not ignorant about the love affairs between men and women. But no matter how knowledgeable he was, he had never heard of establishing a relationship in this way. He could not even figure out what Shanghai WNA meant when she said, "I allow you to like me." Of course, he did not know that in the heart of Shanghai WNA, who had no experience in love, she had no other way to understand the love between men and women. This was already the most serious and solemn confession. "I accept your pursuit, I am willing to be your woman." There was almost no description of normal love words between men and women in poetry. WNA, who was used to dealing with official documents, so it was not surprising that she used an official language to express her willingness to be Yang Fan's lover. It was just that poor Yang Fan, who claimed to be a prodigal son of love who has never touched a single leaf when he was in Nanyang, was also confused by this expression that he had never seen before. Yang Fan stood under the porch with the halberd in his arms and guessed for a long time. Combined with the shy expression of Shanghai WNA at that time, he vaguely guessed her intention. Yang Fan thought, this Tang dynasty's Minister of Internal Affairs, who is in charge of the government and the literary world, who plays an important role in the political and literary circles, and the world's talented woman, could she be a bookworm? Does she think that they are lovers like this? If they are lovers like this, they can sleep on the same bed without interfering with each other's business, and they can also have children. The grand banquet was held at Longmen Mountain as scheduled. The banquet was held on the bank of the Yi River at the foot of Longmen Mountain. The famous musicians and dancers of the palaces Jiaofang and the left and right Jiaofang all came to the banquet. Several famous music and dance troupes in Luoyang were also called to participate in the grand event. Along the river, there were luxurious carriages and horses, shoulder to shoulder, and tens of thousands of people gathered. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. Colorful buildings were built on the river, colorful boats and pleasure boats were built on the water, pavilions were shaded by green trees, and flowers and grass along the river. Banquets were everywhere, and music and dance were everywhere. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. The palace banquets of the Tang dynasty had always been extremely luxurious. Within the 4 seas, treasures of land and water were all prepared. And the song and dance had always been particular about grandeur. Before the banquet officially began, hundreds of musicians of the musical house on the bank of the Yi River had already begun to imitate the 100 birds facing the wind. The sound echoed between the valleys on both sides of the river, like the singing of hundreds of birds. Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman stood in a corner of the passage of the colorful house, watching the palace maids and courtesans carrying all kinds of delicious food to the colorful house built along the river. There were also beautiful dancers who had changed their clothes on the pleasure boats, barefooted and exposed their forearms, walking along the red carpet to the performance venue. Those dancers and courtesans were all young and beautiful girls. Now that they were dressed up for the performance, they looked even more stunning. Their snow-white skin, slender waists were half exposed, and their hips swayed as they walked. Yang Fan was not the only one who was mesmerized by them. Many guards on both sides were dazzled by them. It was all because there were too many beautiful girls, and they walked past in front of them too fast. At this time, there was no need to worry about not seeing the beautiful girls, but there were too few eyes to see them clearly. Xie Xiaoman looked at the eyes of the men and said disdainfully, "Why are you all like wolves?" Yang Fan looked at the beautiful girls with snow-white feet walking back and forth in front of him. He used his claws to scratch the halberd twice and said with a drooling expression, "I really want to be a beast, Xie Xiaoman rolled her eyes at him and said angrily, "What are you thinking? You are a beast." Yang Fan rolled his eyes at her and snorted, "You don't like me again, have I ever been a beast to you?" Xie Xiaoman put her hand on the long sword at her waist. Little Yarrow raised her nose and snorted coldly, "You try." Since that night, Xie Xiaoman's attitude towards Yang Fan had become much friendlier. In fact, in the beginning, she disliked Yang Fan's bad habit of womanizing. Now, after so long, she gradually understood that it was not Yang Fan's womanizing, but the girls in the palace were too enthusiastic, too bold. Let's not talk about others, just her good sister. Don't think that she's always staying far away from Yang Fan, but look at her resentful eyes. If Yang Fan just hooked his little finger, she would happily send herself into the tiger's mouth. As for Yang Fan and Shangguan Daijiao's feelings, it had nothing to do with her. Although she still thought that Yang Fan and Shangguan Daijiao were not a good match, since they were in love, she could only wish them a happy ending. With the knot in their hearts gone, the two got along more naturally than before, although they still quarreled often. "Tian, who is here?" There was a commotion in the distance, someone softly shouted. Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman quickly stood up and looked forward, only to see Wu Zetian in a splendid dress, surrounded by many dignitaries, slowly walking over. Xie Xiaoman quickly tidied up her clothes and quickly walked up to greet her. Wu Zetian slowly walked over on the red carpet. There were two beauties on her left and right. One wore clothes as white as snow and was as elegant as the clouds. The other wore a bright red dress and was like a ball of flames that could melt people. The woman dressed as white as snow, bright like the moon, was naturally Shanghai Wn, and the flame-like beauty was Princess Taiping. Yang Fan was slightly surprised, because when Wu Zetian went to Dragon Gate this time, Princess Taiping did not go with her. He did not expect that Princess Taiping would also come today. Accompanying Wu Zetian was a large group of royal relatives, old and young, male and female. Princess Taiping not only brought her two daughters, but also brought her two daughters. The eldest daughter was 6 years old, the eldest son was 4 years old, the second daughter was 2.5 years old, and the youngest son was only a little more than 1 year old. They were all carried by the maids. Princess Taiping was holding Wu Zetian's arm, talking to her in a low voice. Wu Zetian nodded and smiled from time to time. Princess Taiping did not notice that Yang Fan was standing among the guards not far away. While Shanghai Wn was holding the other side of Wu Zetian, her pair of beautiful eyes kept looking left and right. Suddenly seeing Yang Fan, Shanghai Wn's eyes lit up, her white cheeks slightly swayed with a touch of red. She quietly lowered her head, looked at her toes under the skirt, as if she was afraid of stepping on ants. "So, you are my woman?" Yang Fan leaned on the halberd, with a face of hidden bitterness. He looked at Shanghai Wn, who was slightly tilting her head, shyly bowing her head, step by step in front of him, in full view of the crowd. He could not even say a word. As for the flirting, could it be to look at the back of her head? Yang Fan suddenly felt that Xie Xiaoman's words were not unreasonable. It was really troublesome to find a wife who was too famous and had too much status. As soon as Empress Wu arrived, the banquet began. For this banquet, many dignitaries in the capital were invited, and whenever there was a chance, they would curry favor with Empress Wu. Princess Taiping was one of the few members of Li Tang's royal family. Needless to say, Princess Taiping was Wu Zetian's biological daughter. Everyone in the world knew that Empress Wu doted on this daughter the most. So when Princess Taiping was invited, she felt that the invitation was boundless. In terms of age, the princess was 5 or 6 years younger than Wu Zetian. However, in terms of seniority, she was the daughter of Li Yuan and the aunt of the Gaozong's Li Ji. Thus, the Gaozong's empress, Wu Zetian, had to treat her like an aunt. In addition, the two of them had a good relationship, so the princess was allowed to sit next to Empress Wu. The two of them were about the same age, so they were able to talk about many things together. With the addition of the princess, Wu Zetian was able to smile with just a few words. Wu Zetian patted Princess Taiping's arm and said, "The scenery at Dragon Gate is beautiful and pleasing to the eye. I am very happy here, but I lack a confidant. You don't have to leave today, stay at my place tonight, we can have a good chat." The noble princess was overwhelmed by the favor and hurriedly said, "That's great. I haven't seen the Heavenly Empress these few days and haven't spoken to the Heavenly Empress, so my heart has been empty. Tonight, I will accompany the heavenly empress for a chat. Empress, please have a drink. Wu Zetian picked up a cup of fermented rice and took a sip. Her phoenix eyes turned and saw her daughter Taiping resting her chin on her palm, watching the singing and dancing on the red carpet in front of her lazily and disinterestedly. So she said, Taiping, don't always be cooped up in the mansion, you have nothing to do, you can go sightseeing and relax. This time, you should stay for a few days. Chapter 165. When Princess Taiping heard Wu Zetian's words, she nodded slightly and said indifferently, Since our Niang has ordered, your daughter will stay at Dragon Gate and accompany our Niang. Wu Zetian saw that her daughter's expression was gloomy. She knew that today the invited guests of the imperial family were all in one hall, and most of them were in pairs. Her daughter was reminded of her late husband, and therefore she resented her. Wu Zetian sighed inwardly and said to Shangguan WNR, since we are traveling, there is nothing important, other than when we are dealing with memorials to the throne, you don't need to be in front of the emperor all the time. You and Taiping have always been good friends, the two of you get along well. Shanghai Wan was in a trance. She was thinking about that handsome young man. When she suddenly heard Wu Zetian talking to her, she couldn't help but be startled. When she heard Wu Zetian's order, she was overjoyed and quickly replied, WNR obeys. Shangguan WNR was secretly delighted. Ever since she had plucked up the courage to confess her feelings to Yang Fan, her heart had finally found a place to belong to. However, due to her special status, she could not be free easily. How could she have the chance to spend even a moment with her lover? Now she finally had the chance. Shanghai WNR couldn't wait to tell this good news to Yang Fan. But she couldn't leave right now. Even if she left, how could she talk to Yang Fan in public? Unable to restrain himself, he took the opportunity to write a line of words on his handkerchief with an eyebrow pencil and returned to the side of the stage. Seeing Xie Xiaoman pacing back and forth by the side of the stage, he coughed and said, Xiaoman. Xie Xiaoman quickly stepped forward and cupped her fists. Your humble servant is here. Shanghai WNR calmly took out the folded thing from her sleeve and handed it to her. She ordered, quickly hand this thing to Yang Fan's bodyguard. Don't make any mistakes. Xie Xiaoman was startled. She took it with both hands. It was light and soft. When she looked carefully, she saw that it was a handkerchief. Xie Xiaoman nodded and left with the silk in her sleeve. Shangguan Wana added, This is urgent. Have Guard Yang go to a secret place to watch by himself. Here. Xie Xiaoman turned around. Little Yarrow wrinkled her nose and thought to herself, What urgent matter do you have that you need to instruct a big shot from the escort division to do it? Bang. It's obviously the two of you who are being lovey-dovey with each other, but you're using me as a messenger goose. Really, who am I working for? The princess was invited today and she already felt honored. Now that Empress Wu had specially asked her to stay for the night, she was even more excited. She sat beside Wu Zetian and chatted with her carefully. She only cared about pleasing Empress Wu. Empress Wu glanced at her daughter from time to time because she saw that her daughter was lonely. The noble princess saw this and hurriedly said, Today, the Empress has set up a banquet. The monarch and the officials are gathered together and the atmosphere is joyous and harmonious. I know that Princess Taiping's dancing skills are outstanding. Why don't we invite Taiping to sing and dance to help the Empress enjoy the wine? Wu Zetian looked at Taiping and smiled. Daughter, your mother hasn't seen you sing and dance for a long time. Today is a rare occasion, why don't you dance for your mother? Princess Taiping saw that all the invited members of the imperial family were sitting together with their husband and wife, while she was alone. She couldn't help but feel a little lonely. She vaguely remembered that when her father was still alive, Li Tang's family would gather together at every banquet. But now, there were only a few Li family members left. She felt even more sad and said, Your daughter is a little tired and has drunk a few cups. It's not suitable for me to dance. Empress Wu's face darkened slightly. Shangguan Wana was sitting beside her happily. When she saw that Empress Wu was unhappy, she hurriedly said, It's better for two people to dance than for one person to dance alone. Wana is willing to dance twin Tuja Ji with Princess. I wish the Empress eternal youth and longevity as long as the heavens. Shangguan Wana got up and walked over to Princess Taiping. She gently pulled her sleeve and gave her a look. Taiping understood. She knew that her mother had always been strong and it wouldn't be good to embarrass her. She also got up and said, "Then, your daughter will dance with Shangguan Daijiao. If I don't dance well, mother must not laugh at me." Empress Wu's countenance cleared up. She laughed and said, "You little girl, what are you afraid of if your mother laughs at you? Besides, how can these dances compare to my daughter's dancing? Quickly dance." Today's banquet was grand. Shangguan Wana, who always wore men's clothing, and Princess Taiping, who liked to wear men's clothing, were both wearing colorful palace dresses. One was pure white and elegant, the other was as red as a raging fire. They didn't need to change into special dancing clothes. The little eunuch went to make arrangements. The dancers and singers quickly withdrew. The musicians also stopped playing, waiting for the two to come on stage to perform the Tuzhezhi dance. Princess Taiping and Shangguan Wana both came down from the stage. They stood opposite each other on the red carpet. One was wearing a blazing red dress, the other was wearing a snow-white dress. They had their own characteristics, but they were all charming. They immediately attracted everyone's attention. Dong, dong, dong. The musicians sat on the bow of the boat. The gala-painted boat was anchored on the opposite side of the riverside. The drums sounded 3 times. Princess Taiping and Shangguan Wana raised their sleeves. Pa. They raised their sleeves and swung their waists, just like a phoenix spreading its wings. Dong, 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 dong. The rhythmic sound of drums sounded, followed by the accompaniment of various musical instruments with the style of the Western regions. It made people who listened to the cheerful music have a magical power to dance with it. On the stage, Princess Taiping straightened her shoulders and held her chin. She twisted her waist and bent her hips. Her right arm stretched out like a snake and her left leg slightly covered behind her buttocks. Her enchanting posture and enchanting curves made people's hearts beat faster. Shangguan Wana did the same movement as her. The difference was that she raised her left arm and sucked her right leg behind her buttocks. The two of them did the same movement. It was as if they were dancing alone in front of a mirror. The red one was like fire, the white one was like snow. The colors were bright. The Tuzhezhi first move of the drum. The flowery gown was slender. Both had slender waists and both were enchanting. They squatted, knelt, folded their wrists, and spun around. Their movements were vigorous and graceful. One advanced, one retreated, and the other moved back and forth. Their white dresses danced like flying snow, while their red dresses were like raging flames. In addition, both of them had the same rosy complexion, and it was mesmerizing to watch. Good. Good. Hehe, your daughter danced really well. Since she became a wife, I haven't seen her dance for a long time. It's hard for this child to not be left behind. Wu Zetian nodded her head repeatedly. Her face was full of smiles. The noble princess stole a glance at her face. She said softly, "Taiping is young, beautiful, and talented. The empress should be proud to have such a good daughter. It's just that. Noble princess and Taiping have a good relationship. We often see each other. I always feel that Taiping is often depressed." Wu Zetian's face turned slightly cold. She was the one who ordered the death of Taiping's son-in-law, Xue Shao. She also knew that this matter hurt her daughter greatly. For this reason, she broke the rule that the princess of the Tang dynasty could not have more than 350 households. She raised Princess Taiping's fief to 1,200 households. Princess Taiping's fief was raised to 1,000 households in the Tang dynasty. At the same time, she was rewarded with a large amount of wealth. She also knew that these worldly possessions could not make up for the harm her daughter had suffered. She still remembered when Xue Shao had just been arrested and thrown into prison. Her daughter had knelt in front of her and begged for mercy. However, she could only do this. This world is fair to everyone. If you want to gain something, you must lose something. Even someone as powerful as her could not have it both ways between the throne and familial love. The noble princess hurriedly said, "Empress, noble princess means that Taiping is so young and beautiful. How can she waste her life like this? Noble princess was widowed when she was young and knows the feeling of a lonely quilt on a cold night. Empress, you love typing the most. Can you bear to let her suffer so miserably? Noble princess thinks that Empress should quickly choose a good son-in-law for typing. At that time, the husband and wife will be in harmony and love will be complete. Empress, you will also be able to put down your worries, right? Wu Zetian hesitantly said, we have naturally thought about this. It's just that Xueshao died less than a year ago. To choose another son-in-law for her now seems a bit. The noble princess said, Empress, you are worrying too much. It is precisely because typing often thinks of her deceased husband that we should choose a son-in-law for her as soon as possible. Wu Zetian was somewhat moved. She muttered to herself, I just don't know which family's son is suitable. The noble princess hurriedly said, speaking of this, there is really no one more familiar with this than me. If Empress has this intention, then I will immediately start making arrangements. Wu Zetian also knew that the noble princess had a good relationship with many people. She was an active person in Luojing's circle of nobles. After thinking for a while, she finally nodded and said, fine, then, help me look around and see which family's son is worthy of my daughter. The noble princess was overjoyed. She hurriedly replied, yes, your majesty. Wu Chengxi sat behind a table on the left and cast a glance at the noble princess. The noble princess nodded slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Wu Chengxi was very happy. He raised his cup and drank it in one gulp. At this time, thunderous applause and cheers could be heard everywhere. Wu Zetian and the noble princess looked forward and saw that Princess Taiping and Shangguan Wn were performing the last move of the twin zhizhi. It was a very large waist-bending movement. The white part was like the moon and the red part was like the rainbow. It won the applause of the entire hall. The moon quietly crept up the treetops. The chirping of insects lingered in the ears. The spring breeze gently caressed their faces. It made the forest seem even more quiet. Yang Fan leaned against a tree and broke off a stalk of grass out of boredom. He played with it in his hand for a while and then put it in his mouth. Xie Xiaoman gave him a handkerchief. The handkerchief had a light and delicate fragrance on it, and there was a line of beautiful handwriting on it. When the moon rises above the willow branches, I look forward to meeting Langjun, Wn. Yang Fan came, holding the handkerchief with his daughter's fragrance. The moon had already climbed up the treetops, but there was still no trace of her. Yang Fan was already a little anxious. Wan left Princess Taiping's dormitory. She walked along the winding corridor of the temple to the side hall and walked to a door in the side hall. When Wu Zetian told her to spend more time with Princess Taiping, she knew that her chance had come. As long as she didn't stay by Empress Wu's side, even if she left for a while, she would have an excuse to cover up. No one would care about her whereabouts. Several guards who were on duty tonight were standing in front of the door of the side hall, chatting with each other. As soon as they saw Shangguan Wn, they quickly straightened up and said respectfully, Shangguan Wn awaits the edict. Yes. Shanghai Wan lightly responded. She was about to step out when a cook asked, waiting for the imperial edict, where are you going? Shanghai Wn said, I'm just taking a walk to relax. The cook hurriedly said, it's getting late. Waiting for the imperial edict to go out. Do you need me to bring a few guards? Shangguan Wn said indifferently, what can happen in this place? I like the quiet. The cook embarrassedly agreed and didn't dare to speak anymore. Shanghai Wn slowly walked out of the mountain gate and walked into the forest path. As soon as she was out of the sight of the guards, she immediately quickened her pace. It's not easy to get rid of Lingyu. The time has passed. I'm afraid I can't wait for Langjun. Chapter 166. Shanghai Wn hurriedly ran to the place where Yang Fan had pounced on her last time. She stretched out her hand and pulled the ribbon on her arm. Because she ran too quickly, the ribbon got caught on a branch. Gasping for breath, it was quiet all around. Yang Fan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Shanghai Wn couldn't help but be startled. Could it be that Xiaoman didn't send the message? That can't be. Xiaoman has already reported to me that he was the one who personally received the silk handkerchief. Also, I've already checked, he's not on duty today. Could it be that he was also delayed by something? Because Shanghai WNR came out from Princess Taiping's place, it was not suitable for her to change her attire, so this was her regular attire from Princess Taiping's place. She wore a lotus root silk blouse and a light yellow skirt. This was a revealing outfit, with a crimson v-neck, a pair of full breasts that didn't match her slender figure, squeezing out an alluring cleavage. Following her rapid breathing, her soft breasts rose and fell, her snow-white skin was reflected by the moonlight, like a light snow on a sunny day. Slowly bundled silk skirt covered half of her chest, like a white jade with cicada wings and silk clothes. Looking at a beauty under the moonlight, it was really soft and charming. At this time, a shadow flashed behind the tree. Yang Fan flashed out with a smile. Shanghai WNR first covered her mouth in shock. When she saw it was him, she threw herself at him. Just as she was about to enter his embrace, she suddenly stopped, shyly looked at him, lowered her head and said, "Bad guy. You came early, but hid here to scare me." This sentence was even more touching, no different from exposing a young girl's feelings. Yang Fan's heart was moved, he was overjoyed, he knew that his family's WNR was not a bookworm, but actually quite interesting. He couldn't help but chuckle, gently grabbed her pair of soft hands and mischievously said, "Who told you to come late? You made me wait for so long, scaring you is already light, you didn't come late, you should be spanked until your little butt is swollen." Shanghai WNR aggrievedly said, "How can there be such a rule?" Yang Fan put on a straight face and said, "Why not? This is the rule in Nanyang, so this is the rule of our Yang family." Shangguan WNR thought about how her buttocks were going to be hit by his big hand, and how he would hit it until it was red and swollen. She was ashamed and embarrassed, but also wronged. Thereupon she raised her little face and with a blushing face begged, "Can't I hit you?" He had no choice but to escape with great difficulty. "In all my years, I have never been beaten before. My mother has never beaten me before, and the Empress has never beaten me before." In the beginning, Yang Fan thought that she was just joking with him. Listening to her interesting words, he was delighted. However, the more he listened, the more he felt that something was wrong. Looking at her serious and aggrieved expression, he couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Fan asked tentatively, "You can't be thinking that. I'm really going to spank you, right?" Shangguan WNR was stunned and asked in surprise, "Didn't you just say that?" After a brief pondering, Yang Fan sorted out his chaotic thoughts and explained, "I wasn't really fighting. I was fighting for real, no. I mean, I wasn't using all my strength." Shangguan Wan's big innocent eyes widened, and she asked in surprise, "Then why are you fighting?" Although Yang Fan was still a young boy, when he was in Nanyang, young boys and precocious girls of the same age often talked about these topics. When he came to Luang's Xiuwen workshop, he spent all day with the workshop attendants and was even more imperceptibly influenced. He tried hard to recall the teachings of the girls and the hot words of the Nanyang sisters, and tried to use the simplest words to explain. "Actually, this spanking is just a light pat, and it's very enjoyable. Not only is it not painful, but it's also very comfortable." "Oh, then isn't it a waste of time?" Yang Fan said patiently, "It's not a waste of time. Its purpose is not to hit people, it's actually a kind of bedroom pleasure, a method of flirting between men and women." "Oh, I see." Shangguan Wana slightly tilted her head, her delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. She seemed to understand, but she was very serious and trying very hard to understand it. The exquisite royal sister in Yang Fan's eyes suddenly disappeared. This was clearly an extremely cute little girl, the body of a royal sister, the heart of a little girl. Yang Fan weakly held his forehead. The quiet Yi River was silent, but under the moonlight, the flowing water constantly flashed with layers of light. Yang Fan and Shangguan Wana sat on a rock about 3 feet above the river, the trees and weeds around them hiding their figures. Yang Fan's hand was wrapped around Wana's slender waist, and Wana automatically snuggled into his arms, her face full of sweetness. Of course, right now, Yang Fan could not make any further moves. He only put his hand on her waist, which made Wana's delicate body tense up. It took a long time for her to calm down. No matter if Yang Fan's hand was moving up to touch those 2 soft lumps of flesh, or if he wanted to quietly slide down to get closer to her round and perky buttocks, WN would quietly grab his hand and put it back on her waist. Right now, she was already intoxicated with a man snuggling up to her like this, listening to his soft words of love, and feeling the heat of his large hands on her waist. She couldn't take any more intimacy. Am I stupid? After several times of not understanding or misunderstanding Young Fan's words of love, and seeing Young Fan's embarrassment, the clever Wanna finally sensed that something was wrong. She could not help but ask carefully. Of course not. Young Fan gently kissed her smooth and tender cheeks. He softly said in her ear, "Can a stupid woman become a female scholar who weighs the talents of the world? In fact, my Wanna is too naive. You grew up in the palace, and you have never been in contact with these people and these things." Shanghai Wanna was relieved. She put her face on his chest and rubbed it sweetly. She softly said, "I don't know how to be your woman, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have you. You can teach me." Mr. Young wanted to say, "Come, help me pull some grass and lay it here. Strip yourself and lie on it." However, he could only think about it. As a new teacher, he also understood the principle of step by step. He had to guide her step by step. He could not scare his good student. However, it was not always Young Fan who played the role of Mr. Young. When they naturally talked about their future, Shanghai Wanna showed that she had always been smart and capable. "Lang Jun, we can't make our relationship public yet. The Empress is about to ascend the throne. In the past, many things could only be handled by me, who was waiting for an imperial edict in the palace. Once I become the Empress, I can legitimately rule over all the officials in the world. I can meet the internal and external ministers. The prime ministers can help the Empress with a lot of things. Maybe I can have more freedom." Shanghai Wanna apologetically said to Young Fan, "Also, your current official position. Lang Jun, please don't misunderstand. I don't care about it, but the Empress does. The Empress values family background and status the most. If I say I want to marry you, even if others don't say anything, the Empress will not agree." Young Fan nodded his head heavily and said, "I understand. This is also what worries me." Shanghai Wanna said, "Wanna has planned for Lang Jun. Lang Jun, please don't blame Wanna for making a decision on my own." Young Fan said, "Of course not. What is Wanna's plan?" Shanghai Wanna said, "Wanna has thought of 2 ways. One is to let Lang Jun change his official position 3 times a day. In less than a year, you will be a top official. At that time, with Lang Jun's status, it won't be difficult for you to marry Wanna. The other way is slightly more difficult, but it is also an opportunity. As for how to do it, I still need to think carefully." This little girl who snuggled in Young Fan's arms like a little bird was indeed worthy of being the hidden minister of the Tang dynasty. Young Fan usually saw her handling memorials for Wu Zetian, and from time to time she would go to Hongwen Library to recite poems with the scholars. Otherwise, she would change into martial arts clothes and be active on the court. But now, it was so easy for her to turn a small soldier into an official of the court. The little girl had become a big sister, and an omnipotent big sister at that. Young Fan said, "What is Wanna's plan?" Shanghai Wanna said, "The first method is for Lang Jun to retire from the army. Wanna will find someone to recommend Lang Jun to become an official." Young Fan frowned and said, "Is it so easy to become an official?" Shanghai Wanna said sweetly, "Of course it is difficult, but easy is not difficult. Our imperial examinations are held once a year, and each examination only takes a dozen people. How can we satisfy the needs of the officials of such a big country? Self-recommendation, recommendation, imperial examination, inheritance, grace. There are many ways to become an official. Wanna assists the Empress in handling government affairs, and many officials in the court owe Wanna a favor. This is a small favor, and people will naturally help. At that time, it doesn't matter if it is through recommendation, or if Lang Jun chooses a famous family and becomes a relative, it will be easy to get Lang Jun an 8th or 9th rank official. Of course, there was a recommendation system at that time, but the people who were recommended were either famous, talented, or originally low-ranking officials with political achievements. In short, they had to have a certain level of qualifications. But of course, this was not a problem for Shangguan Wn. As for the family shadow system, It was a special benefit for officials of 5th rank and above. They had the right to recommend their own children to become officials. Di Renjie's third son, Di Guangzhou, used this method to become an official. But this system was no longer limited to children. Because everyone was doing this, no one came out to find fault. Whoever dared to break this unspoken rule that was beneficial to all officials would become the public enemy of the court. Even someone as incorruptible as Di Renjie used to recommend his aunt's nephew, who was not his biological brother, to become an official through the family shadow system. So Shanghai Wanna didn't even need to deliberately find a rich family with the same surname for young Fan. She just needed to attach herself to a distant relative and get him a low-ranking official. With Shanghai Wanna's power as the prime minister, it was very easy for her to get an 8th or 9th rank official. But of course, an 8th or 9th rank official was still not qualified to marry a woman of Shanghai Wanna status. But from an 8th or 9th rank official, almost every step was as difficult as ascending to the sky. Shanghai Wanna let him be a low-ranking official first. Her intention was obviously to let him enter the court system first. Although young Fan was not very familiar with the court, he was clear about this. He couldn't help but ask, but then, how do you change your official position 3 times in a day and become an official within a year? Chapter 167. Persuasion. Shanghai WNR stared at young Fan and said, "The Empress is about to ascend to the throne, but this window paper has not been pierced yet. There will definitely be someone who will pierce it. This person has to represent the will of the people, so the official position cannot be too high, and it cannot be a nephew of the Wu family. Ordinary people are too much of a joke, so it must be a low-ranking official." Shanghai WNR said, "You used to be a worker at the Shouwen workshop, a monk at the White Horse Temple, and a soldier of the Imperial Army. Your Kuju and Jiju are famous in Luojing, and you have a large number of fans. Not only can you represent the people, but you can also easily gather people from all walks of life to lead the persuasion. This is completely different from the first merit. As long as you can make this contribution, you will soon become an official of the people." Young Fan said, "Meritorious service is also a talent. Just leading the persuasion will make me an official of the people." Shanghai WNR smiled and said softly, "Lang Jun, have you not heard of the story of buying a horse's bones with 1,000 pieces of gold?" Young Fan suddenly understood. He thought for a while and slowly asked, "Then what is the second method?" Shanghai WNR's eyes flashed with a strange light. She asked, "Lang Jun, you are not willing to persuade the people? Do you also think that a woman seizes the dawn, only the family rope?" Young Fan shook his head and said, "In this world, is it important whether the Li or the Wu family is the emperor? Is it important whether the emperor is a man or a woman? I don't think so. As long as he is a good emperor who can bring happiness to the world, what does it matter? When I was in Nanyang, I saw some small countries where women were the kings. The people lived and worked in peace, and the sky did not fall. However, using persuasion as a way to advance is a shortcut, but also a dangerous one. When I was in Nanyang, I had a very insightful elder who taught me a lot about how to behave and how to do things. He also told me about the world's events from ancient times until now. Since ancient times, those who used this shortcut to advance to the top did not have a good ending. A person with no foundation suddenly stepped on the heads of countless people and became their natural enemy. Especially now, cruel officials were running amok in the imperial court, and the various powers were tangled and complicated. It was even more dangerous to be in such a high position. Besides, if I use this method to get promoted, I will be looked down upon by others. If I become an official who is looked down upon, I will not be happy, and WNR will not be happy either." Shangguan Wanna happily said, "Wanna is also worried about this, but I haven't had time to tell Lang Jun about the pros and cons of this matter. I didn't expect Lang Jun to be able to see through the mystery and see through it so clearly." "Don't flatter me," Young Fan said with a laugh. "I don't know much about the officialdom. How can I have this kind of ability? You only need to say it and I can see the pros and cons clearly. In fact, it's because you said just now that you've thought of 2 methods, and that the other one is more difficult and requires careful consideration. If there were no downsides to this method of persuading Wanna to be promoted, with Wanna's intelligence, Why would she spend so much effort to think of a second method? It was because I remembered what you said that I was certain that this method must be accompanied by great benefits and great harm, so I racked my brain to think of what's so bad about it. Shangguan Wanna pursed her lips and smiled. Lang Jun, you don't have to be so modest. Although it's like that, how many people would think about the disadvantages of this method of promotion? Lang Jun is so young, but your mind is so meticulous, you really can't be compared to an ordinary man. Yang Fan grabbed her slender waist and said with a smile, if it was an ordinary man, how could he enter Shangguan Daijiao's eyes? Shangguan Wanna looked up and pouted coquettishly. You still call me Shangguan Daijiao? Yang Fan said, I won't call you that, I'll only call you Wanna, my good Wanna. He lowered his head and caught her cherry lips, teasing her with his tongue. Shangguan Wanna's delicate body softened, and she panted and collapsed into his arms. Her charming eyes were like silk, and then she asked, Wanna, what's the second method? Shangguan Wan's body went limp. She felt that as soon as he kissed her, there was an indescribable sweetness in her body. She was 25 years old, and this was the first time she had experienced such a feeling of floating in the air. After Yang Fan finished his question, Wanna was still lying on his lap like she was drunk. After a while, she gently hit him and pouted coquettishly, Bad man, you've made me so confused, how can I talk? Who said that this little girl didn't understand the matters between a man and a woman? After all, she was a mature girl. The only thing she lacked was this kind of knowledge. Now that she was teased a little, she naturally glowed with all kinds of amorous feelings. If her naivety in love was a little more mature, it was unknown how charming she would be. Shangguan Wanna sat up and tidied her hair. Then she said, the other method is more difficult. Now, I only have a general idea. As for how to do it, I need to think about it carefully. Yang Fan said, tell me about it. Wanna sorted out her thoughts and said slowly, the second method I think is to continue to develop in the army. But I need to transfer the 16 guards of the Southern Office to the Northern Office. Although Yang Fan was now a member of the Royal Army, he didn't know the complicated relationship of the Royal Army. He couldn't help but wonder, the Northern Office? Wanna nodded and said, yes. The 16 guards of the Southern Office need to be approved by the Ministry of War even if the Empress mobilizes them. And the Northern Office, to be exact, is the Emperor's private army. This private army has existed since the founding of the Tang dynasty. It was originally the 30,000 elite troops who followed Emperor Gaozu in Taiyuan. After the founding of the Tang dynasty, this army is independent of all other armies. Even the Ministry of War can't command it. It only listens to the Emperor and acts according to the Tiger Seal. It is called the Yuan Tsung Imperial Army. When Emperor Taizong was in power, he selected 100 elite guards from the Yuan Tsung Imperial Army to guard the Xuanwu Gate. They wore tiger-skin clothes and rode on horses, so they are called 100 horsemen. Shangguan Wanna said sweetly, you are a big horseman, and you will be on duty every 3 months. Eventually, you will be transferred out of the palace. Once you are transferred to the Northern Office Imperial Army, you will be the Empress's private army and can stay in the palace. And once you become one of the 100 horsemen, you will be the Empress's private guard. You can walk freely in the palace, and there will be fewer restrictions. Yang Fan just knew that there were so many tricks in it. Seeing Shanghai Wanna talking proudly, he couldn't help scratching her nose gently and said with a smile, in this way, I can see Wanna often, right? Shanghai Wanna smiled mischievously and said in a sweet voice, no. They said that once you become 100 horsemen, it will be much easier for you to be promoted than the generals of the Southern Office. The Northern Office Imperial Army is actually the Emperor's private army, but nominally it is attached to the Yulin Guard. The general of the Yulin Guard is Wu Yuyi, the nephew of the Empress. The general of the left Yulin Guard is Yang Jingrong, and the general of the right Yulin Guard is Li Duozhua. In fact, Li Duozhua and Yang Jingrong can only mobilize the ordinary Yulin Guard. Only Wu Yuyi has the right to mobilize the Yuan Tsung Imperial Army, which is the strongest and most powerful. Have you heard of the Plum Blossom Internal Guard? The Plum Blossom Internal Guard is also a part of the Yuan Tsung Imperial Army. Do you understand how much power they have now? Yang Fan nodded solemnly. Shanghai Wanna frowned slightly and said, It's just that after becoming a Yuan Song Imperial Army, it's not easy to be promoted step by step and become the trusted commander of the Emperor's trusted army. I haven't thought about how to make Lang Jun stand out in the Yuan Song Imperial Army. Yang Fan gently put his arm around her shoulder and comforted her. This kind of thing can't be arranged by you. I'm a man. If I rely on you for everything, how can it be? You've shown me the way. If I walk on this road and climb this mountain, I still have to rely on my own efforts. I don't believe that I'm worse than others. Yang Fan gently sighed and let her head lean on his chest. He looked at the clear moon in the sky and the faintly discernible stars. For a moment, he was filled with lofty sentiments. From now on, he had another goal in life. He wanted to kill his enemy, find his little sister, marry his woman, and work hard to become an official, a high-ranking official. Shanghai Wanna looked at his handsome and energetic face with fascination. His eyes were confident and firm. She was gratified and said, "Yes, I believe in Lang Juan's ability. Lang Jun doesn't need to worry too much. As long as we have the heart to seize every opportunity, it shouldn't take too long." She gently leaned on Yang Fan's chest and murmured, "In order to make the Empress the Emperor, there will inevitably be a reign of terror in the court. There will be many vacancies, and many opportunities will appear." It was a light sentence, but it was like a clap of thunder in a silent place. The sea of officialdom had been quietly stirred up. But Wanna didn't want to think about this. This was not something she could control. These years, she had seen too many ups and downs of life and death. The only thing she wanted was to protect herself and the people she cared about in this turbulent time. Since the day she became a palace slave, there were very few people she cared about in this world. Now, there was one more person she cared about in this world, her man. Wanna gently sighed and buried her head deep in Yang Fan's chest. Listening to his powerful heartbeat, she suddenly felt a peace in her heart that she had never felt before. Perhaps, this was happiness. A wisp of cloud passed by in the sky. The moonlight cast mottled shadows in the forest. Wanna only hoped that time would stop at this moment, but she knew in her heart that it was time for her to go back. I'm going back. Yang Fan accompanied Wanna until they were a stone's throw away from Taiping's residence. If they went any further, there might be soldiers patrolling and they would inevitably be seen. Shanghai Wanna stopped and reluctantly said to Yang Fan. On the way back, her little hand was held by Yang Fan. It was as if she had become a delicate little woman. She liked the feeling of her hand being held by his broad and strong hand. Yang Fan nodded and said in a low voice, "I don't know when it will be convenient to see you again." Shanghai Wanna was satisfied with her lover's attachment to her. Her eyes were full of hope and she smiled sweetly. "I will think of a way. Let's go. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid Taiping will be suspicious." Yang Fan nodded. Shanghai Wanna gently pulled her hand out of his hand and took 2 steps back. She looked at him affectionately and turned to step onto the small path that led to the mountain gate. Shanghai Wanna, wearing a light-colored apricot yellow dress, was bathed in the hazy starlight and moonlight. She was like a fairy walking on the waves. Chapter 168. On the same night, on the shore of Chiu Lake, a Wu boat swayed gently on the surface of the lake in the spring breeze. Suddenly, a hurried bell rang, and a ray of light from the cabin shone on the deck. There was a thin rope tied to the side of the ship, and there was a bell hanging on the thin rope. At this moment, the thin rope was stretched taut, and the other end was far away in the water. The bell kept ringing along with the rapid trembling of the thin rope. "Ha ha ha! It's hooked!" With a burst of old and loud laughter, a short and fat old man wearing a round-neck robe and barefooted hurriedly ran to the deck with a book in his hand. When he saw the urgent ringing of the bell, he hurriedly threw the book to the side and hurriedly pulled the rope from the water. 2 more people came out from behind him. One was a strong, dark, skinny man, who ran forward to help him pull the rope. The other was a pretty girl dressed in green. She rolled up the bamboo curtain unhurriedly and tied the rope to the frame of the cabin door. The cabin lights illuminated the bow of the ship. With the help of the man, the old man pulled the rope to the bow of the ship, and a lively big grass carp was pulled onto the ship by him. This big grass carp weighed about 30 to 40 pounds, and it jumped with all its might, almost pulling the fat old man down. The fat old man saw that the big fish was already on the ship, and there was no need to worry about it escaping again. He laughed and said complacently, "How is it? How is it? What did I say? I said we can catch fish without fishing gear, right? Ha 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 ha." The old man put his hands on his waist, which was so fat that it was almost impossible to see his curves, and laughed complacently. The big grass carp slapped under his feet, and the strength was so great that it made the cabin slightly shake. The light shone on the fat old man's face. His hair and beard were already 80% white, and he had a round, slightly dark face. His face was plump, and his eyes were full of spirit, giving people a gentle and generous feeling. He didn't know how to trim his beard, and it matched his fluffy and slightly crooked hair bun. He was completely slovenly. "Ha ha, our Lang really has a way to catch fish like this." The lean man grabbed a clothes-hammering rod and hit the fish's head hard a few times. The fat grass carp finally stopped jumping around. He then bent down and deftly untied the rope. He took off the fish hook and the bell, rinsed them with water and handed them to the fat old man. He then excitedly picked up the big fish. The fat old man picked up the bell, shook the water inside, and handed it to the girl in green, saying, "Chan Huan, the bell is back to you." The pretty girl in green took the bell from the fat old man's hand, squatted down, rolled up her trouser leg, and hung it back on the bell. The old man also pulled a thin rope from the side of his collar. There was a small loop at the end of the rope. The fish hook in the old man's hand had a hook, and as soon as it was hooked onto the iron loop, it was stuck. Nobody knew what it was for. The old man rubbed his hands, and smiled as he urged the thin man, Sheng, quickly clean up the fish and stew it for this old man to drink. Chan Huan, quickly go and make the fire bigger, this old man is almost drooling." The pretty girl in green pursed her lips, smiled, and went back into the cabin. The strong man called Sheng pulled out a sharp knife from his waist, and began to slaughter the fat fish at the bow. The fat old man squatted at the side like a child, as if Sheng could immediately clean up the fish if he didn't blink. Sheng slaughtered the fat fish and muttered, "The Empress is summoning our Lang back to the capital. This is such a big matter, why is our Lang not in a hurry? We've been walking and stopping along the way, and only now have we arrived at Haiyang County. There's still a long way to go before we reach Luojing." The fat old man glared at him and said, "The Empress is summoning me back to the capital, and I'm not even in a hurry. Why are you in such a hurry?" Seeing Sheng skinning the fish, the old man sighed again, looked up at the direction of Luoyang, and murmured, "The weather is going to change." Sheng buried his head in slaughtering the fish and said, "It can't be. The weather looked very clear in the evening, and it shouldn't turn cloudy." The old man ignored him, stroked his beard, and said leisurely, "When the weather changes, there will be a storm of blood. If we arrive a few days later, we will have less of the fishy smell on us." "What's wrong with that?" Sheng looked up and saw the old man stroking his messy beard. He couldn't help but say, Lang, you haven't washed your hands when you caught the fish just now, and now you've stroked your beard." Sure enough. The fat old man was shocked, and quickly ran to the side, picked up a wooden bucket with a rope, went to the lake, and filled a bucket with water, and then washed his beard. By the time he finished washing his beard, Sheng had already packed the fish and sent it to Chan Huan. The fat old man's face was covered in water, and there were still droplets of water dripping down from his beard, wetting the front of his shirt. He ignored it, and only leaned on the side of the boat, looking into the distance, thinking about something. Sheng walked to his side, followed his gaze, and looked into the distance. There was nothing to see, so he leaned on the side of the boat, and said to the fat old man, Lang, the Empress has summoned you back to the capital. Is there a big use for you?" The fat old man made a heh sound, but didn't say anything. Sheng scratched his head, and said, "Since Lang isn't in a hurry to return to the capital, why are we hanging around Lake Chiu? Zhongli is not far from here, and Lang has a cousin who lives in Zhongli. Why don't we go there and be guests for a few days?" The fat old man shook his head lightly, and said sadly, "The Empress is in power, and Li Tang's royal family is declining day by day. Renjie, as a minister, can't support Li Tang's legitimacy, and I'm not willing to resign to show my noble aspirations. My cousin, Fangjing, is not good, and is quite dissatisfied with me. Why should I go there and ask for trouble? So this person was Di Renjie. When he said this old man, who had been like an old urchin with a pure heart, from the moment he rushed to the bow of the boat, had a hint of heaviness and desolation in his tone, and a hint of seriousness in his expression. He was silent for a moment, and suddenly laughed. He pointed to the flickering silver snakes in front of him, and asked, "Ah Sheng, do you know what is the strongest thing in this world?" Shu Sheng didn't waste his time thinking, and directly answered, "I don't know." Di Renjie looked into the distance, and said in a clear voice, "It's water. The hardest thing is easy to break, and the best is like water. Water lives in a good place, and its heart is kind. With good people, it speaks with good words, governs with good governance, does things with good ability, and acts with good timing. On the surface, it looks very weak, but its goal has never changed. No matter how many twists and turns it takes, it will eventually reach the place it wants to go." Shu Sheng said, "Water actually has so many tricks." Di Renjie sniffed, and said, "Not only that. Water can also be used to clean the beard. It can also be used to stew fish." This old man can already smell the fragrance. Quickly bring out the jar of Jiannan roasted spring that Envoy Liu gave to this old man. After a moment of desolation, old Di's face revealed an optimistic and cynical expression. He pulled out 2 thin ropes from under his collar, and tied them around his ears. 2 silver hooks hung down, and then he separated his beard and hung it on the hooks. So the hooks he used to fish were actually his beard hooks. By the riverbank of Yi River, Wu Zetian was half lying on a bamboo couch, and a fishing rod was fixed to the side of the bamboo couch. Above her head was a yellow umbrella, providing shade for her, and the warm sunlight shone on her legs. The dark green water was very calm, and occasionally, a light breeze would blow, and a fishing float would float on the surface of the water. The noble princess hurried over with small steps. Hearing the movement, Wu Zetian opened her eyes slightly. Seeing that she had arrived, she lazily said, "My dear daughter, what have you been doing so early in the morning? We have already caught 3 fish, and you have only just arrived." The noble princess laughed, "Ayo, even if I had rushed to fish last night, I could not have caught more than the heavenly empress." She sat on the bed beside the couch, and leaned forward, and said to Wu Zetian, "Yesterday, didn't the heavenly empress say that she wanted to find a suitable husband for Taiping? How could I dare not to take it seriously? Yesterday, when I went back, I asked people to pick out all the men in the capital who are qualified to support Taiping. Didn't I choose them all morning?" "Oh." Hearing this, Wu Zetian sat up with great interest, and said happily, "Have you chosen?" The noble princess said, "I have carefully chosen all morning, and have chosen 5 men. Heavenly Empress, please listen and see which one is suitable." Wu Zetian laughed, "All right, all right, all right. Speak." Saying this, she waved her hand, and the pretty maid serving her, Tuan quickly presented a bowl of fermented rice. Tuan was Empress Wu's trusted maid, and she took care of Empress Wu's daily needs. With just a look from Wu Zetian, she would know what Empress Wu needed, and thus, she was the most favored by Empress Wu. Wu Zetian drank a mouthful of fermented rice, and said to the noble princess, "Tell me, I want to know which family's son has this good fortune." The noble princess said with a smile, "The first one is the minister-councillor of the Shangshu province, Ni Ming. He is only 27 years old this year, and is already a secondary class, 6th rank official. He works in the Shangshu province, and is young and promising. This Ni Ming originally had a wife, but because he did not have any children, he divorced her, and now he is still single." Wu Zetian frowned slightly, and said, "Ni Ming, surnamed Ni? It doesn't sound like he is from a noble family." The noble princess hurriedly said, "Yes, this Ni Ming is from an ordinary family, but he is talented and learned." Wu Zetian waved her hand slightly, and said unhappily, "No, how can my beloved daughter marry a commoner from a poor family? Who is next?" Wu Zetian placed great importance on one's family background. Although when she was in power, in order to fight against the Shandong great families and Guanlong great families, she had promoted some of the children of the concubines. However, this was only for political purposes. Wu Zetian, who was born into a noble family, looked down on the poor people of the concubines. In the beginning, when her beloved daughter, Princess Taiping, married Xue Shao, Wu Zetian even despised Xueshao's two sisters-in-law, who were of humble birth, and did not deserve to be her daughter's sisters-in-law. She issued an edict to force Xueshao's two elder brothers to divorce their wives. Fortunately, Xueshao's two elder brothers were deeply in love with their wives, and could not bear to abandon them. They hurriedly verified that their wives came from a noble family in Jiangnan, and only then did they let it go. Even her daughter's sisters-in-law came from a poor family, and she was not willing to accept it, so how could she let her daughter marry a commoner? Therefore, the noble princess only said half of what she wanted to say before she was vetoed. The noble princess awkwardly said, "Aya, these people that you have chosen, in terms of appearance, character, and learning, they are all flawless, but their background," Wu Zetian said, "could it be that the 5 people that you have carefully selected are all from poor families, and not a single one is from a noble family?" Chapter 169. The noble princess said slowly, If one's family background is also suitable, I do have another candidate. It's just that, this person was originally ranked the last of the 5 by me. Compared to the others in other aspects, he seems to be slightly inferior." Wu Zetian said disapprovingly, "Since this person is from an aristocratic family, how can he be inferior to those from poor families? Who are you talking about?" The noble princess smiled and said, "This person is your nephew, Empress Wu, Wu Chengxi, Minister Wu." Wu Zetian was stunned and said in surprise, "Chengxi?" The noble princess said, "Yes, in terms of status, those people naturally can't be compared to Wu. Or in terms of family background, talent and ability, they can't even be compared." However, Wu Xiong's age was slightly older. Taiping is only 24, while Minister Wu is already in his early 40s. Chengxi, Wu Zetian didn't listen to what she said and started thinking. Li Lingyu was her most beloved daughter. Her daughter lost her husband, of course, as a mother, she would be concerned. Moreover, her daughter's husband was killed on her order, so she felt even more apologetic towards her daughter, so she wanted to make it up to her. However, because Xueshao had died not long ago, she also knew that her daughter and Xueshao were deeply in love. Xueshao's death must have hurt her deeply, so she didn't intend to find another husband for her so soon, and didn't think about who was more suitable. Now that the noble princess mentioned Wu Chengxi, it evoked another layer of her thoughts. Wu Zetian thought to herself, "I'm about to ascend the throne and become the emperor. Once I become the emperor, the Li family's empire will belong to the Wu family. This child Lingyu has always been proud and arrogant, how can she stand being left out? If she marries a nephew of the Wu family, then she will be the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. A daughter married out is like water spilled out. Speaking of which, she will be considered a member of the Wu family. Moreover, if Lingyu marries the son of the Wu family, Wu and Li will become one, then." Wu Zetian looked at her daughter with satisfaction. If it wasn't for her daughter's idea, she wouldn't have thought of this point. This way, she could solve her daughter's lifelong problem. After changing the world, she wouldn't have to worry about her daughter being suppressed and persecuted by the Wu clan. Moreover, it would greatly benefit her in obtaining the support of the world's people. It was truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The more Wu Zetian thought about it, the happier she became. Regarding the inheritance of the throne, although others had all kinds of speculations, she had never thought of passing it on to her daughter. Just like how Wu Zetian valued the children of the concubines, in her heart, she still valued the great family. Although she wanted to become the emperor as a woman, she had never thought about having a female crown prince. Wu Zetian was not a feminist. She only wanted to become an empress because of her personal power and status. She had no intention of changing the status of women in the world. In her mind, letting her daughter become the daughter-in-law of the Wu family was undoubtedly the best way for her daughter. Wu Zetian nodded as a joyful smile appeared on her face. Good. Very good, Chengxi is a good child. His status is also suitable for your daughter." The princess said, Yes, I also think so. It's just that the age gap is a little big." Wu Zetian rolled her eyes at her and said, "A man is 10 years older than a woman, so they are of the same age. Chengxi is only 41 this year, and your daughter is 24 this year." "Yes. Almost the same, a good match, a very good match." Wu Zetian did what she thought. She happily turned her head and called out, "Tuan go. Summon Taiping to see me." "Yes, Your Majesty." The princess's face quietly flashed a touch of pride. "I won't marry. I said marry, so you must marry. I would rather die. Even if you die, you must be buried in the Wu family's ancestral grave and become the daughter-in-law of the Wu family." Princess Taiping was summoned in front of Wu Zetian. When she heard that she was going to marry Wu Chengxi, she was immediately angry. Wu Zetian's character was very strong. Seeing that her daughter was so stubborn, she could not help but be furious. After a few words, the mother and daughter were at a stalemate. The princess saw that the mother and daughter were at a stalemate and hurriedly comforted, "Empress, please calm down. Taiping, the Empress is doing this for your own good. Besides, Minister Wu's status is also suitable for you. His character and appearance are also not bad." Princess Taiping looked at her coldly. Taiping was not angry, but when she was angry, there was a sense of majesty. Her demeanor was very similar to her mother's. The princess felt a chill in her heart and could not say anything. Princess Taiping looked at Wu Zetian and said sadly, "Mother, children's lives are decided by their parent. Her daughter's lifelong partner was chosen by her mother, but her daughter's lifelong husband was also personally ordered to be killed by her mother. Now, mother wants me to marry someone, but do I like this person?" Princess Taiping looked straight at Wu Zetian and looked gloomy. "It is said that mother loves me the most. But I want to ask mother, when you ordered my husband to be killed, did you care about me? Now, mother wants to choose Wu Chengxi as my husband, how much of it is for me?" Wu Zetian was unable to restrain her anger. She slapped the table and said, "If it is not for you, then who is it for? How do you know about my painstaking efforts?" Princess Taiping shook her head lightly and said bitterly, "I do not know about mother's painstaking efforts, and I do not want to know. I only know that if it was not for mother's painstaking efforts, I would not have lost my husband, and my children would not have lost their father. Mother's painstaking efforts, I really do not want to accept it anymore. You disobedient child." Wu Zetian was so angry that she trembled. Princess Taiping bowed to Wu Zetian slowly and said in a very light and cold voice, "If mother wants me to marry, I would rather become a nun again." Princess Taiping slowly straightened her back and waved her sleeves to leave. Princess Taiping looked at Princess Taiping, who left decisively, and then looked at Wu Zetian, who was so angry that she did not know what to say. Princess Taiping is going to pack up and return to Luoyang. A little palace maid hurriedly ran into Shanghai WN's meditation room and reported to her. Shanghai WN put down the memorial and said in surprise, "Didn't Princess say that she would stay in Dragon Gate for a few days? Why did she leave? Is there anything urgent in the city?" The little palace maid said, "I don't know. Her Highness was summoned in the morning." Her Highness came back angrily and immediately ordered people to pack up and leave Dragon Gate. "Oh." Shanghai WN frowned and thought for a while. She put down the brush and stood up, saying, Let's go see the princess." On the bank of Yi River, Princess Taiping angrily boarded a gala-painted boat with a large group of servants and ordered, "Weigh the anchor, I want to leave immediately." The boatman did not know why Princess Taiping wanted to leave in a hurry. Seeing her unhappy face, he did not dare to say anything. He hurriedly obeyed the order and set sail to leave Dragon Gate. Shanghai WN rushed back to Princess Taiping's residence, but there was nothing. When she rushed to the bank of Yi River, she saw a big ship with its huge sail open and 2 arrows away. Along the Yi River, a large ship was sailing towards them. When it reached the checkpoint on the water, it anchored and stopped. The Right Guard Commander Wu Yuji watched the large ship stop. Holding his sword, he boarded the ship with a heavy expression. Beside him, a thin man in green with long eyebrows bent his back slightly. He did not move an inch away from him and whispered, "General, this is the order of Minister Wu and Minister Wu." Wu Yuji raised his hand and the man did not speak. He just coldly winked at the guards behind Wu Yuji. At the bow of the ship, a general had already come to greet them. As soon as he saw Wu Yuji, he immediately bowed, "Subordinate Hu Biao, greets General Wu." Wu Yuji nodded with a sullen face and asked, "Has Prince of Zun been brought back?" The green-clothed, thin-faced man at the side emphasized coldly, "General, Li Sujie is now a criminal, not Prince of Zun." Wu Yuji glanced at him and did not speak. The armored general cupped his fists and said, "Li Sujie and all his family have been brought back." The corner of Wu Yuji's eyes twitched and he said in a deep voice, "Take them to the deck." The green-clothed, thin-faced man laughed coldly. His surname was Li Gui and he was Wu Sance's personal attendant. Therefore, although he was domineering, the cowardly Wu Yuji did not dare to offend him easily. The Prince of Zun that Wu Yuji asked about was called Li Sujie, the fourth son of Emperor Gaozong. His biological mother was consort Xiao Shu. At the age of 6, he was conferred the title of Prince of Yong and Governor of Yong Province. At the age of 12, he was conferred the title of Prince of Zun and transferred to Chizhou Provincial Governor. After his mother, consort Xiao Shu, was killed by Wu Zetian, he was demoted to Shenju Provincial Governor. After that, he was transferred many times and was Shuju Provincial Governor before he was arrested. Zhu Xing secretly reported that Prince of Zun, Li Sujie, and Prince of Zi, Li Shangjin had rebelled and Wu Zetian issued an edict to make fun of them. Prince of Zun, Li Sujie, and his family were escorted to the capital and they happened to pass through Longmen. Because Wu Zetian was now enjoying spring at Longmen, the criminals were escorted directly here. After a while, there was a clatter of iron shackles and a group of people were escorted out of the cabin. These people were men and women, old and young, dressed in different clothes. Some were in official clothes, some were in casual clothes, and some were in casual clothes. It was obvious that they were in different environments when they were arrested. Some were arrested outside, and some were arrested in the bedroom of the inner residence. They didn't even have time to change their clothes. As soon as they stepped on the deck, the sunlight was a little dazzling. As soon as they came out, they all narrowed their eyes. One of them was a middle-aged talent with a clear face, 3 strands of beard under his chin, and a delicate and pretty appearance. He looked to be in his 40s and was Prince of Zun, Li Sujie. Prince of Zun narrowed his eyes slightly and waited until he slowly adapted to the sunlight before casting his gaze on Wu Yuji. He didn't know Wu Yuji. When he was still a teenager, he went to the local government to be an official. Later, Wu Zetian became the empress. Because she hated his mother, consort Xiao Shu, she ordered him not to return to the 2 capitals. From then on, this was the first time he had returned to Luoyang in more than 20 years. The Prince of Zun thought that when they arrived at the dock, they would take him ashore and put him in prison. But when he looked around, it was just a sentry post in the middle of the river and there were many murderous soldiers surrounding them. He couldn't help but be a little stunned. His wife, concubines, and children saw the unkind expressions of the soldiers and couldn't help but gather around him in fear. Wu Yuji looked at the old and young family, his expression full of struggle, and didn't say a word for a long time. Li Gui took a step forward and said gloomily, "General Wu." He deliberately emphasized the word Wu. Wu Yuji's body trembled when he heard this. He suddenly clenched the hilt of his sword and said in a deep voice, "By imperial edict, Li Sujie conspires against the law. Immediately, all the men in the family are to be sentenced to death. The women are to be palace slaves." Chapter 170. Li Sujie, the Prince of Zun, already had an ominous feeling when he saw the situation around him, but he still didn't dare to imagine that with his status as a prince of the Tang dynasty, he would be executed without trial. Hearing Wu Yuji's words, the Prince of Zun was shocked and said in horror, "Sujie is a member of the imperial family, a prince of the Tang dynasty, you dare?" Before Wu Yuji could answer, Li Gui stepped forward and shouted, "What are you waiting for? The general has already given the order, why don't you act?" The warriors behind Wu Yuji swarmed forward and took down all the men of the Li family present. Li Sujie had a total of 13 sons, the oldest of whom was already an adult and the youngest was still in swaddling clothes. They were also taken from their mother's hands. The women and the young children were so frightened that they burst into tears. Li Sujie's arms were firmly clasped and his eyes were red. With tears in his eyes, he shouted with grief and indignation, "This is the Empress Dowager's order, isn't it? Isn't it?" Wu Yuji kept his mouth shut. Li Gui laughed. "What? Are you planning to lodge a complaint in the netherworld? Humph. Do it. Hang his sons first. Hang them one by one." As Li Gui spoke, the shallow pockmarks on his face became particularly obvious because of the swelling and redness of his face. He seemed to be particularly interested in the cruel scene. Wait! Wu Yuji shouted and stopped the soldier's actions. Li Gui suddenly turned to him, his eyes as gloomy as a spitting poisonous snake. What does the general mean? Could it be, you want to defy the will of the emperor? Wu Yuji was well aware that this was a prince who was accused of rebellion and then executed without teaching. But he was even more clear that he couldn't disobey. Although this order came from Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi, it must be Wu Zetian's intention. Otherwise, even Wu Chengxi and Wu Sanxi would never dare to give such an order. If he didn't obey, he would be abandoned by the entire family. Wu Yuji gritted his teeth, suddenly turned around, waved his hand, and shouted, "There is an order of seniority, there is a distinction between superiors and subordinate. First, give Li Sujie death." What kind of cruel devastation was it for a father to watch his own flesh and blood being hanged? And he didn't just have one child, but 13. From big to small, from adults to babies, there were a total of 13 sons. The Prince of Zun had to watch helplessly as his 13 sons were hanged one by one. Wu Yuji shuddered at the thought of that resentment. The only mercy he could spare was to execute Li Sujie first. A piece of white silk was wrapped around Li Sujie's neck. Li Sujie looked up to the sky and howled in grief. "I, Li Tang, am a member of the royal family, a descendant of the royal family. When have I been reduced to a lowly dog? Heavens, ah!" Before he could finish his sorrowful cry, the white silk around his neck tightened. Two strong men, one on the left and one on the right, with their feet in a horse stance, their hands tightened on the white silk, causing it to creak. Li Sujie's face flushed red, her eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The white silk creaked and twisted. After a long time, Li Sujie was like a taut string that suddenly snapped, suddenly softening. The white silk was still twisting, and the women's hoarse cries and shouts could be heard from the side, as well as the frightened cries of Li Sujie's young sons. The Crown Prince of Zun and several of his brothers wanted to struggle and resist, but they were shackled and their arms were twisted tightly by the strong soldiers, so they couldn't move at all. Wu Yuji didn't dare to look at this scene at all. He had already walked to the side of the boat and looked out at the leisurely river, refusing to look back. Li Gui secretly curled his lips and thought, "Trash. Your surname is also Wu." He waved his hand and as soon as the two strong men let go, Li Sujie fell to the ground. According to the rules, he should cover his face with a wet towel in case the hanged person's life was great and he could still catch his breath. But when Li Sujie fell to the ground, the white silk was pulled back and his head was twisted at a strange angle. It was clear that the two strong men had used too much strength and had broken his neck. Li Gui chuckled and waved his hand. "Well, it's time to send our Crown Prince of Zun on his way." Wu Yuji, who turned his head to look at the water and didn't dare to look back, heard this and the corners of his eyes twitched a few times. Next, Li Gui looked at these phoenix children and dragon grandchildren, whimpering and dying at his feet like dogs, and faintly felt a kind of morbid pleasure. Just at this time, Princess Taiping's pleasure boat slowly sailed over from the opposite side. Princess Taiping stood at the bow of the boat, the wind constantly blowing up her clothes, but her mood slowly calmed down. When she first boarded the boat, she was inexplicably angry, but as the anger disappeared, it was replaced by a bellyful of sadness. Li Tang's royal family was like a big tree whose branches were constantly being sawed off, leaving only a bare trunk. It would soon wither, rot and collapse, but she could only watch helplessly. It was her biological mother who dug the grave for the Tang dynasty. She couldn't and was powerless to stop it. She was also a descendant of the Li family. How could she feel good watching this? And what about herself? She was also hurt by her mother again and again. Her mother loved her dearly. There was no doubt that compared to her brothers, whom her mother would kill whenever she wanted to and who did not have a shred of motherly affection, she undoubtedly received her mother's special love and protection. However, compared to her mother's love for power and position, what was she worth? Her mother clearly knew that her husband did not participate in the rebellion, but in order to make an example of him to others, just to frighten people, even if he was her beloved daughter's husband, she could still kill him without mercy. Xue Xiao was still alive and did not hinder her mother's great cause. But just to make others more afraid, and more intensely show that those who opposed her would die, she did not hesitate to let her own daughter become a widow. She closed the palace door and kept her daughter outside. At that time, she was holding her child who was just a month old. Mother cried, child cried, both mother and son cried until they breathed their last. Now, the mother wanted to marry her daughter off to her nephew. Yes, what a good plan this was. The daughter-in-law of the Li family took away the Li family's empire. The son-in-law of the Li family sat on the Li family's empire. In order for her to sit on the throne, she ruthlessly took away her daughter's son-in-law. In order for the descendants of the Wu family to sit on the throne, she forcibly gave her daughter a son-in-law. Tears gradually condensed into beads of tears in Princess Taiping's eyes. She closed her eyes slightly, and 2 crystal tears fell. At this moment, a cry drifted into her ears along with the wind. Princess Taiping suddenly opened her eyes and saw a large ship anchored in front of her. It was a battleship, and Princess Taiping was on a gala-painted pleasure boat. The gala-painted pleasure boat was a multi-story ship, 1 story higher than the battleship. Princess Taiping looked down and saw that the deck of the battleship in front of her was full of corpses. Bai Ling. Bai Ling was sentenced to death. Could it be an ordinary person? Princess Taiping's heart moved. She immediately pointed to the battleship and ordered, "Meet them." Stop. The big ship approached. Because it stopped too quickly, the 2 ships collided slightly, and the people on both ships shook slightly. At this time, the soldiers on the battleship were putting white silk around the neck of a 9-year-old boy. This was the 10th son of Li Sujie, the Prince of Zun. On the deck, there were dead bodies lying on the ground. Li Sujie and his 9 sons had all been hanged. Seeing the tragic situation on the deck, Princess Taiping held the side of the ship with her hand. Before the big ship stopped completely, she shouted to stop the soldiers' actions. 2 maids next to her lifted the footboard and slammed it on the side of the ship, causing the battleship to shake. The plank was made of solid wood, and was extremely heavy. Moreover, it was often soaked in water, so it was even heavier. Normally, it would take 7 or 8 sailors on the ship to lift the plank off the ship. Who would have thought that the 2 strong and stocky women by Princess Taiping's side would unexpectedly have such extraordinary strength, which made those sailors endlessly stunned. Princess Taiping stepped onto the footboard and walked to the bow of the battleship. She looked at the dead bodies on the ground and asked sternly, "Who are the dead? Why are you lynching them here?" Wu Yuji had already turned around when he heard the movement. Seeing the many dead bodies on the ground with their tongues sticking out and their eyes glaring, Wu Yuji was frightened and didn't dare to look anymore. He hurriedly stepped forward and saluted Princess Taiping, saying, "General Wu Yuji greets Princess Taiping." The Wu family had many sons and nephews. Princess Taiping had seen Wu Yuji several times, but she couldn't remember his name. However, from the contact with those palace gatherings, she roughly understood this Wu Yuji. He was different from Wu Sanxi, Wu Chengxi, and the others. He was more reserved and docile, so she found him pleasing to the eye. She nodded and said, "So it's General Wu. What's going on? Who are the dead?" Wu Yuji said, "Princess, the dead are Prince of Zun, Li Sujie and his son." Hearing this, Princess Taiping felt a chill in her heart. When Li Sujie's concubine, Lady Yun, heard that the person who came was Princess Taiping, she immediately struggled out from the hands of a soldier and threw herself on her knees, begging, "Princess, please save your nephew, please save your nephew." Her son was the boy who had just been hanged. Seeing that her son was about to be hanged, Lady Yun felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, but she was powerless to save him. Now that she heard that Princess Taiping had arrived, even if the hope was slim, she couldn't care less. She knocked her head on the ground a few times and hurriedly pulled her son to kneel down, saying anxiously, "Stupid son, quickly kneel down, this is your aunt, quickly beg your aunt to save your life." The child was already scared silly. Hearing his mother's words, he knelt down with a thud. The mother and son kowtowed like pounding garlic, banging on the deck. In a short moment, his forehead was already dripping with blood. Only Lady Yun was begging. The child was so scared that he couldn't speak. He only knew to follow his mother and kowtowing hard. Princess Taiping's heart trembled. As soon as she asked about the identity of the dead, she knew that this matter could not have been Wu Yuji's private execution. Prince of Zun, Li Sujie, was her half-brother. Because of the hatred between their mothers, her relationship with this brother was very cold since childhood, but after all, they were of the same bloodline. A prince of the Tang dynasty, who should have been the most distinguished person, was now strangled here like a dog. As a member of the Li family and a son of the royal family, Princess Taiping couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for the death of a rabbit. Especially the scene of Lady Yun and her son and other concubines and daughters of Prince of Zun kneeling down and begging made her even more miserable. She was also a mother, and just a year ago, she also lost her husband. Princess Taiping's eyes turned red. She slowly raised her head and stared at Wu Yuji. Let them go. Chapter 171. Princess Taiping's words were not firm because she knew that the life and death of these people did not depend on her or Wu Yuji. Wu Yuji stammered, "Your Highness, this general cannot make the decision." Princess Taiping's jade face turned cold as she lightly nodded and said, "I know. Postpone the execution, I will go see the Empress." Wu Yuji heaved a sigh of relief and said, "This general obeys." Li Gui jumped out and said coldly, "What right does your Highness have to interfere with the imperial court's affairs? General Wu, you dare to disobey the Empress' decree?" Princess Taiping looked at his attire and frowned slightly. "Who are you?" Li Gui puffed out his chest and replied loudly, "Wu Yuji, greets Princess Taiping." Princess Taiping's phoenix eyes flashed with killing intent and her lips curled into a cold smile. She nodded slightly and said, "Good. This princess cannot interfere with the imperial court's affairs. This princess also cannot interfere with the imperial court's affairs. But you, this lowly talent, can jump out and point fingers." Li Gui was slightly angry and retorted, "Your Highness, this lowly one is following Minister Wu's order." He did not finish his words when Princess Taiping flicked her sleeve and said in a deep voice, "Take down this arrogant dog for me." Under Princess Taiping's command, the two maids immediately rushed forward in large strides. Li Gui still wanted to resist, but the two maids were sumo masters. How could they let him succeed? They separated to the left and right, raising their hands to catch him. Like an eagle catching a chick, they held him in their hands. His arms in the hands of the two fat maids were like two reeds. Princess Taiping said, "Tie him up and throw him into the river." Li Gui was not afraid when he was being held, but when he heard Princess Taiping's words, he could not help but be shocked and said, "Princess Taiping, I am Minister Wu's man, you dare to kill me?" Princess Taiping smiled coldly and said to Wu Yuji, "This princess is going to see the Empress. General Wu, please wait for a moment." Wu Yuji hurriedly said, "Wu Yuji will wait for the princess's news." Princess Taiping flicked her sleeve and left. The two maids next to her had already gagged Li Gui's mouth, and used the white silk as a rope to tie him up tightly. They were still worried that Li Gui would not sink into the water, so they stuffed a big stone into his bosom to tie him up. By the time Princess Taiping got off the boat and went ashore, the tightly tied up Li Gui had already been thrown into the river. With a splash, Li Gui, who was hugging the big stone and tied up like a baby, quickly sank into the water. The water rippled, and not even a few bubbles appeared. Wu Zetian had already returned to the temporary imperial residence. Her daughter's resistance had made her extremely angry, but once she had made a decision, no one could change it. Perhaps when she was still a talented person, a Jowie, she would succumb to the will of others and do things that went against her will, but that was already a very long time ago. In these decades, no one dared to go against her will. When she was still the Empress, Jiao Zong and Shangguan Yi plotted to abolish the Empress. When she got the news, she rushed to the Empress Palace and sternly asked Jiao Zong why he abolished the Empress and if she had done anything wrong. At that time, no matter how tough her attitude was, there was still a trace of fear in her heart. If Jiao Zong insisted on abolishing the Empress, no matter how tough she was, she would not be able to escape the ending of being banished to the cold palace. But Jiao Zong was far more cowardly than she had imagined. He panicked and denied it, and he blushed and pushed all the blame to Shangguan Yi. It was from that time that she began to realize how strong she was. It was from that time that she began to try to control her husband, the emperor, in her hands. Now, she no longer needed to look at anyone's face, nor did she need to change her mind because of anyone, even if it was her own daughter. When Wu Zetian returned to the temporary imperial residence, she gradually calmed down. Seeing that the mother and daughter quarreled with each other, the princess really regretted it. She accepted the benefits from Wu Chengxi and was blinded by greed. She tried to pull the strings, but she did not expect that Princess Taiping would react so strongly. She was worried that Empress Wu would give up this matter because of her daughter's reaction, and it would be hard to explain to Wu Chengxi. She was also worried that after Princess Taiping forced the marriage, she would resent her. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. After a while, Shanghai Wanna sent a message saying that Princess Taiping had left in anger. The princess was even more afraid. She clung to Wu Zetian and talked about all kinds of things. While comforting Wu Zetian, she was also thinking about how to turn this matter around and not offend anyone. Before she could come up with a comprehensive plan, Tuana suddenly rushed in and reported to Wu Zetian, "Empress, Princess Taiping wants to see you." Wu Zetian and the princess were both stunned. Wu Zetian said curiously, "Since she returned to the city in anger, why did she come to see me? This is not that girl's character." The princess hurriedly said, "I think Taiping has changed her mind. Maybe she has thought it through. Empress, please see her quickly and see what Taiping has to say." Wu Zetian nodded and ordered, "Let her in." After a while, Princess Taiping walked into the room. Wu Zetian snorted coldly with a sullen face and said, "You have really grown up and your wings have hardened. How dare you complain to your mother? Since you have gone back to Luoyang, why did you come back?" Princess Taiping said, "Mother, I came back because of Prince Sun." Wu Zetian's face sank and said, "Prince Sun? What does Prince Sun's matter have to do with you?" Princess Taiping knelt down on both knees and said in a sorrowful voice, "Mother, I met the ship escorting Prince Sun halfway. It was at the Longmen Inn. Prince Sun and his son were hanged on the bow of the ship. The scene was horrible. Mother, when I arrived, Prince Sun and his 9 sons had all been hanged. Now there are only 4 young sons left. Mother, please show mercy and pardon them from death." Wu Zetian said in a deep voice, "Prince Sun's rebellion is unforgivable. As a girl, you shouldn't meddle in state affairs." Princess Taiping smiled sadly. She should have expected that this was the reaction her mother should have. When she begged her to pardon her innocent and harmless husband's life, her mother didn't allow it. How could she let Prince Sun's life go now? But she still held a trace of fantasy and wanted to beg her. If her mother could be moved by the affection of children, she wouldn't be her. Princess Taiping took a long breath and slowly raised her head. "Mother, Prince Sun and his 9 sons have been hanged, leaving only 4 young sons, the oldest of whom is less than 10 years old. Even if Prince Sun rebelled, how could a few urchins less than 10 years old participate in it? I beg Mother to pardon them from death. If Mother agrees, I am willing to marry the Wu family's daughter-in-law." Wu Zetian stared at Taiping for a long time. Her eyebrows were slightly raised and a smile appeared on her lips. She turned to Tuan and said, "You go and pass on my decree. Prince Sun and his 9 sons will be buried with the rights of commoners. All the concubines and daughters will pretend to be palace slaves, leaving the 4 young sons." Wu Zetian pondered for a moment and said, "They will all be sent to Leiju in Lingnan and be strictly guarded by the local government." Tuan agreed and retreated. The Prince of Zun, Li Sujie, as well as Li Ying, Li Wan, Li Ji, Li Yi, and the rest of the 9 sons were all dead. They were casually buried as commoners. The remaining 4 sons, Li Lin, Li Guan, Li Ji, and Li Qinggu, were pardoned from death by Princess Taiping's promise of marriage. After Wu Zetian finished her instructions, she smiled at Princess Taiping and said, "Daughter, get up. I want you to marry into the Wu family for your own good. Besides, you are still young. Do you really want to be a widow for a lifetime?" "Hehe, it just so happens that my daughter, the matchmaker, is also here. Let's discuss your marriage." When Princess Taiping heard Wu Zetian say the word daughter with a pleasant expression, she felt an inexplicable chill in her heart and an indescribable sorrow. What kind of mother and daughter are they? Everything can be used for the exchange of interests, including her own marriage. How vulnerable is family affection in the face of power and interests? Princess Taiping couldn't help but be overjoyed when she saw that things had developed to this point. She hurriedly said, "Our royal family has not held a happy event for a long time. Taiping getting married is a great happy event. Especially marrying Minister Wu, a talented man and a beautiful woman, well matched in social status. We have to plan carefully." Princess Taiping already hated her to the core. She glanced at her coldly and said, "Who said I am going to marry Wu Chengxi?" As soon as this sentence was said, both Wu Zetian and Princess Taiping were startled. Wu Zetian said angrily, "Lingyu, are you going back on your words?" Princess Taiping said boldly, "Your daughter will always keep her words. How can I go back on my words? What's more, mother has made up her mind. How can your daughter go back on her words? However, your daughter has agreed to marry Wu Chengxi, but not Wu Chengxi." Wu Zetian asked curiously, "If you don't marry Wu Chengxi, who do you want to marry?" Princess Taiping's eyes flashed and said, "Wu Yuji." Princess Taiping was dumbfounded. Wu Zetian thought for a while and said, "Yuji? Oh, that child. I remember. If I remember correctly, Yuji has a wife." Princess Taiping knew that Taiping hated her to the core. At this moment, she couldn't care less. She quickly said, "That's right, Taiping. Wu Yuji's wife is still alive and well. Moreover, their relationship is very harmonious." "How can?" Princess Taiping ignored her and only said to Wu Zetian, "Your daughter agrees to marry Wu Chengxi. However, if your daughter wants to marry, I will only marry Wu Yuji. Mother can't even satisfy your daughter's small wish." Wu Zetian frowned slightly and said, "He already has a wife." Princess Taiping smiled slightly, a desolate smile with a touch of provocation. "That is your problem, mother. You can force your daughter to marry, but can't you force Wu Yuji to marry?" She looked coldly at the noble princess again, nodded slightly, and turned around to leave. Princess Taiping looked at Wu Zetian in fear and stammered, "Empress." Wu Zetian was silent for a while. Suddenly, she laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha ha. Good. Good. You are indeed my daughter. Ha ha ha. Lingyue's character is very similar to mine." Princess Taiping tentatively called out, "Empress?" Wu Zetian stopped laughing and said, "Let's do it this way. I can't wrong her too much. Let her marry Wu Yuji." Princess Taiping was at a loss. "But Wu Yuji has a wife." Wu Zetian calmly glanced at her, and the noble princess immediately felt a chill run down her spine. Chapter 172. In the courtyard of the temple, under the shade of a tree, several guards were sitting there, laughing and chatting. Xie Xiaoman suddenly walked over, stopped a few feet away, and coughed. One of the guards who were chatting noticed her and hurriedly signaled to the others. The guards all stood up. Xie Xiaoman pointed at Yang Fan with a straight face, shook her head, and took the lead to leave. Yang Fan straightened his clothes, patted the dust off his buttocks, and followed behind Xie Xiaoman. Immediately, there was a hissing sound behind him. "Hey! Beta Percy is amazing. Isn't that Xie Juwei from His Majesty? Isn't he? Recently, he has been hanging out with our Beta Percy." "Aya, you mean, guess, he." The guards were unscrupulous, talking all at once, their words full of ambiguity. Xie Xiaoman was angry listening to them. Her waist swayed, her long legs staggered, and the more she walked, the more powerful she became. Although her demeanor gave off a feeling of anger, the curves of her chest, waist, and thighs were smooth and slender, and when she walked with big strides, there was still an indescribable charm. Xie Xiaoman led Yang Fan into the woods, and with a leap, she turned around in mid-air, lightly sat on a horizontal branch, and stretched out her hand to pat the side. Yang Fan, still using both hands and feet, quickly climbed up, sat next to her, and said with a smile, "This place is beautiful, the scenery is pleasant. Miss Xiaoman invited me here. I wonder if you want to talk about love or love?" Xie Xiaoman gave him a big eye roll, and said with a straight face, "I see you as a brother, don't tease me, okay?" Yang Fan laughed, and made a face. "The problem is, the brothers in the guards don't think so." Xie Xiaoman said angrily, "Don't say it. The two of you are talking about love, causing me to be pointed at." As he spoke, he took out something from his sleeve and fiercely threw it into Yang Fan's arms. It was a small bag made of deerskin. Young Fan opened it in surprise and saw a bronze plate and a paper crane in the bag. Young Fan took the glistening yellow bronze medallion and saw the words 100 Riders engraved on it. Xie Xiaoman said she wouldn't look at it, but she glanced at the things inside the bag. When she saw the words 100 Riders, Xie Xiaoman couldn't help but exclaim, 100 Riders? You became a member of the Yuan Tsong Imperial Guard? Young Fan laughed and said, that's right. Your guards are also part of the Yuan Tsong Imperial Guard. I used to say that you, Xie Juwei, can't control me, Young Fan, but now you really have become my boss. If you deliberately make things difficult for me in the future, it will be terrible. Xie Xiaoman said resentfully, only Great General Wu Yuyi can mobilize the 100 Riders. Now I really can't control you, Young Fan said. It seems that Miss Xiaoman is very regretful. Could it be that you like to control me? Xie Xiaoman clutched her stomach and made a vomiting gesture. Young Fan laughed and put away the fish talisman, then carefully opened the paper crane. When the paper was unfolded, he tilted the letter slightly in his direction. Xie Xiaoman curled her lips and said, what are you hiding? Who wants to see it? Young Fan unfolded the paper and saw a line of beautiful small words on it. Things have taken shape. Keep the fish talisman for now. As for the mobilization of the troops, we will go back to the city. Tonight at 2 o'clock at night, I hope to meet with Lang Jun. I have something to tell you. The location written at the back was her room. Young Fan knew that some specific matters should not be written too clearly on a piece of paper, so she wanted him to go talk to her face to face. But with Shanghai WNR's power, it was very easy to transfer an Imperial Guard to the 100 Riders. There was no need to talk to him and discuss anything. This was just an excuse for her longing. This woman was like water, but when she was aroused, she was as hot as fire. Young Fan's heart was filled with joy. He carefully put the letter away. Xie Xiaoman saw that after he finished reading the letter, even the corners of his eyes were relaxed. His heart was filled with joy. She snorted and said, what did he say? Why are you so happy? Young Fan smiled and said, didn't you say you don't want to know? Xie Xiaoman wrinkled her nose and said, if you don't want to tell me, then forget it. She looked up and down at Young Fan and said, it's really strange. Shangguan Daijiao is such a great woman, how could she like you? Young Fan sighed and said, after all, not all women in this world have eyes but can't see. Xie Xiaoman snorted and couldn't help but laugh. I finally found a good point about you. Young Fan said, what good point? Xie Xiaoman put her hands on the tree trunk and swung her legs, thick skin, thicker than the city wall. Young Fan smiled and said, slowly, you will find more good points about me. Xie Xiaoman said, I am very busy, how can I have time to find your good points? Young Fan said, busy with what? Busy with making money? During the days in the palace, Young Fan gradually learned about Xie Xiaoman's nickname, Miser, and couldn't help but tease her. Xie Xiaoman said, if I am not busy with making money, I really don't know what I should be busy with. She looked into the distance, lost in thought. Young Fan could see that she had something on her mind, but he didn't know what she was thinking about. Xie Xiaoman was stunned for a while, then suddenly turned around to look at Young Fan and said seriously, so you are a person who mingles in the streets. Maybe you have some skills that I don't know about. I would like to ask you for advice. Young Fan puffed out his chest and said, you finally think that I have some use. Tell me, I will tell you everything I know. Xie Xiaoman looked at him expectantly and said, if you want to find someone, but you don't know where they are, what they look like, or what their name is, but you only know a few things about their childhood, how are you going to find them? Young Fan was startled and said, I don't know anything. How am I going to find them? Xie Xiaoman's expression became gloomy, and she smiled bitterly. Yes, how am I going to find them? I was thinking too much. Young Fan looked at her sad face and was a little reluctant. He couldn't help but ask, do you owe this person a favor or a grudge? Xie Xiaoman said, what does this have to do with me looking for them? Young Fan said, of course it has something to do with it. If it is a grudge, you only need to leak a bit of information, and they will disappear without a trace. You don't have many clues to begin with, and the more you make it public, the harder it will be to find them. If it is a favor, or to find a relative, then there is nothing to worry about. How did you find them? Xie Xiaoman stammered. I hired people to look around. Yang Fan said, this method is actually not bad, but you need to know something about the other party so that you can follow the map. If it is like what you said just now, that you only remember some things about the other party when they were young, then this method is purely based on luck. Why don't you put up some kinship notices? Xie Xiaoman said in a daze. Hints? What is that? Yang Fan rubbed his forehead and said, did you live in the palace since you were young? How can you not know this kind of thing? The so-called hints are like the government's notices. You can go to the streets and alleys, except for the city gate and the government office. Where can't you put them up? Xie Xiaoman muttered to herself. Yes. Such a simple method. Why didn't I think of it? What's the big deal with me putting up notices all over the street? The government can put up notices, so can I? Idiot. I really am a big idiot. Yang Fan said with a smile, to tell you the truth, I also thought of this method by accident, and I plan to use this method in the future to find. Oh. I mean, if I have a relative that I can't find, I will use this method to find them. Xie Xiaoman didn't notice Yang Fan's hurried change of words. She was immersed in her own fantasy, fantasizing about using this method to put up notices all over the Guangzhou prefecture looking for elder brother, imagining that her elder brother had already been found. The more Xiaoman thought about it, the more excited she became, straightened her back, and jumped down from the tree. Yang Fan said, Hey, where are you going? Xie Xiaoman waved at him and said, That's a good idea. I will immediately find someone to arrange it. When I find him, I will definitely come with him to thank you properly. Yang Fan said, That's not enough. You also have to promise people a lot of money on the notices. That way there will be a lot of people who will help you. Once the news spreads, as long as he is still alive, there is no need to worry about not being able to find him. Xie Xiaoman slapped her forehead, said, Yes. Good idea. Good idea. I will go arrange it right now. Finished speaking, she turned and ran away. Yang Fan looked at her back and shook his head with a smile. This girl, she's so impatient. She's just listening to the wind and hearing the rain. Well, who is she looking for? Could it be like me, also have relatives who were separated when they were young? The crescent moon was like a hook, hooking people's emotions. That night, Shanghai WNR accompanied Princess Taiping to drink a few cups of wine. After returning to her residence, she saw that it was still early for her appointment with Yang Fan, so she wanted to find something to do. She opened a book. Between the lines, it was full of her lover's voice and smile. She picked up a brush to write a few lines. It was not as lively and natural as usual. She sat cross-legged and played the zither, only to feel restless. In the end, she could only open the window and look at the crescent moon in the sky, watching the shadow of the trees slanting, waiting. Watching the crescent moon rise inch by inch, it was almost time for her appointment with her lover. A burst of light footsteps sounded. A clear woman's voice came from outside the door. Shangguan is waiting for the imperial edict. Have you rested? Hearing the voice, Shanghai WNA recognized that it was the Empress Dowager's personal maid Tuan. She couldn't help but be startled, stood up and said, Is it Tuan? I haven't slept yet. What's the matter? Tuan said, The Empress summons. Please follow me to see her quickly. Shanghai WNA let out a soft ah and said in surprise, The Empress summons at this time? Looking at the crescent moon, Shangguan WNA was so anxious that she turned around in circles. But since the Empress had summoned her, how could she not go? She stamped her feet, forced herself to open the door and followed Tuan out. At this time, Yang Fan saw that it was almost time, so he rushed to Shanghai WNA's residence. Wu Zetian was still awake at this time. Her nephew Wu Sanxi suddenly asked to see her and secretly discussed with her about the reform to become the emperor. Wu Sanxi left Wu Chengxi and asked to see his aunt alone, also with the intention of asking for her favor. Wu Zetian listened to his various preparations and was very satisfied. Suddenly she thought of the Da Yun Jing shoe made by Xue Huai and felt that it was time to take it out, so she urgently summoned Shanghai WNA to see her. Chapter 173. Wu Sanxi saw that the Empress was very satisfied with his series of actions and could not help but feel proud. He suddenly thought of something else and said carefully, Aunt, the matter of Li Sujie and his son being hanged at the Dragon Gate Inn has caused a great commotion in the capital. I think it is not good to act against Li Shangjin immediately. Right now, Li Shongjin's entire family has been escorted to the capital and is in prison. What do you think? Li Shongjin was the third son of Emperor Gaozong. His mother was Lady Yang. If he also died, of Emperor Gaozong's sons, other than Li Dan and Li Xian, who were born to Wu Zetian, there would be no other sons. Wu Zetian thought for a moment and slowly said, "The evidence of Li Shongjin's treason is conclusive. I heard that he knew that once he entered the capital, he would not be able to survive and had many thoughts of suicide along the way." Wu Sanxi understood and hurriedly said, "Yes. Li Shongjin had many thoughts of suicide along the way but was fortunately stopped by the escorting soldiers. Otherwise, he would have died on the road. There is no guarantee that he would not have thoughts of suicide in prison. But, his 6 sons." Wu Zetian said faintly, "Rebellion is an unpardonable crime. We cannot ignore the laws of the country. The death penalty can be avoided, but the punishment cannot be forgiven. Let's exile them to Xianju. As for Li Shongjin's concubines and daughters, they will be treated the same as Li Sujie. Send them to Yeting to be palace maid." Saying this, she looked deeply at Wu Sanxi. Wu Sanxi understood and hurriedly said, "Yes, I will arrange this matter as soon as I return." Saying this, Wu Sanxi stood up with his hands on his knees and said with concern, "It is late. Aunt, please rest. I will take my leave." Wu Zetian said, "Wait, I still have one more thing to do. I'll leave it to you." Wu Sanxi was slightly surprised and hurriedly said, "Aunt, please speak." Wu Zetian said in a low voice, "This matter is Taiping's marriage." Wu Sanxi said with surprise, "Princess Taiping wants to marry? Aunt, which family's son has caught your eye?" Yang Fan's identity as one of the 100 Horsemen was tantamount to having a pass to roam the imperial palace. Apart from a few areas that could only be guarded by the inner guards of the imperial army, he could freely enter and exit other areas. The so-called Yuan was the beginning. The Yuan Song imperial army was the personal army that had followed the emperor from the very beginning. This army was the first army that followed Li Yuan, so they were the most trusted and had great power. On the other hand, the 100 Horsemen and inner guards were the guards of the imperial guards chosen by Yuan from the imperial army. Naturally, they had more authority. In reality, the imperial guards of the imperial guards were only the emperor and naturally had more power. After Wu Zetian gained control of this force, she was a woman and needed Marquis Tianhu to protect her. It would not be appropriate to use all the men. Secondly, she needed to do some secret things and needed a force more secretive than the 100 Horsemen. That was why she developed the inner guard. Since Yang Fan was one of the 100 Horsemen, it was easy for him to enter the temple where Shanghai Wana lived. Shangguan Wana's residence was not far from Wu Zetian's residence. In order to facilitate Wu Zetian's summons, Shangguan Wana lived in the courtyard in front of Wu Zetian's residence. After Princess Taiping Li Lingyu moved into the Dragon Gate, she also lived here. The main hall of the Zen temple was the place for receiving guests, as well as the place where Shanghai Wana handled government affairs. The 2 main rooms on the left and right were the residences of Shanghai Wana and Princess Taiping respectively. Yang Fan came to the Zen temple. There were some palace maids coming in and out of the Zen temple from time to time. Seeing that he was dressed as a guard, they did not pay attention to him. Yang Fan already knew where Shanghai Wana lived. He strolled around the courtyard as if patrolling. When he saw that there was no one in the courtyard, he suddenly flashed to the door of Shanghai Wana's room and lightly knocked on the door several times. No one answered. Yang Fan frowned slightly and gently pushed the door open. Yang Fan flashed in. The room was empty. There was a zither on the table and a book on the table. The window was half open and insects were chirping. A delicate fragrance was curling up from the incense burner. These days, Yang Fan had long known Shanghai Wana's character. She would not imitate the noble princess, not wearing a single piece of clothing and lying on the bed waiting for him. However, seeing that there was no one in the room, Yang Fan still subconsciously went behind the screen and looked inside. In front of the dressing table, there was a dressing mirror. Because it was a mountain residence, in order to prevent mosquitoes and flies from entering the tent, the curtain on the bed was hanging down. The plain white curtain was illuminated by the light. The quilt in the tent was neatly folded. There was indeed no one in the room. Yang Fan was very puzzled. Shanghai Wanna had asked him to come, but why was he nowhere to be seen? Yang Fan wanted to wait for her in the room for a while, but he was worried that if she came back, there would be a maid following her. It would be inappropriate for him to be seen by others. After thinking for a while, he quietly left. Yang Fan flashed out of WNR's room and bent down to pluck a bunch of wild grass from the bushes outside the window. His hands moved nimbly and quickly weaved it into something. He gently tossed it onto the table through the window, smiled lightly, and then turned to leave. At this time, the lights in the various houses were lit one after another. Some of the palace maids and inner attendants had also finished their tasks and returned to their rooms to rest. The monastery was silent. Yang Fan raised his head to look at the rising moon. Just as he was about to return to his lodging, he suddenly heard a surprised exclamation. Then someone called out, "Yang Fan?" Yang Fan turned his head and saw two windows separated to the left and right. Inside the window stood a beautiful figure. There was a candle in front of the window. The candlelight shone on her dress, making it look like clouds or fog. Her graceful figure was also faintly discernible and extremely seductive. It was Princess Taiping. When Yang Fan turned his head, Princess Taiping couldn't help but say sweetly, "It really is you. Hihi, come in." Yang Fan didn't think that he would be discovered by her. He secretly complained in his heart. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and go to the door. He softly said, "Your Highness." "Come in." Princess Taiping lazily responded. Yang Fan pushed the door open and went in. Princess Taiping had already closed the window. She lazily sat in front of the table and slightly raised her eyes to look at him. Princess Taiping reclined on a beauty couch. In front of her was a table. On the table, there was a delicate glass lamp. Her room was also a meditation room. However, in the room, there was a spring stool, a small table, an incense burner, a mirror, a curtain, a bed, a gauze quilt, and an embroidered pillow. It was strangely gorgeous and comfortable. Compared to Wanna's room, the style was simple and elegant. Princess Taiping was obviously drunk. Her cheeks were flushed and her starry eyes were a bit hazy. She held a white jade cup and gently brought it to her lips. She slowly took a sip of wine. She felt the mellow and sweet wine flowing down her throat and into her lungs. She asked Yang Fan, "Why are you in this meditation room?" Yang Fan had already thought of a set of words in a hurry. He said, "Oh, Yang Fan has already been transferred to the 100 Horsemen. From now on, I will be the Emperor's bodyguard. I have to familiarize myself with the terrain and layout of the important places. Just now, I came to the courtyard for a walk. I was about to go somewhere else when I didn't expect to meet the princess." 100 Horsemen? Princess Taiping frowned slightly. Of course, she knew what 100 Horsemen meant. In reality, even if she was the beloved daughter of the Empress, she could not interfere with the affairs of the Yuan-Tsung Imperial Army. At the beginning, she was able to transfer Yang Fan from the Jin Wu Wei into the palace to be a big horn. This was a matter of a few words. But if she wanted to transfer Yang Fan into the Yuan-Tsung Imperial Army, it would be very difficult. Now, Yang Fan not only became the Yuan-Tsung Imperial Army, but also directly entered the 100 Horsemen. If this was not because Wu Xiuyi liked him, but because someone else did it on purpose, then this person's power was even greater than hers. Therefore, Princess Taiping instinctively felt that there was more to it than meets the eye. But now, she was already drunk and her mind was a mess. She had no energy to think about this. She casually waved her hand, as if she was waving away the worries and troubles in her heart. She said, "Sit down. Accompany me to drink a few cups." Yang Fan hurriedly said, "I still have official business to do. Moreover, in the dead of night, regardless of my status, a man and a woman alone, how can I sit and drink with the princess?" Princess Taiping giggled and looked at him with her charming big eyes. She said, "I couldn't tell that you are so timid. I am not afraid, so what are you afraid of? I told you to sit down, so sit down. Are you afraid that I will eat you? Sit down." As Princess Taiping said this, she sat up from the couch. She was wearing a light red gauze dress. Because she was hot after drinking, she took off the silk cloak. She was only wearing a spring gown that was as thin as a cicada's wing. It had some hazy and soft colors. The soft evening gown couldn't cover her beauty. As she sat up, the light gauze dress hung down close to her body. The gown was wide open, revealing her white jade-like breasts. A small part of the crimson mandarin ducks playing in the water was exposed, revealing a deep and seductive ravine in front of her chest. Yong Fan didn't dare to look too much. He hurriedly lowered his head. He saw that under that slender waist, under the thin gauze dress, was a pair of long, round, and perfectly straight thighs. Unexpectedly, the curves were revealed, faintly revealing the color of flesh. That pair of elegant jade feet stepped on the soft carpet. Unexpectedly, she didn't even wear shoes. Yong Fan lowered his gaze again. He didn't know where to look. Princess Taiping saw his slightly embarrassed expression. She was slightly startled at first. Then she understood and couldn't help but giggle. She was forced to agree to her mother's request to marry into the Wu family. At the same time, she also gave her mother the order that she would not marry anyone other than Wu Yuji. Those people in the Wu family were like chickens and dogs that rose to heaven when one person achieved the Tao. In Princess Taiping's eyes, those people in the Wu family were really a group of useless chickens and pottery dogs. None of them could be successful. She didn't put any of them in her eyes. She knew that she had no way to resist her mother, who had always been strong. She could only marry into the Wu family and give her mother the order that she would not marry anyone other than Wu Yuji. Of course, it was out of revenge. On the other hand, it was also because she knew that Wu Yuji was weak and couldn't be restrained. She had to listen to her mother's order. She didn't want to be manipulated by another Wu family member like Wu Sanxi or Wu Chengxi to continue manipulating her. But because of this, Wu Yuji was a person she despised. He was forced to marry into the Wu family. Moreover, he was the trash that she had picked out personally. Princess Taiping could imagine the bitterness in her heart. Now, she finally found a way to vent her anger and humiliate the Wu family. She wanted to give herself to the man in front of her. Chapter 174. That night, Princess Taiping took Shangguan Wan along to drink with her. Later on, Wan couldn't hold her liquor anymore. Remembering that her Langjun was coming, she didn't want to show her drunkenness in front of her Langjun, so she found an excuse to slip away, leaving her to drink alone. Princess Taiping was drunk. Not only was she upset, but she also felt stuffy. She wanted to open the window to take a few breaths of fresh air, but she didn't expect to meet Yong Fan. In the beginning, she only wanted Yong Fan to drink with her. She really didn't have any other thoughts. However, she was wearing the revealing clothes of a girl's boudoir. Yong Fan couldn't help but feel restrained when he saw her. This kind of expression, in her eyes, evoked a strange feeling in her. Looking at Yong Fan's handsome face, young and tall figure, and his bright and energetic aura, her eyes gradually narrowed like a cat's. Standing in front of her, Yong Fan seemed to have become a fish under the claws of a cat. This handsome young man, without a doubt, was to her liking. At this moment, in the quiet room under the lamp, a man and a woman were alone. A strange feeling and desire was quickly fermented, released, and diffused by her drunkenness. A kind of pleasure made her body couldn't help but tremble before it was lingering. This kind of pleasure was not only because she had been alone for more than a year and couldn't sleep, but also a mature woman's desire for a man and a woman's love. It was also a kind of pleasure of revenge. I am the noble princess of the Tang dynasty. You can force me to marry into the Wu family, but you can't restrict me. I can be the daughter-in-law of the Wu family, but that's all. Princess Taiping's eyes gradually brightened. She slowly stood up and walked step by step towards Yong Fan. Her eyes were charming and watery, rippling with a sense of charm. That pair of plump and sexy lips made people want to kiss them at first sight. She was wearing a red gauze nightgown. Her hair hung down her temples. She was slender and elegant. Her slender and coquettish figure was fascinating. Yong Fan uneasily took a step back and said, "Princess?" Princess Taiping gracefully walked to him and stared at him with her moist eyes. She suddenly opened her arms and wrapped around his body like a snake. Her plump and strong chest was tightly pressed against his chest. Yong Fan was shocked. He didn't know whether to push or raise his hands. He could only passively hang there. Princess Taiping softly stuck to him and moved her hot lips to his ear. With a sigh, she whispered, "If a man has never had a woman, he will always be a child who can't grow up. Xiaofan, let me teach you how to be a man tonight." Taiping's spring gown was too thin. She hugged Yang Fan, and the plump and soft feeling was clearly transmitted to Yang Fan through every point between them. Yang Fan's body was stiff. No matter how much he had heard about the affairs between men and women, it was two different things when he had personal contact with it. He had kissed Wn's little mouth, held her little hand, and hugged her slender waist. But he had never had such intimate contact with a graceful and attractive female body. For a moment, Yang Fan's heart was beating like a drum. He felt his mouth was dry. Princess Taiping whispered in his ear. Her lips slid to his lips and gently kissed him. Then she opened her arms and took a step back. She gave him a charming and shy smile and gently pulled the Hehuan knot on her waist in an impeccably beautiful and graceful posture. Her shoulders were slightly shaved. That silky, smooth, and soft robe was like a light cloud that slowly floated down. A graceful and fragrant body appeared in front of Yang Fan. She had a snow-white body. Her skin was as soft and smooth as white jade. It was pink and lovely. Round and smooth shoulders, delicate and alluring breasts that could not be covered by the chest apron suddenly appeared, sending a kind of lively and fragrant smell to the tip of his nose. She was also wearing a bra and a pair of soft and translucent underpants. But these didn't have any effect on her exquisite and curvaceous body. Instead, they added to her endless temptation. That snow-white and smooth body was almost naked. Her plump twin peaks trembled in front of Yang Fan's nose. It seemed that if he lowered his head, he would be able to touch the warm jade fragrance. 7 years of harmonious and blissful married life had turned her into a ripe peach. Yang Fan was so nervous that he didn't dare to raise his head. But as soon as he lowered his head, he saw a pair of slender and round thighs, a pair of snow-white feet, and a slightly indented crimson underpants between her legs. All of this, through a kind of delicate and round lines, exuded an enchanting brilliance. Under the light, it was presented in front of him, alluring and charming. This feeling was not something that any normal man could resist, let alone a young man like Yang Fan who was full of vigor. His mouth was not only dry, but at this time, his blood was boiling. "No. I came here today to see Wn. Yang Fan kept reminding himself in his heart. But in the face of this irresistible temptation, his willpower was getting weaker and weaker. Princess Taiping stared at him. Her pair of watery eyes were quietly covered with a layer of lustrous and moving mist. It was a kind of silent invitation. How many men in the world could resist the temptation of such a stunner? "Stay with me. I want a man. I want you to be my man." Princess Taiping, who had taken off her clothes, walked over again and gently hugged Yang Fan. Her graceful body, through ingenious twisting, further stimulated his desire. Her pair of slippery and hot lips, from the tip of Yang Fan's nose, lips, kissed inch by inch to his earlobe. She gently bit it, causing Yang Fan to say, "Clever, do you know, I'm going to marry someone, and I'm going to marry a waist. I don't want to marry him, but I have no other choice. Everyone wants to use me, manipulate me, then I'll personally pick out a waist. Waist also has its advantages, isn't it? Haha, at least he can't control me, manipulate me. Haha, I'll make you come to my side, and let you accompany me. Tonight, you're mine. In the future, you'll be mine. Forever." Yang Fan's willpower was almost lost in this lively scene, but when he heard this sentence, he suddenly sobered up. He resisted the temptation of desire with his great willpower, and gently pushed away Princess Taiping. He stared at her and said, "Princess, do you want me to be the second Shui Huai?" Princess Taiping's eyes rippled, and she giggled. "What's wrong with being Shui Huai? You see how powerful he is. He is the White Horse Temple's abbot, and you are the White Horse Temple's chief monk. He serves my mother, and you serve me. It's a match made in heaven. Mother loves Shui Huai very much, and sister will also love you very much in the future." As she said this, she used her fingers to gently stroke Yang Fan's nose, eyebrows. Shangguan Wn also did the same action to him. At that time, Yang Fan had a feeling of being loved, appreciated, and spoiled by his own woman. That kind of feeling was very pleasant, and he was very proud. But when Princess Taiping's fingers gently stroked his cheek, he felt that he was a pet waiting to be sold, or a plaything in her palm. Yang Fan gently grabbed her hand, and slowly took it away from his face. He said in a deep voice, "Princess, Yang Fan is a man, and he won't be a gigolo. Even if Princess is as beautiful as a fairy, Yang Fan will not break his backbone." Princess Taiping was slightly startled, and then she suddenly understood. She couldn't help but laugh. "You're really a child, are you jealous? Sister is going to be someone else's wife soon. It's you who stole his wife, and not him who stole your woman, you. Princess, you're very beautiful." The surging desire in the bottom of Yang Fan's heart was gradually controlled, and his eyes gradually recovered its clarity. His voice also became firm. "You're so beautiful that any man will want to have you. But I won't. My woman can only belong to me, even if you're a noble princess. Otherwise, I'd rather not have you." Princess Taiping looked at him in surprise, and her eyes gradually revealed a sense of amusement. Looking at Yang Fan's serious expression, she finally couldn't help but laugh. "You fool, what are you thinking? Who are you? I'm a dignified princess of the Tang dynasty. How can I belong to you? Even if I don't marry, you can't become my husband. You have to understand that it's me who wants you, not you who wants me. It's your fortune that I want you. That's right, I like you, but it's not me being your woman, it's you being my man. Don't you understand the difference?" Yang Fan's face gradually became gloomy, but Princess Taiping took 2 steps back and smiled at him. She coquettishly hooked her finger and said, "Come, serve me. Tonight, I'll let you be as happy as an immortal. Tomorrow, I'll give you glory and wealth that you can't fight for in your lifetime." Yang Fan gently bowed and said, "It's late and the princess is drunk. Please rest early. Goodbye." Seeing him turn around and leave, Princess Taiping couldn't help but be startled and angry. "Stop. Where are you going?" Yang Fan didn't stop. He walked to the door and reached out to pull the knocker. Then he turned his head and said seriously, "I believe that if I stay tonight, I'll be very happy. But I also believe that after tonight, I'll be unhappy for the rest of my life. Yang Fan isn't a big shot, but I also have my dignity and my rules." When the door opened, the courtyard was filled with clear light. Yang Fan walked out of the Buddhist temple where Princess Taiping lived and walked along the grassy path to his residence. The night was very quiet. The wind swayed the shadows of the trees and the rustling sound of the branches and leaves. As his footsteps got closer and farther, the sound of the insects in the grass also became urgent and stopped. Along the way, Yang Fan's mood gradually calmed down. Even if he wasn't a virgin, it wasn't easy to refuse the invitation of the young, beautiful and charming princess of the Tang dynasty, the flower of Luoyang, Li Lingyu. But fortunately, he was able to resist the temptation. If he took this wrong step, he would be like Xue Huai, an eagle in a cage. He would lose himself and could only be like Xue Huai, maintaining his pitiful self-esteem in the midst of being domineering. In fact, everyone knew that he was just a plaything under the crotch of some rich and powerful woman. A plaything, who would really respect you and love you. When she liked you, you were her exclusive property and she wouldn't allow anyone to touch you. When she was tired of you, you were just a broken and old shoe. As for Wn needless to say, with her temperament, she would definitely leave. With her pride and dignity, would she love a plaything under someone else's knee? As a gigolo, how could he have the face to pursue the woman he loved? For a moment of lust, losing himself, losing his dignity, losing his love, this price was not worth it. Yang Fan let out a long sigh. The last trace of restlessness in his heart also calmed down with this long sigh. If a man didn't have a woman, would he always be a child who wouldn't grow up? To be able to resist a woman, especially a beautiful and enchanting woman, just for the principle in his heart, he seemed to have matured a lot more tonight. Under the bright moonlight, his heart also became as clear and transparent as the moonlight. Chapter 175. When Shanghai Wn arrived at Wu Zetian's residence, Wu Sanxi had already left. When Wu Zetian saw Shanghai Wn, She ordered her to quickly arrange for the publication of the White Horse Temple's Abbot Shuihuai's Da Yun Jingshu to the world. Every temple in the world must have a copy, and it will be used as a necessary course for senior monks to preach to their disciples and believers. Shanghai WNR saw that Wu Zetian summoned her in the middle of the night just for this matter. She knew that Empress Wu attached great importance to this matter, so she didn't dare to neglect it. She carefully asked for some more detailed instructions and secretly remembered them in her heart. Then she said goodbye and left. As soon as Shanghai WNR left Wu Zetian's residence, she immediately ordered the 2 palace maids who were holding the lamp, "Hurry up, hurry back." Under Shangguan WNR's urging, the 2 little palace maids ran back to the palace. Shanghai WNR hurriedly returned to the temple where she lived. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped and said to the 2 little palace maids, "Well, you 2 go back to your rooms to rest. I will go back to my room." The 2 little palace maids bowed and left. Shanghai WNR calmed her breath at the door and tidied up her makeup. Then she gently opened the door. In fact, she also knew that it was unlikely that young Fan was still in the room when she came back so late. However, she didn't want her sweetheart to see her untidy side. When the door opened, the room was quiet. There was a table, a zither, and a scroll. The ambergris in the incense burner had burned out, but the room was still fragrant. The lamp on the table was already a little dim. Shanghai WNR gently closed the door and subconsciously looked behind the screen. Seeing that there was no one, she unhappily returned to the table and sat down. She took down the lampshade, picked up the wick, and the room became bright again. As Wanna was about to cover the lampshade, she suddenly saw a big green grasshopper lying on the table. Shangguan Wanna pursed her lips and blew. The big grasshopper moved slightly, but refused to leave. Shangguan WNR replaced the lampshade and knocked her fingers on the table. The grasshopper still did not move. Shangguan Wanna's interest was piqued. She carefully put down the lampshade, opened her hands, and bent over, ready to catch the grasshopper. If others saw her like this, they would not dare to believe their eyes. However, most girls who were passionately in love were somewhat childish. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her childish behavior right now. Her 2 palms suddenly closed, and the grasshopper was caught in her hands. Shangguan Wanna smiled proudly. When her smile first bloomed, it froze. She felt that something was wrong in her palms. She put her hands under the light of the lampshade and quietly opened them a little. Then she opened them completely. Only then did she see clearly that the grasshopper in her palms was made of grass. It was very lifelike. Wanna used 2 slender and white fingers to pick up the grasshopper woven from grass. She carefully looked at it, and her eyes flashed with understanding. "He came here. He gave this to me." Wanna smiled sweetly. She gently kissed the grasshopper, and put it in front of her. She rested her cheeks on her hands and looked at it in a daze. She could never get tired of looking at it. The window was already down, but the light was still on. The light magnified the silhouette of a person and projected it on the window. There was a delicate silhouette on the window. In the silhouette, the long eyelashes could be clearly seen. They blinked and looked very charming. In front of another window, there was also a silhouette. She raised her chin and drank. From the silhouette on the window, one could clearly see that her throat was constantly making swallowing movements. Wine stains dripped from the corners of her lips. From the silhouette, it looked like tears of sadness. My husband was starved to death in prison. I watched helplessly, unable to do anything. My brother was killed like a dog. I watched helplessly, unable to do anything. I don't want to get married, but I can't make the decision myself. For the sake of benefits, even your own mother won't care if you are sad or not. And you are just a guard, a lowly commoner. I can't do anything about it. Princess Taiping gritted her teeth. She slowly and powerfully clenched her fists. Her nails dug into her palms, but the pain in her palms was far less painful than the pain and humiliation in her heart. Even the love between mother and son, blood relatives, can't be relied on. What else can be relied on in this world? What else is there? In the silhouette, the well-defined lips were tightly pressed together. Only power. Only power is the most reliable. If I have supreme power, if I don't want my husband to die, he won't die. If I don't want to get married, I don't need to submit to anyone. If I want to get what I want, it must be mine, whether he is willing or not, unless he wants to die. The silhouette on the window suddenly raised its head. From its forehead to its chin, it formed a firm curve. Only with power can I control the fate of others, and not be manipulated by others. One temple, two windows, one in heaven, one in hell, one happy, one sad. Wu Zetian returned to Luoyang from the Dragon Gate. Wu Zetian traveled by water. From the Yi River to the Luo River, she went straight to the foot of the imperial city. Although it was slower than traveling by land, it was steadier. This was undoubtedly the most suitable way for an old person to travel. On both sides of the river, the haulers pulled the dragon boat slowly. The huge boat plowed through the calm surface of the water, creating layers of ripples. The boat was very stable. Occasionally, it would shake a little. Because of the huge size of the boat, this little shake would not make people feel much. Wu Zetian was lying on her side on the couch. Wn and Tuan were sitting beside the couch. There was a chessboard in the middle. Wn and Tuan were playing Go. Wu Zetian was lying on her side, holding her cheeks. After a while, she dozed off. Seeing that the Empress had fallen asleep, the two put down the chess pieces and chatted in a low voice. Tuan surname was Wei. Just like Shangguan Wn, she was also a daughter of an official's family who was imprisoned in the palace. Most of the women who were imprisoned in the palace were well educated because they were born in officials' families. Their manners and knowledge were much better than those of ordinary palace maids. Therefore, it was easy for them to get promoted in the palace and become female officials with certain duties. Among these female officials, the most outstanding one was Wanna. She not only held a certain position, but she was like a phoenix that had leaped onto a branch. Her power was so great that even members of the royal family and important officials in the court did not dare to underestimate her. Compared to her, Tuan was much worse. But compared to other female officials in the palace, she was also different. She was responsible for Wu Zetian's daily life. She controlled the purchasing of various utensils, cooking materials, and silk in the palace. Although her power did not go out of the inner palace, because she controlled the purchasing and distribution power, not only the eunuchs and palace maids wanted to flatter her, but also the concubines wanted to win her over. In the inner court, she was second only to Wan. Wan smiled and said, "During this trip to Dragon's Gate, everything in the inner palace was arranged by my sister. There were many trifles, but it was done in an orderly manner." Empress Dowager was very satisfied. As she said this, she quickly glanced outside. Outside the bead curtain, Yong Fan was standing guard. Wan had already made an agreement with Wu Yuyi to transfer Yong Fan into the 100 Cavalry. But now the transfer order had not been officially processed. Today, he was still on duty in front of the emperor. When Shanghai Wn and Tuan helped Wu Zetian into the room to rest, they lifted the bead curtain. 2 bead chains did not hang down, but hung on other bead chains. There was a gap, revealing Wan's delicate face. Just now when playing chess with Tuan Empress Wu was watching. Shanghai Wn looked steadily forward and did not dare to look outside. At this time, she finally could not help but look outside. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan was standing there, as if he had been waiting for her to look. When Shanghai Wn looked over, she saw Yang Fan giving her a look. He pursed his lips and kissed her. Shanghai Wan was shocked. She quickly closed her mouth, as if she was really kissed by him. 2 blushes quickly climbed up her white cheeks. Tuan did not notice the flirting between the two. She picked up the chess pieces one by one and said slowly, "Tuan has done some miscellaneous things. It doesn't matter if there are some omissions. I can always make up for it. I don't deserve such praise from Sister Wn. Speaking of which, Sister Wn is doing big things. Tuan can't compare with you." As she said this, there was a hint of jealousy in her words. In the beginning, Empress Wu wanted to choose a female official to be her assistant. Wan and Tuan were both candidates. Later, Wn stood out and became the first servant of the Empress. Tuan's talent, appearance, temperament, and manner of speaking were inferior to Wan. Although she also became the housekeeper of the harem, she was not as prestigious as Wan. Shanghai Wan knew that she was a little jealous. She smiled faintly and said, "Sister Wan only feels that you are doing well by the Empress side. But you don't know that you are dealing with military affairs. A small mistake will cause a lot of trouble. So every day, you are walking on thin ice, as if you are facing an abyss. It is not easy to be so cautious." As she said this, she couldn't help but look outside again. Seeing that young Fan was still smiling and looking at her, she rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. She felt sweet in her heart, as if she had drunk honey. Young Fan's eyes seemed to be able to speak. He gently circled her little mouth, lingered for a moment on her soft breasts, and then slid to her small waist. Although this action of his eyes was not a real hug, Shanghai Wan understood what he meant. Even her body became soft. She recalled the time when the two of them met privately. He was like a greedy big child, always fascinated to touch her body. Although because he was too shy, she had more than once pressed his mischievous big hands down, but in the midst of pushing and pushing, he had taken advantage of her a lot. At this time, young Fan hinted with his eyes, and Shangwon Wan recalled the feeling of ecstasy at that time, and her body became a little limp. This girl was really a woman who was very charming. Hearing Wan's words, Twana slightly raised her eyes and said in surprise, "Oh?" When Twana served the Heaven Empress, I only knew that the Heaven Empress was kind and amiable, but I didn't know that the Heaven Empress was so strict and fierce when dealing with political affairs. Even with Sister Wan's ability, she was still in fear and trepidation. Is this the saying that accompanying the emperor is like accompanying a tiger? Shanghai Wan's heart was completely on young Fan. While her mind was wandering, Twana caught her talking point. She quickly collected her mind and lightly replied, "Why do you say this? The Heaven Empress is naturally very kind, and has always been generous to Wan. She has never been harsh to Wan. Only because the Heaven Empress cares so much about me, Wan knows that I have a great responsibility, so of course I'm more careful." Shanghai Wan knew that if she stayed any longer, the little enemy outside would disturb her, and it was hard to guarantee that Twana wouldn't catch her talking point again. So she casually said a few words to Twana and then got up to leave. Shanghai Wan lifted the bead curtain, and when she passed by young Fan, she gave him a glance and said in a low voice, "I'll get even with you later." Young Fan replied her with an expression of endless enjoyment, which made Wan not know whether to be happy or annoyed. God knows whether she would get even with young Fan later, or send herself to young Fan's door to eat. Chapter 176. In the Wucheng Hall, Shanghai Wana was walking gracefully in front, followed by young Fan. Young Fan was carrying a stack of documents that reached his nose. It looks like Shangwon Daijiao likes to order young Fan around. I wonder how he offended Daijiao. Heh. In the Wucheng Hall, Xiao Hai, who was in charge of grinding ink, washing brushes, and cleaning, was happy to be idle. He looked at young Fan running errands for him, gloating. Wan was still in front, and young Fan was at the back. But now, Wan didn't have that uncomfortable feeling anymore. Knowing that the man she loved was walking behind her, knowing that he was admiring her beautiful gait, Wana could not help but feel a little happy and proud in her shyness. So, she walked even more gracefully. Her waist was like a willow branch in the wind, swaying all the way, just for her husband behind her. It was not until they entered the Hall of History and stepped into the side hall that Wana did not have to worry about being seen. She turned around and rushed to help him take down the documents. At the same time, she said, "Have you seen enough, you big pervert?" This time, young Fan really admired her beauty. This was his woman. His woman was beautiful, pure, infatuated, and talented. This made young Fan feel proud. He put down the table and glanced at the door. He gently held Wan's little hand and said, "Wan, you and I are always so sneaky. I don't know when I will be able to hold you in my arms openly." Wana smiled sweetly and said, The transfer order for the cavalry hasn't come down yet. What's the rush? We have to wait for an opportunity. Don't worry. If there is an opportunity, Wana will grab it for my little husband. One day, We'll be together forever and never be separated again. Young Fan put on a serious face and said, "What little husband? You have to call me brother." Wanna laughed and said, "You don't know shame. You are younger than me, okay?" At this point, Wanna suddenly felt a bit worried. She couldn't help but lean into Young Fan's embrace. She faintly said, "Do you think I'm not worried? Normally, women of my age would already have many children, but I still." She gently raised her head and lovingly stroked Young Fan's eyebrows and nose, all the way to his bright and delicate lips. She gently pressed on them and said, "I have given my heart to you. Lang Jun, you must not despise me for being old in the future." Young Fan gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist and comforted her. "You're starting to let your imagination run wild again. Look at you, how are you old?" Wana leaned against his chest and said, "Yes, I am old. I am an old woman." She suddenly raised her head and looked nervously at Young Fan. "You don't really think I'm old, do you?" Young Fan looked at her pitiful expression and couldn't help but find it funny. At the same time, he was deeply touched. If she didn't love him so much and care about him so much, why would she be so worried about gains and losses? When had there ever been a man that the Minister of Internal Affairs of the Tang dynasty, Shanghai Wanna, cared about so much? He remembered the first time he saw her on the Kuju court. She was so powerful, and that kind of extravagance was something that even the empress of the dynasty could not compare to. But now, she was standing in front of him, looking up at him with her small face, sharp chin, big eyes, and nervous heart, just to get his approval. Young Fan felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He softly said, "Silly girl, look at how old you are. Such a tall and slender figure, just like a 16 or 17-year-old girl, delicate and beautiful facial features, just like a budding young girl, fair and tender skin, just like a 4 or 5-year-old girl. The most mellow wine in the world was a lover's words of love." Wner's heart was already drunk. Young Fan's eyes revealed a mischievous smile. He continued, "And your chest, stop." Wner put up a white finger and pressed it against his lips. She blushed and rolled her eyes at him. She coquettishly said, "Stop talking nonsense." Thinking about it again, Young Fan just said that he was getting younger and younger. Her chest. Wner looked down at her towering chest. She was still worried. She bit her lip and didn't want to ask. But she couldn't resist the devil in her heart. She had to know if her Lang Jun was satisfied. So she blushed and lowered her head. She quietly asked, "My chest. How are my breasts?" Young Fan held back his laughter and said, "As for breasts, many mature women with children can't compare to yours." Wana was embarrassed. She stepped on the tip of his foot and said, "You're talking nonsense again. I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Wana turned around and floated past a bookshelf like a butterfly. She didn't see Young Fan chasing after her. Suddenly, she poked her head out and said, "Idiot, what are you doing standing there? Follow me." Young Fan replied with an "oh" and hurriedly followed behind. Wana led him around the rows of bookshelves. At the back, there was another door. They walked out, passed through a corridor, and pushed open a door. They flashed into an even more secluded place. Young Fan could see that this place was often cleaned. The room was very clean, without a speck of dust. In the room, there were tables, cabinets, shelves, and screens. They were all heavy and thick, generous and beautiful. But they were all made of expensive wood such as red sandalwood, rosewood, and nanmu. After all, it was a palace-style building. The roof was round and painted in the shape of a lotus flower. On the ground, there were a few red sandalwood screens and hollowed-out shelves that divided the room into several areas with different functions. It looked elegant and winding. Shangwon Wn looked back at him and smiled. She said sweetly, "This room is mine. Sometimes I spend more time in the Museum of History. When I'm tired in the afternoon, I'll rest here. Sometimes I want to read. I like the seclusion here. I'll come over too. What do you think of this place?" Young Fan's heart suddenly began to beat faster. Why did Wn bring him here all of a sudden? Looking at the corner of the bed behind the screen, Young Fan suddenly felt a little excited. These days, Young Fan and Wn were intimate. Often, The hot-blooded young Fan could not resist the temptation of desire. He held her soft little hand, hugged her slender waist, and would respond. As a result, his little brother was often like the sea, rising and falling. Could it be that he, a virgin chicken, was finally going to experience the legendary feeling of floating in the air? Shangwon Wn slightly tilted her head and looked at his strange expression. Young Fan suppressed his heavy breathing and said in a hoarse voice, "Good. Of course it's good. This place is very secluded and very elegant." Shangwon Wn smiled proudly and said, "Of course, this place was personally decorated by others. You come." Shangwon Wn waved at him and went behind the screen. Young Fan's heart tightened. He hurriedly said, "Wait a minute. I'll go and bolt the door." "Huh?" Shangwon Wn turned around and asked in confusion, "Why do you need to bolt the door? Without my summon, no one dares to come in." Young Fan smiled dryly and said, Of course no one will break in. But if there is any sound coming out and people hear it, it's not good." Shangwon Wn's delicate eyebrows wrinkled. She doubtfully said, "Sound? What kind of sound can be transmitted out? Isn't it inappropriate for others to hear it?" "Ah." Shangwon Wan suddenly understood. She blushed and glared at young Fan. She coquettishly said, "What nonsense are you thinking? I called you in because, really, I don't want to talk to you anymore." Shangwon Wn turned around and left. Young Fan realized that he misunderstood her. He blushed and felt embarrassed. Behind the screen was a bed. Next to the bed was a dressing table, and next to it was a table. On the table were the 4 treasures of the study. Next to the table was a big green jade urn with a wide belly and a narrow mouth. Inside the urn were many scrolls. Shangwon Wn obviously made a special mark on each scroll. She casually flipped through the scrolls. She did not open them one by one and took out a scroll. Shangwon Wn walked to the table and moved the inkstone to the side. There was still ink in the inkstone. It seemed that she had used it not long ago. After cleaning the table, Shangwon Wn untied the string that tied the scroll and slowly unfolded it. "General Shue's steely?" Young Fan only took a glance and held his breath. He had learned calligraphy from his father when he was young. Later, he also learned calligraphy from Curly Beard. Although he did not have a high level of attainment in calligraphy, he could still distinguish between good and bad. The inscriptions on this tablet were square and neat, the characters were simple and unadorned, the strokes were strong and powerful, the strokes were sincere, the air was deep and elegant, the strokes were sharp and fierce. It was really a good piece of calligraphy. Looking at the content carefully, it was indeed the inscription on the stele dedicated to General Shue Rengui. Shangwon Wn stood beside young Fan and softly said, "This article is well written and the words are excellent." Wan was excited and kept the original manuscript. "Since Langjun likes it, Wan will give it to you. Heroes and the times are supposed to complement each other. Perhaps Langjun didn't have the opportunities that General Shue Rengui had in the past, but Wan believes that my Langjun is not a mediocre person." The words were here, but where were the people? Young Fan glanced at the inkstone next to him and suddenly came up with an idea. He slowly rolled up the calligraphy and gently placed it on the edge of the inkstone. He turned around and hugged Wan's slender waist. He softly said, "Young Fan can have a good woman like Wan. It is Young Fan's good fortune. Don't worry. Young Fan will definitely make great achievements. I don't want to be a general or a marquis or be famous for 100 generations. I only want to be a great husband who is worthy of a wonderful woman like Wan." When he first got close to Wan, he had an ulterior motive. But his affection for Wan was not fake. His words were sincere. Shangwon Wn could naturally hear the sincerity in his words. She couldn't help but be moved and hugged him. She softly said, "It is Wan's fault that Langjun has to go through so much trouble." Young Fan's hands that were wrapped around her slender waist suddenly slid down. Wan cried out, and her butt was lifted by Young Fan. He actually carried her to the table. Wan panicked and said, "What are you doing?" Young Fan smiled and said, "Since it is Wan's fault, then be a good girl and accompany me to make up for it." When Shanghai WN was carried to the table, she felt as if she had become Yang Fan's meal. This feeling was very dangerous, but it was also very fascinating. Then, under Yang Fan's burning gaze, WN's heart fluttered. Her body went limp and she couldn't break free. Chapter 177. At that time, anyone who studied and learned how to write would learn etiquette from a young age and pay attention to rules in everything. For example, one should not have sex in the daytime. For example, when a husband and wife are in love, they must extinguish the candles and extinguish the lights. For people who learned etiquette from a young age, these were rules that could not be violated. Wanna's environment and education made her even more restricted. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. He was from the Southeast Seas, and didn't care much about the rules. Furthermore, his experiences as a child had caused him to constantly break them, which made him a strong contrast to Shangguan WN. What he possessed was exactly what Wanna lacked. Everything he displayed was full of novelty to Wanna, who had grown up in the palace since she was a canary. Just like this moment, being intimate with her lover on the table, and it was also during the day, in Wanna's heart, it was a very dissolute and undignified behavior. Usually, if she was not in the solemn hall answering the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the civil and military officials, she would be with the officials and scholars, reciting poems, watching fish, planting flowers, burning incense, drinking tea, and resting with the zither. None of these were not elegant. Yang Fan's roughness and boldness made her feel uncomfortable and uneasy. But she was older than her lover by a few years, so she unconsciously had a doting and indulgent attitude towards Yang Fan. She did not want to oppose her lover's behavior. In her shyness, she accepted this behavior that went against the rules and etiquette she had been taught. It made her experience a new and exciting feeling. She had never felt this kind of heartbeat before. When Yang Fan kissed her, Wanna moaned and her body turned into a pile of fragrant mud. This intimacy was far more touching than that day by the Yi River. The special environment made Wanna's sense of touch 100 times more sensitive. She was confused and confused. Her body became weaker and weaker. She just wanted to lie down and let Yang Fan do whatever he wanted. Wanna thought randomly, I am already so old. How much youth do I have left? Why don't I give it to Lang Jun? No. If I get pregnant and the Empress finds out, won't I ruin my hope of staying with Lang Jun for the rest of my life? If I want to be a real husband and wife with Lang Jun, I have to think of a way to get some medicine first. Wana loved Yang Fan very much. Her mature body was aroused by Yang Fan. She really wanted to give up resistance and accept what she was afraid of and ashamed of. But there was a glimmer of clarity in her heart, and it reminded her of the terrible consequences of a momentary indulgence. Moreover, she did not want to carelessly give her first time to the man she loved in such a simple place. Wana struggled in her heart, but her willpower grew weaker and weaker. Her hands, which were holding onto the table, grew limp. She really wanted to surrender and willingly be conquered and possessed by her lover. Aya! Yang Fan suddenly called out, waking Wanna up. Wanna opened her eyes and saw that Yang Fan had accidentally knocked over the inkstone. The ink from the inkstone spilled all over the scroll. The ink flowed along the table and was about to stain her dress. Yang Fan quickly grabbed her slender waist and carried her off the table. Shanghai Wanna's hair was in a mess, and her jade-like cheeks were red. Her legs went limp as soon as they touched the ground, and she almost slipped. Yang Fan helped her stand, and then he turned around to save the scroll. When he opened it, there was already a large patch of ink stains on it. What a pity! What a pity! Alas, the one and only thing in the world was destroyed by my hands. Yang Fan saw that the scroll was destroyed, and he couldn't help but feel sad. Wanna recovered a little, and shyly stared at him. She said, if you weren't so frivolous, how could you destroy this scroll? Yang Fan said, the beauty is as beautiful as jade, and it was right in front of me. I am not an idiot, how could I bear it? It's just a pity that this scroll was destroyed. Alas, once it is destroyed, there will be no such thing in the world. Wanna's heart was still fluttering. Seeing his face full of regret, she softly comforted him. Lang Jun, you don't have to care so much. Miao Shunke is still alive, So how can this scroll be considered the only one in the world? Wait for Wanna to write a letter. Lang Jun, take it, and ask him to write another one. Just this sentence was like the ringing of a temple bell, and Yang Fan's heart was stirred for a long time. The melodious sound of the bell made everyone who heard it feel incomparably tranquil. This was Tiangong Temple, which was located north of Shongshan Square next to the Tianjin Bridge. Empress Wu worshipped Buddhism, and her superiors followed the example of her subordinates. All the temples in Luoyang were full of incense, and Tiangong Temple was a big temple in Luoyang, so it naturally had many believers. On the west side of the back wall of Tiangong Temple, there was a house with 3 courtyards. Although Tiangong Temple was full of incense, this house was located between the wall and the gable wall of Tiangong Temple, so it was very quiet. Yang Fan was wearing a casual robe, and he stood at the door of the house. He looked at the grayish-brown gable on the left and right, and the curved eaves also had traces of time. It seemed that this house was very old. This was the residence of Miao Shunka's family. The child who answered the door came running back in a short while, panting. His little face was red, and his big black eyes were wide open. He politely bowed to Yang Fan and said, "Lang Jun, you have been waiting for a long time." Master said that he has not seen outsiders for a long time, and he did not want to break the rules for Lang Jun. "May I ask why Lang Jun has come to visit?" Only then did Yang Fan know that the child who answered the door was actually Miao Shunka's student. He said, "Little brother, did you not tell your master that I have a letter written by Shangguan Daijiao?" The child smiled. He was only 7 or 8 years old, and his teeth were still growing. This smile revealed his uneven teeth. "I have said it before. Because of this, Master asked me to ask Longjuan's purpose in coming. Otherwise, I am afraid he would not even ask." Yang Fan said, "If that is the case, please reply to Master. Just say that the General Shui tablet that Master left in the palace was accidentally destroyed. Shangguan Daijiao deeply regrets it, and specially ordered me to ask Master Miao for another set of calligraphy treasures. Is that so?" The child scratched his head and simply nodded. "Then you wait, I will ask Master again." After the child finished speaking, he dashed away again. After a while, he ran back panting and said, "Lang Jun, please come in." Yang Fan stepped through the gate, and the child led him inside. Yang Fan attentively looked at the situation in the courtyard. On the screen wall on the second side of the gate were flowers, birds, fish, and insects, or freehand ink paintings of mountains and rivers. All of them were quite old. The ground was paved with cobblestones. The grinding of time had made them smooth and round. Walking on them, there was a kind of tranquil and remote wildness. There were some plots of land in the courtyard that looked like they used to be flower beds. The low earth enclosure had long collapsed. Weeds and clusters of unknown flowers randomly bloomed in the east and west, revealing a bit of desolation. There was no one moving in the courtyard. It seemed that the people of the Miao family usually stayed in the backyard. Yang Fan looked around and asked, "Little brother, what is your name?" The child said, "I am Du Xian." "Oh," Yang Fan said, "has your master taken in a lot of students while living here?" Du Xian bounced around and said, "Master has never accepted many students. Because my father is busy with work and has no time to teach me, and because he is good friends with Master, he entrusted me to Master." Yang Fan said, "Oh? Is your father an official in the imperial court?" Du Xian said, "My father is Xiu Wen Guanji Shu Jian." At that time, people did not need to use taboo names. When mentioning one's father's name, there was no need to use taboo, but to show respect, one still needed to add the word gong. But under normal circumstances, unless it was a very famous person, if you said your name instead of your name, how could others know whose child you were? This child proudly said his father's name. It seemed that his father was very famous. Unfortunately, Yang Fan did not know much about the famous literati of the time. He did not know that this Du Bijian was Du Shenyang of the 4 literary friends. He did not have the ability to predict the future, so naturally, he did not know that this little urchin in front of him was the father of the sage of poetry, Du Fu. This Du Shenyang was proud of his talent and was the most condescending. He was actually willing to entrust his son to Miao Shunka's teachings. It could be seen that he also recognized Miao Shunka's knowledge. Du Xian led young Fan into an elegant guest hall in the courtyard. He bowed to him and said, Lang Jun, please take a seat. Master has just learned of Lang Juan's purpose of coming and has already begun to look for the notes of the old collections. I believe he has found it by now. This child will go and grind the ink. When the inscription is finished, I will send it to Lang Jun. Yong Fan was startled. This Miao Shunke really did not want to see people. I came with a letter from an official waiting for an imperial edict, and he still dared to be so arrogant. At this time, a green oil purifying cart slowly drove across the Tianjin Bridge, turned into Shongshan Lane, and just happened to pass in front of Tiangong Temple. The old bull took steady steps and walked slowly. In the cart, a handsome man quietly lifted the curtain of the sedan and took a look outside. He turned his head and said, Wife, we are almost there. This person was the commander of the Right Guards, Wu Yuji. There was also a woman sitting in the carriage. She was about 30 years old and wore a light green white orchid dress with a water jade-colored half-arm. Her face was like the full moon, her eyes were bright, and her eyebrows were long. She was Wu Yuji's wife, Madame Li. Madame Li's name was only one word, Yu. Wu Yuji put down the curtain of the sedan and said worriedly, Why did Wu Sansi invite me for no reason? I'm afraid the banquet will not be a good one. Li Yu gently held his arm and said softly, Lang Jun, what are you worried about? After all, he is your brother. Will he harm you? Wu Yuji patted her arm and said, You don't know. This cousin of mine will not harm me and has no need to harm me, but it is hard to say that he will not make me help him harm others. Li Yu grabbed his big hand and gently rubbed it on her soft cheek. She said softly, Lang Jun has always disliked the Wu family's domineering ways. Kie naturally knows this. If Lang Juan's official position is too hard, let's resign and return to our home in Taiyuan. Wu Yuji smiled bitterly and said, it is easy for you to say. Our Wu family declined because of the Empress Dowager and also flourished because of the Empress Dowager. Success or failure is all tied to the Empress Dowager. When we want to be an official, it is not up to us. When we don't want to be an official, it is also not up to us. If I resign, I'm afraid I will never be able to see the family again. Even if I return to our home in Taiyuan, I will not have a good life. Li Yu sighed and said, Kie naturally knows Lang Juan's character. But no matter what Lang Jun does, you are destined to be a member of the Wu family. You will rise or fall with the Wu family. Since we cannot get rid of it, we can only feign civility. I believe that after the Empress Dowager ascends to the throne, she will need Lang Jun less. If Lang Jun is not willing to be an official, then we can think of a way to get out. Wu Yuji gave a long sigh and said, This is the only way. Chapter 178. Wu Yuji caressed Li Yu's palm and softly said, Fortunately I have you with me. When I was down and out, you and I were always together, never leaving each other. Now, you help me relieve my worries. Wu Yuji is so lucky to have such a good wife. Li Yu said with a blissful expression, There are many women better than me in this world. I am not worthy of your praise. Wu Yuji sighed. In Wu Yuji's heart, you are the best woman in the world. Wu Yuji's words came from the bottom of his heart. Li Yu was the daughter of a side branch of the Li clan in Guanlong and could be considered a lady of a noble family. Wu Yuji and her were engaged since young. Later on, when Wu Zetian came to power and took revenge on the entire Wu clan, Wu Yuji's family was changed to Wei and sent to Hainan Island. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to marry him? However, Li Yu refused to break off the engagement and convinced her father to send her to Wu Yuji's place of exile to marry him. At that time, Wu Yuji's clothes were tattered and his life was very difficult. When he first saw the girl who had to abandon her carriage and walk to him due to the difficult roads, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Later on, Wu Zetian had the idea of becoming the emperor and needed to place trusted aides in key positions in the court to help her seize the throne. She had no choice but to use the Wu clansmen, and Wu Yuji's luck finally took a turn for the better and he soared. However, he never forgot these difficult times. When Li Yu arrived at Cheongzhou after a long and arduous journey, she was still a young, beautiful, and lovely girl. Now, she was already a plump, middle-aged woman with long hair and thick hair. Wu Yuji also had a few beautiful concubines who were young and good at serving others. However, the one he doted on the most was this wife who had gone through thick and thin with him. While they were talking, the carriage had already arrived at Wu Sance's mansion. The Wu mansion's steward opened the main gate, allowing the carriage to enter. When Wu Sance heard the news, he brought his wife and a few of his most favored concubines to wait in the carriage hall. Wu Sance was wearing a white robe embroidered with plum blossoms. His wives and concubines were also wearing the casual clothes of the Yang residents. It seemed that there were no outsiders in today's banquet and it was just an ordinary family banquet. Seeing Wu Yuji, Wu Sance laughed heartily and strode forward to welcome him. His wives and concubines also received Madame Li and exchanged pleasantries. Wu Yuji had come to Wu Sance's house before, but this was the first time his wife, Li Yu, had come. According to the customs of the Tang dynasty, women did not avoid guests. Moreover, Wu Yuji and Wu Sance were cousins, so they were truly family. Therefore, Wu Sance led the couple to the parlor in the backyard. Passing through the long corridor, the lotus pond, the stone bridge, and the stone path, the view before him suddenly opened up. In front of him was a sparkling pond with weeping willows by the shore. The surface of the water was vast, and there was a small pavilion in the middle of the pond with a curved bridge over the water. It was extremely quiet and elegant. Wu Sance smiled and said, "Come, come, come. Yuji, the food and wine have already been prepared. Let's go to the pavilion and drink." Wu Yuji did not know why he invited him alone and what kind of heinous crime he wanted to force him to do. But seeing his pretentious manner, he knew it was not the right time to ask. He had no choice but to patiently accompany him to the small bridge. When they reached the small pavilion, he gave an order and the food and wine were served like flowing water. Wu Sance, his wife and 2 concubines then eagerly urged him to drink. Wu Yuji knew Wu Sance's character. The more he saw him eagerly, the more uneasy he felt. Unable to restrain himself, he beat around the bush and asked about the reason for today's banquet. Wu Sance laughed heartily and said, "Yuji need not worry too much. Today I called you here because I have an enormous benefit for you. Come, 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 let's drink. In a while, I will slowly explain it to you." Wu Yuji was full of doubts and could only raise his cup and drink. Madame Li smiled warmly at her husband and softly said, "Even if there is nothing important, why can't Big Brother invite us to a family banquet? Lang Jun, accompany Big Brother and drink happily. If there is anything, Big Brother will let you know." Wu Sance laughed and said, "Sister-in-law is right. Yuji, let's drink. Let's drink." Madame Wu smiled at Madame Li and said, "Let the men talk among themselves. Why bother with them? Sister, come, let's drink." Madame Wu picked up the wine pot and poured wine for Madame Li. Madame Li quickly said, "How can sister accept sister-in-law's wine? Let me do it." Wu Sance's 2 beloved concubines quickly pulled her arm and said, "Madam is a guest. Don't stand on ceremony. Sit down, sit down." Madame Wu carried a tin pot, one hand holding the bottom and the other holding the handle. She moved closer to Madame Li's cup and glanced at her. Madame Wu was a woman in her 30s. Her hair was still black and glossy, tied into a peach heart bun and inserted with a jade hairpin. Apart from this, she did not have any other jewels or ornaments. Although it was not extravagant, it suited her status as a housewife. In contrast, the 2 beautiful concubines were gorgeously dressed with jewels and jade, but their bearing was far from Madame Wu's. The liquefied wine formed a line and gently filled the cup. Madame Wu withdrew her gaze and looked at the wine. Her eyes flashed with regret, helplessness, and guilt. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Madame Li held the cup with both hands and thanked Madame Wu. Madame Wu squeezed out a smile and said, "We are family, no need to be so polite." As she spoke, she gently withdrew her hand. Using her sleeve as a cover, she rotated the hand holding the bottom of the pot and filled her own cup. Raising the cup, she said to Madame Li, "Sister, please. Sister-in-law, please." Madame Li happily raised her cup and clinked it with Madame Wu Sance's before draining it in one gulp. Wu Sance, who was drinking wine with Wu Yuji, saw this and put down his cup with a smile. He said to Wu Yuji, "Yuji, There is something I must congratulate you on. Wu Yuji's heart skipped a beat. Finally, he got to the main topic. He quickly straightened his body and put his hands on his knees, looking at Wu Sansi nervously. Wu Sansi stroked his beard and slowly said, Yuji, Taiping is my aunt's most beloved daughter. In the beginning, my aunt married her to Xue Xiao. Unfortunately, Xue Xiao refused to accept heaven's favor and plotted a rebellion. The princess was widowed at a young age. Wu Yuji listened to this opening and was puzzled. He thought to himself, listening to this, is he going to be a matchmaker for Taiping? Why is he discussing this with me? Could it be? It can't be. My son is only 19 this year, and he is one generation younger than Taiping. Madame Li sat there and gradually felt her stomach ache. She thought she had eaten something cold and was forcing herself to endure it. Seeing her husband's questioning look, she forced a smile, indicating for him to continue. Wu Sansi said, Taiping is so young, naturally there is no reason for her to be widowed. My aunt has always been concerned about Taiping's marriage, but with Taiping's status, there are not many who are worthy of her. Now, Taiping has finally fallen in love with someone. My aunt also happily agreed and asked me to be the matchmaker. Wu Yuji could not bear it any longer and asked, Cousin, I wonder whose son Princess Taiping has fallen in love with? Since my aunt asked you to be the matchmaker, why did she ask little brother to come here? Wu Sansi said, Yuji, you are asking the obvious. The person Princess Taiping has fallen in love with is you. Wu Yuji was stunned and exclaimed, Preposterous. Really preposterous. Wu Sansi's face darkened. Preposterous? Are you saying Taiping is preposterous, my aunt is preposterous, or I, Wu Sansi, am preposterous? Wu Yuji said, Little brother does not dare. Little brother is saying, I have a wife, how can I marry the princess? Madame Li was so shocked that she even forgot her stomach ache. She nervously looked at them and thought, Princess Taiping has fallen in love with my husband. How is this possible? She is a princess, how can she marry into my family? Aya, wrong. Could it be that she wants to force my husband to divorce his wife? Wu Sansi coughed and slowly said, as a princess, of course she cannot marry into a family. Moreover, Taiping is our aunt's most beloved daughter. You also know our aunt's temperament. Even if Taiping is willing, our aunt will absolutely not agree. Wu Yuji's expression suddenly changed. Could it be? In order for Yuji to marry the princess, we must divorce our wife. Madame Li's stomach ache was so bad that her face became incomparably pale. But this matter was 100 times more serious than her stomach ache. How could she care about it? Wu Yuji saw her pale face and the cold sweat on her forehead. He thought it was because of his wife's fear and quickly held her hand. Wu Sansi wiped his eyelids and gloomily said, Divorce? What are you thinking? Even if you want to divorce your wife, this matter will become a laughingstock. What face will our aunt and Taiping have? Wu Yuji and Madame Li both breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yuji suddenly thought of another possibility and probingly asked, Then, aunt wants Yuji to marry another wife of equal status? Wu Sansi laughed involuntarily and said, Yuji, do you think our aunt would do such an absurd thing? Wu Yuji's face reddened and he said, Tang Xiong, don't keep me guessing. This little brother really cannot think of anything. Wu Sansi faintly smiled and said, If your wife dies and you remarry, won't everyone be happy? Wu Yuji was shocked and Madame Li was even more frightened. She trembled and said, Tang Xiong, what are you saying? The Heavenly Empress wants. Speaking to this point, the pain in her stomach became even more unbearable. She felt as if her intestines were being twisted and broken. Mrs. Li could not help but press her stomach and let out a painful groan. Wu Yuji quickly supported her and said, Wife, what happened? Madame Li was in so much pain that she could not stand properly. Her husband supported her and she fell into his arms. At this time, she vaguely understood something and pointed at the wine cup in front of her. She trembled and said, This wine is poisoned. Wu Yuji was shocked and suddenly raised his head to stare at Madame Wu Sansi. He said, Sister-in-law? Madame Wu was a woman after all. Being forced by her husband to do such a thing, she was already terrified. When she saw Wu Yuji's eyes were spitting fire, she was so shocked that she took 2 steps back and almost fell. Wu Sansi slowly said, "Dao my, third sister, you too accompany madam to leave." The 2 concubines were also afraid. When they heard Wu Sansi's order, they felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They quickly rushed forward to support Madame Wu and frantically left the pavilion. At this time, Madame Li cried out in pain and purplish-black blood flowed from her mouth. Wu Yuji turned pale with fright and shouted, "Wife!" Chapter 179. Langjun. Madame Li gripped her husband's hand tightly, tears streaming down her face. Wu Yuji felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He looked at Wu Sansi with tears in his eyes and said angrily, "Wu Sansi, how dare you? You!" Wu Sansi played with the wine cup in his hand and said leisurely, "Look, isn't this good? Sister-in-law died of a sudden illness and died a dignified death. After death, she can be buried in the Wu family's ancestral grave and enjoy the blood of her descendants. As for you, you can marry the princess and become a dignified son-in-law. Ha ha! Wu Sansi, I'll fight you to the death." Wu Yuji's eyes were spitting fire. He wanted to jump up and fight Wu Sansi but was held back by Madame Li, who hurriedly called out, "Langjun, Langjun." Wu Yuji gritted his teeth and forced himself to stop. With tears in his eyes, he wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth and softly called out, "Wife?" At this time, Madame Li's mouth and nose were bleeding. It was unknown what kind of poison she had been poisoned with, but her face was turning purple. She tightly held onto her husband's hand, her body trembling violently and her throat producing indistinct sounds. Wu Yuji quickly lowered his head. Madame Li's voice was weak as she whispered in his ear, "Langjun, Chongyi, Chongxian." She was calling Wu Yuji's 2 sons. The older was 18 and the younger was 14. Wu Yuji saw that she could not continue and anxiously asked, "Chongyi, Chongxian, what happened to them? Wife, say something, say something." Madame Li's throat tightened and could not spit out a word. She was so anxious that when she opened her mouth, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Wu Yuji felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife and hot tears flowed down his face. Madame Li could not speak. Her face was full of anxiety as she stared at her husband. Suddenly, she dipped the blood at the corner of her mouth and trembled as she wrote on the front of his robe. Seeing this, Wu Yuji quickly pulled up the front of his robe and saw Madame Li write with difficulty, "Banished from the family, removed from the genealogy." She only managed to write the next word before her hand drooped down powerlessly. Her eyes were still wide open, as if she had died with a grievance. Wu Yuji's eyes widened as he looked at his deceased wife. He suddenly wailed, "Wife, you are you are." Wu Sansi looked on coldly as he shook his head and sighed. The heart of a mother is the most compassionate in the world. Pitiful and lamentable. Sister-in-law was still worried about your 2 sons before she died, afraid that they would also meet with misfortune. Yes, after the princess married, how could the son of the princess not be the eldest legitimate son? Sister-in-law has put in a lot of effort. When you go back, quickly expel them from the family, remove their names from the family tree, and arrange for them to go somewhere safe. You, Wu Sansi. You really have a heart. Wu Yuji's face contorted as he cursed with tears streaming down his face. Wu Sansi said indifferently, "With you are gone, isn't there another Lingyu? This moon is even brighter and more enchanting." Wu Yuji glared at him hatefully, his face contorted as if he wanted to bite off a piece of his flesh. Wu Sansi acted as if he did not see her and slowly stood up. He dusted his clothes and leisurely said, "Sister-in-law has the heart of a loving mother, but you should also think about the Empress's motherly heart. Quickly go back and make arrangements for her funeral. The Empress is in a hurry to marry off her daughter." Wu Yuji's body trembled as he watched Wu Sansi leisurely walk away. His eyes were about to pop, but in the end, he did not have the courage to stand up and pounce. Yang Fan sat quietly in front of the hall. The sunlight shone in from the outside, and the shadows were at his feet, illuminating the simple and crude hall. Yang Fan casually glanced at the decorations in the hall before casting his gaze outside. Outside the hall, there were 200-year-old plum trees on the left and right side of the door. Like the flowerbed in the front yard, They grew naturally and did not look like they had been pruned. Yang Fan looked quietly for a while before closing his eyes slightly to rest his mind. Today, he had come publicly just to ask for the calligraphy. No matter what, he would not make a move today. If it was in the past, he would definitely make a move as soon as he heard about Miao Shunke's whereabouts, but now he could not. Seeking justice from Miao Shunke was his responsibility. Protecting and maintaining the relationship between him and Wan was also his responsibility. Now, he had to consider problems more long-term and more meticulous than before. Rash methods could not be used. He had to do his best to maintain his current identity and maintain the relationship between him and Wan. After he avenged all his relatives who died in vain in the Peach Blossom Village, he had to start his own life. He had to live well. He could not drag Shanghai Wan to accompany him and become a pair of wild mandarin ducks that fled to the ends of the world. Yang Fan sat quietly for a long time. Hearing footsteps, he slightly opened his eyes and saw Du Xian holding a scroll that was almost as tall as him walking out from the back of the hall. Seeing Yang Fan, Du Xian smiled and said, "Lang Jun, you have waited for a long time. Teacher has been writing for a while, but the ink has not dried yet, so it took a while before it was sent out." Yang Fan smiled and stood up. He received the scroll with both hands and said with a smile, "Little brother, many thanks." Du Xian hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Don't mention it, don't mention it. Lang Jun, take care." This little guy was not polite at all. Once the matter was settled, he immediately asked him to leave. Yang Fan laughed and looked deeply at the back of the hall before walking out. Holding the scroll, Yang Fan slowly walked on the cross street of Shongshan Square. When he was about to reach the end of the street and leave Shongshan Square, he heard a burst of people shouting and horses neighing behind him, as well as the screams of passers-by. Yang Fan turned his head and saw an ox cart madly driving over. Originally, the ox cart was traveling in an easy and steady manner. But at this moment, the two fat oxen seemed to have gone crazy and suddenly ran wildly. Their speed was unexpectedly not inferior to that of the fine horses. On the road, many passers-by hurriedly gave way. There were also some adults who rushed to the street and picked up their children who were playing and fled to the side of the road. Everywhere the ox cart passed, there was a wave of curses. Astonished, Yang Fan looked over and saw a middle-aged man wearing a scholar's robe sitting at the front of the cart. The whip in his hand whistled through the air, causing the two fat oxen to scatter their hooves and run for their lives. At this time, the ox cart rumbled as it approached. When Yang Fan saw the person sitting at the front of the cart, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Isn't this the Internal Guard's Lieutenant General, Wu Yuji? Why is he personally driving the cart?" "He is." Yang Fan saw Wu Yuji's face was twisted and his eyes were filled with hot tears. As the ox cart passed, tears scattered all over the road. He couldn't help but be shocked. What could make a man, and a man of high status and authority, cry like this? One had to know that even the Li royal family had to tuck their tails between their legs. The most arrogant ones were the Wu family. Wu Yuji was like a madman. The whip in his hand ruthlessly lashed out again and again, venting all his anger and hatred on the two strong oxen that were pulling the cart. He rushed up the street with a roar. He was the nephew of the current dynasty's Empress Wu. He was the Lieutenant General of the Right Guard, but he could only watch as his wife was poisoned to death. He had to abandon his own son just to marry that damned princess. But what could he do? He couldn't avenge his wife's murder, and he had to abandon his own son. He hated Empress Wu, he hated Taiping, he hated Wu Sansi, and he hated his own cowardice. As the ox cart rushed up the street, Wu Yuji cried out in grief and indignation, Lang, why didn't we tell the Langjuns to come and pick you up?" At the end of the street, Di Renjie rode on a grey donkey. On his left and right were the dark skinny Shu Asheng and the pretty maid Chan Huan. In front of them was a man holding the reins of the donkey. Di Renjie smiled and said, "Why would I tell them? Hey, this old man wants to give them a sneak attack. Let's see what these good-for-nothings are doing at home." Chan Huan curled her lips and muttered, "Disrespectful old man." Di Renjie glanced at her and pretended not to hear. At this moment, Wu Yuji drove the crazy ox cart and rushed over. Shu Asheng was shocked and rushed over, saying, "Stop, stop. Why are you running in the middle of the street?" Ouch! The ox cart did not stop at all and continued to charge straight ahead. Shu Asheng was shocked and jumped to the side, hastily avoiding the front of the cart. He was hit by the shaft and fell into the crowd. Chan Huan screamed, "Ah Lang!" Seeing the ox cart turn into a rumbling war chariot, the young girl was afraid. With her delicate body, how could she fight against the bull? She quickly jumped to the side. Di Renjie, who was sitting on the back of the donkey, wanted to jump but it was too late. He anxiously shouted, "Driver, get out of the way." The driver was really obedient. He let go of the reins and ran away. Di Renjie stared blankly and quickly shouted, Me too. I'm here." Fortunately, the donkey was also afraid of the crazy ox and hurriedly scurried to the side. In the end, it didn't completely get out of the way. When the ox saw something blocking its way, it subconsciously lowered its head and used its horn to prick the donkey's thigh. Blood gushed out. The donkey howled twice in pain and dashed towards the Shongshan lane. Yang Fan watched as the ox cart crashed into the entrance of the workshop, leaving a mess behind. Just as he was about to take another step, another crazy donkey dashed towards him. There was a fat old man on the donkey's back. He was thrown up and down like a rag in the wind, but he still stubbornly held on to the donkey's neck and refused to fall. The ground was made of limestone. If the fat old man really fell down, his head might become a rotten watermelon. It was extremely dangerous. Yang Fan was shocked when he saw this. He didn't have time to think. He threw the scroll to the side of the road, and with a vigorous step, he pounced forward. Whoa! Yang Fan rushed forward and reached the donkey's head. He suddenly leaned to the side, stretched out his arms, and grabbed the donkey's neck. He used the 1,000 catty drop and firmly held on to the ground. The donkey continued to run wildly. Yang Fan tightly held on to the donkey's neck. The muscles on his arms were tight and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The donkey dragged them forward for more than 10 steps before it slowed down. It was only a dozen steps, but Yang Fan's boots were stretched so far that his big toes were exposed. When Di Renjie saw the donkey's speed slowing down, he pushed the donkey's back with both hands and rolled to the ground. He didn't dare to blindly wait for someone to save him. If this strong man couldn't rein in the crazy donkey, wouldn't his only chance to save his life be gone? Di Renjie landed safely on the ground. However, he was old after all. When he rolled down from the donkey's back, he didn't fall flat on the ground. His right foot hit the ground first, and Di Renjie cried out in pain. His forehead was sweating from the pain. The donkey that was in pain was reined in by Yang Fan. Finally, it slowed down and chased after them from afar. It cried as it chased, my donkey ah." When he got closer, he saw that someone had helped him rein in the crazy donkey. He couldn't help but laugh. When he looked closely, he saw that there was a big cut on the donkey's buttocks. Blood dyed the donkey red. He couldn't help but cry again, my donkey, my donkey." Di Renjie was furious. He glared at him and said, "You only know about your donkey. I'm your guest. You didn't even ask me. Are you saying that I'm not as good as a donkey?" Chapter 180. Di Renjie angrily flicked his finger on Chao Jiao's head. Then, he tidied up his clothes and bowed to Yang Fan with a comical posture of a golden rooster standing on one leg. He said with a sincere smile, "Thank you for helping me, little Langjun. Otherwise, I would have been in danger today." Yang Fan smiled and said, "You're too polite, old man. It's only right for me to help when I see danger on the road. It's nothing to me." He turned around to pick up the scroll from the roadside and nodded at the fat old man with a smile. Just as he was about to leave, Di Renjie's gaze fell on his feet and he quickly stopped him. He said to Shu Asheng, who had just caught up with them with a pale face, "In order to save me, this little Langjun has even worn out his shoes. Asheng, take out some money to compensate this little Langjun." Sheng quickly agreed and took out the money from his pocket. Yang Fan smiled and waved his hand, "There's no need to be so polite, old man. I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave now." After Yang Fan finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards him and strode away. Ah Sheng was too lazy to pay attention to him. He put the money in his pocket and searched Di Renjie's body. He asked nervously, "Ah Lang, are you all right?" Di Renjie glared at him and said, "If I waited for you to save me, I would have been smashed into pieces." Looking up at young Fan, Di Renjie stroked his beard and smiled. He said approvingly, "This young man has a good character. Looking at his skills, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to carry me down from the donkey's back, but he was able to foresee that the crazy donkey would kick and bump into someone else, so he gave up on the easy and turned to the difficult. He forcefully stalled this crazy donkey. To be able to have such meticulous thoughts in such a short period of time is truly not easy for a young man. Yang Fan was there to save someone, but Di Renjie was thrown into the air by the crazy donkey. He had just been rescued and was still in a state of shock. He could guess why Yang Fan did this, so he was even more meticulous. Chan Huan also caught up with Shu Asheng. When she saw that her Ah Lang was indeed unharmed, she heaved a long sigh of relief. She rolled her eyes at Shu Asheng and reprimanded him, "You are really stupid. You always boast about your abilities, but today Ah Lang is in danger and you are completely useless. If something bad happens to Ah Lang, it would be strange if the three Langjun did not kill you when we get back." Shu Asheng rolled his eyes at her and did not say anything. Chan Huan was angry and scolded him again, "You can't save anyone and do anything. That young man's shoes were destroyed in order to save our Ah Lang. He was just being polite and you took the money. How can you behave like this? Hurry up and catch up with him and return the money to him." Di Renjie smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Forget it. Since that young man doesn't want it, there's no need to force him. I see that although he is wearing casual clothes, he is wearing a pair of official boots. He must be someone from the Yamen. I think he can afford the price of a pair of boots." The donkey was still crying like a ghost and howling like a wolf. He cried, my donkey, I rely on you to make a living. If anything happens to such a big wound, how can I live in the future? Woo woo woo. I still have to earn money to marry a wife, woo woo woo," the donkey cried out in pain. The crying of this little guy was even louder than the donkey. Di Renjie stroked his beard and stared at him, feeling angry and funny at the same time. He said to Ah Sheng, "Give him the 2 pieces of money and ask him to treat his donkey. He's crying worse than a donkey." Di Renjie returned to the capital, but it was said that he accidentally sprained his ankle when he entered the city. So he had to rest for 2 days and did not immediately enter the palace to see the empress. The officials in the court did not believe it. They felt that this old fox was plotting something. The wife of the right guard Great General Wu Yuji died of illness at a family banquet. Not long after this news spread, there was a rumor that she was poisoned to death because Empress Wu wanted to betroth her daughter, Princess Taiping, to Wu Yuji. No one could verify the authenticity of this news, but it spread like wildfire. Not long after, there was another rumor that Empress Wu had made the decision and arranged for the marriage of Princess Taiping and Wu Yuji. With these 2 pieces of information, the truth of Madame Li's death could no longer be concealed. No one dared to criticize Empress Wu's ruthlessness. No one knew that it was Princess Taiping who knew Wu Yuji had a wife. She was also forced by her mother, who had always been strong. People only cursed Wu Yuji for ruthlessly poisoning his wife in order to marry the princess. They said he was worse than a pig or a dog. The truth was like looking at flowers through fog from the mouth of 3 people. After 10 people, it was completely different. It had always been like this. Today was not the day of the court meeting. Empress Wu sent someone to summon Princess Taiping early in the morning and asked her to come to the palace. Wu Sanxi handled the matter neatly. Wu Yuji's wife had smoothly died of illness. Empress Wu was very satisfied with this. She summoned Princess Taiping to the palace to discuss the marriage. This marriage was undoubtedly a clear political signal. Empress Wu wanted to arrange it before she ascended the throne. This time, Princess Taiping did not do anything extreme. No matter what Empress Wu said, she only agreed. There was no sorrow greater than a dead heart. Empress Wu did not consider her feelings at all. Forcing her to marry had shattered the last hope in Princess Taiping's heart. She had thought that no matter how cold and heartless her mother was to others, She was truly loving towards her. Now she knew that her mother might really love her, but in her mother's heart, interests were always the most important. When it came to interests, even her most beloved daughter could be traded and sacrificed. Of course, Wu Zetian saw her displeasure. But in Wu Zetian's view, it was enough for her daughter to give in. No one could go against her wishes. Even her own daughter could not compromise. This was her principle. At noon, Wu Zetian asked Princess Taiping to have lunch with her. Princess Taiping tastelessly ate the lunch. Then she said goodbye to Empress Wu and left the inner palace. In the past, when Princess Taiping entered the palace, besides seeing her mother, she would always go to Shanghai WNR's place to sit and chat. As for her brother, the emperor, she never went there. She was also clear about her mother's taboo. But she was depressed today. She didn't even want to see Shanghai WNR, so she went straight out of the palace. When Princess Taiping walked to Hanyuan Hall, a general happened to stride towards her. The general was nearly 50 years old, with some grey hair on his temples. He was not tall, but very thick. His face was slightly red, and his eyebrows and eyes were very regular. As soon as he saw Princess Taiping walking towards him, the general was a little surprised. He stood still, cupped his hands and bowed slightly, saying, "Your Royal Highness." This general was Wu Yuji's eldest brother, Wu Yuyi. Now he was the general of the Yulin Guard and controlled the imperial army. As a core member of the Wu family, he already knew that Princess Taiping would soon become his sister-in-law. He also knew that his virtuous sister-in-law, Li, died because of this. Wu Yuyi's mentality was very complicated. When the Wu family was exiled to Hainan, Li traveled thousands of miles to marry his brother, who was an exiled criminal and probably would never see the light of day. How could such a woman be worthy of respect? However, when she became an obstacle to the Wu family's integration with the Li family, she was sacrificed by the Wu family without pity. From the emotional point of view, Wu Yuyi felt that it was not worth it for Li family. He was also a little disgusted with Princess Taiping, who caused the Li family's misfortune. But from the rational point of view, he also knew that with Princess Taiping as a link, he could fight for the greatest benefits for the Wu family. Sacrificing a woman was really not a big deal. Princess Taiping glanced at him indifferently. She didn't stop and walked by herself. Wu Yuyi's face showed a helpless wry smile. He gently shook his head and walked away. Princess Taiping walked a few steps, but suddenly stopped. She thought for a moment and suddenly turned around. She raised her voice and called, "Great General, please wait." Wu Yuyi stopped and turned around in surprise. He slightly bowed and said, "Your Highness." Princess Taiping leisurely walked back and stood still in front of him. "General Wu," she said, "I have something to ask you." Wu Yuyi hurriedly said, "I dare not." "Princess, please speak." Princess Taiping said, "I heard that young Fan transferred to the 100 Cavalry?" Wu Yuyi slightly frowned. Princess Taiping's question was abrupt. He was the great general of the Yulin Guard. How could he remember the names of so many subordinates? Fortunately, the woman who asked him to transfer young Fan to the 100 Cavalry was not an ordinary person. Moreover, it had just happened, so he still had some impression. Wu Yuyi thought for a moment and said, "Yes. This young Fan used to be a big wrestler in the palace, right? I heard that he is very good at Kuju, Koju, and sumo wrestling. Such a person has just been transferred to the 100 Cavalry. I wonder why Your Highness asked about him." Princess Taiping lightly said, "There is one thing that I think the general must have heard." Wu Yuyi said, "Please enlighten me, Princess." Princess Taiping said, "I will get married soon. The man I will marry." Wu Yuyi hurriedly put on a smile and said, "Yes, Wu Yuyi already knows about it." Princess Taiping also smiled and said, "The great general is Taiping's cousin. In the future, he will also be Taiping's uncle." Wu Yuyi laughed and said, Yes, this is a marriage on top of a family. Haha, I am happy to see this happen." Princess Taiping said, "When Taiping marries, there will be warriors, maids, and eunuchs as a dowry. I would like to ask the great general to part with his beloved and send this young Fan to Taiping as a dowry warrior. What do you think?" Wu Yuyi was surprised and said, "Young Fan? Why does the princess want this person to be a dowry? Princess Taiping nonchalantly said, "It is nothing. It is only because this person is good at kuju, koju, and sumo wrestling. The great general must know that I like these things very much. It is rare to find such a wonderful person. Naturally, I want him by my side. When I have nothing to do, he can accompany me to relieve my boredom." At this point, her white and tender cheeks twitched faintly. Chapter 181. Wu Yuyi did not have any special thoughts on Princess Taiping's request. Princess Taiping was very different from those royal women who did not abide by the rules and had private affairs. She had been married to Xue Shao for 7 years and the couple loved each other very much. They had given birth to 4 sons and there had never been any rumors of her keeping a gigolo or having a secret lover. Moreover, it was well known that she liked to play games like kuju and sumo wrestling. Therefore, Wu Yuyi believed it without a doubt. If this young fan was really transferred by him into the 100 Cavalry, he would naturally push the boat with the current and send him to Taiping. However, there was still Shangguan Daijiao behind young fan and this person was recommended by Shangguan Daijiao. He still did not know what was the intention of Shanghai WNR and what was the relationship between her and this young fan, so how could he casually agree to Taiping's request? Princess Taiping saw his hesitation and her pink face could not help but sink. She said unhappily, "What's wrong? It's just a mere imperial bodyguard. Is the great general not willing to let go of him?" Since young, Taiping had always had the temperament of getting whatever she wanted and had never been disobeyed by anyone. The first 2 times she tried to recruit young fan, she was rejected by him. After all, she only wanted to recruit him to work in her mansion. Although she was unhappy, she did not resent him. Later, when the 2 of them fought side by side against Tufan and defeated Tufan, the unhappiness disappeared like smoke in thin air. But the 3rd time she was rejected, she was naked and begging for a night of pleasure. If it was any other woman, to be rejected by the other party in this situation would be an unbearable humiliation. Moreover, Princess Taiping had always been proud of her beauty and was an exceptionally strong person. At this time, she really hated young fan to the core. If it was not for the fact that even as a princess, she had no right to force others to leave, she wished she could castrate young fan and make him a servant to serve her for the rest of his life. Only by degrading him and humiliating him would the hatred in her heart be dispelled. Now she had to settle for the next best thing and put forward this request to Wu Yuyi. As long as she made young fan her personal guard, wouldn't he be at her mercy? Unfortunately, she thought that Wu Yuyi had heard of young fan's heroic performance on the boxing field, so she made an exception to promote him. She did not know that there was more to it than meets the eye. The woman standing behind young fan seemed to be harmless and gentle, but the power of that woman right now was even greater than her royal highness. When a princess got married, she would have warriors, maids, and eunuchs as her dowries. A princess who was not favored might only have a few dozen warriors, palace maids, and a dozen or so eunuchs as her dowry. A princess who was favored might have thousands of warriors, palace maids, and eunuchs as her dowry. However, this kind of thing had always been arranged by the Chamberlain department, and there had never been a reason for a princess to ask someone to be her dowry. Wu Yuyi did not want to offend Princess Taiping, but she also did not want to offend Shanghai Wana. His aunt, the Empress of Heaven, was a person who did not recognize her own family. Although Shanghai Wana's surname was neither Wu nor Li, her position in front of the Empress was higher than his, her closest relative. If he offended the people around the Empress, it would not benefit him at all. This, Wu Yuyi laughed and said, "After all, young fan has already entered the 100 Cavalry. If we rashly transfer him here and there, I'm afraid it will cause criticism. How about this? I will go back and arrange it first. Whether it is successful or not, I will definitely report it to Her Royal Highness. How about it?" It was impossible for Princess Taiping to mention such a matter to Empress Wu. If this marriage was harmonious, it would be normal for her to act like a spoiled child and ask for a few people from her mother. But now the relationship between her and her mother was like an invisible iceberg. If she actually asked for a certain person from Empress Wu, with Empress Wu's alertness and female sensitivity, she would definitely notice something. With Empress Wu's character, once she noticed something, even if it was just a suspicion, The most likely thing Empress Wu would do was to immediately make Yang Fan disappear from the world. Moreover, it would be to make him disappear in a puff of smoke. Even his bones would not be left for Taiping. People would always die. But if he did not die in her hands, how could she dispel the hatred in her heart? Seeing that Wu Yuyi's tone was a little relaxed, Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Well, in that case, I will wait for the good news from General. Goodbye." Princess Taiping turned and left. Wu Yuyi thought for a moment and went straight to Wucheng Hall to see Shanghai Wn. He had to first probe Shanghai Wn's opinion before he could make a decision. When Wu Yuyi arrived at Wucheng Hall, he did not see Shanghai Wn. There was no court meeting today and Shanghai Wn did not have much official business. After dealing with some government affairs, Shanghai Wn went to the history library. Wu Yuyi rushed to the history library and asked the people there. They said that Shangguan Juzhao was in her study room. Shanghai Wn's study room in the history library was the place she led Yang Fan to last time. Suddenly there was a few knocks on the door and a man's clear voice said, "Shangguan Juzhao, Wu Yuyi requests to see you." Shanghai Wn sat there thinking about her lover. She thought about the love and sweetness she had with her Langjun these days. This woman who had just entered the river of love wanted to write a love poem to express her feelings. She had just finished and was about to write when she heard Wu Yuyi's voice. She could not help but put down the pen in annoyance and stood up, saying, "General Wu, please come in." The descendants of the Wu family were not all arrogant and despotic like Wu Sanxi and Wu Chengxi. They were not all lecherous like Wu Huxing. After all, they were from the Guanlong family. Most of the Wu family's descendants were well-mannered and well-mannered. When Wu Yuyi entered, he opened the door wide and did not close it. A man and a woman alone in the room, there was no one else. He could not avoid suspicion. Wu Yuyi quickly walked to Shanghai Wn, bowed and said with a smile, "Shangguan Juzhao." Shanghai Wn calmed her mind and turned sideways to avoid the bow. She nodded slightly and said, "General, please sit." The two of them sat on their knees in the outer guest hall separated by a screen. Shanghai Wn said, "Why did General come here? Is there something important?" Wu Yuyi said, "Oh, it is nothing important. Just a private matter that I want to ask Shangguan Juzhao." Shanghai Wn was puzzled and asked, "What matter does General want to talk about?" Wu Yuyi covered her mouth and coughed lightly, said, It is about the young fan that Shangguan Juzhao mentioned to me last time." Shanghai Wn's expression tensed and quickly asked, "Young fan? What about him?" Wu Yuyi saw her expression and thought, it seems that Shangguan Juzhao cares a lot about this young fan. But his surname is not Shangguan nor is his surname Zheng. He should not be a relative of Shangguan Juzhao's father or mother. Could it be that he is a relative of Shangguan Juzhao's side branch? Wu Yuyi thought for a while, then said, "It's like this, Shangguan Daijao had told me before that he wanted to transfer Yang Fan into the 100 Cavalry. Haha, Shangguan Daijao ordered me to do so, how could I dare to disobey?" Shanghai Wn said, I do not dare. General is too polite." Shangguan Juzhao only asked Great General to do this. As she said this, she stared at Wu Yuyi without blinking, knowing that there must be some changes. Wu Yuyi cleared his throat and said, "It is like this. In a few days, Princess Taiping is going to marry my third brother Yuji. Shangguan Juzhao must have heard about this." Shanghai Wn gently nodded and said, "Yes, I have also heard about this." Speaking to this point, she remembered Madame Li who suddenly died of illness. Shanghai Wn could not help but secretly sigh. Wu Yuyi said, "Just now, I happened to meet Taiping in front of Hanyuan Hall. Taiping mentioned to me that she wants Yang Fan to be part of her dowry. I want to ask Shangguan Juzhao's opinion." Shanghai Wn was startled and asked, "Princess Taiping wants Yang Fan to be part of her dowry? Why?" Wu Yuyi said, "Princess Taiping likes to play kuju and Yang Fan is an expert in this, so she wants to get him. If it was an ordinary imperial bodyguard, I would naturally give him to her. But this Yang Fan is under Shangguan Juzhao's care, so, I want to ask Shangguan Juzhao's opinion." Shanghai Wn blurted out, "You can't." As soon as these words left her mouth, Shanghai Wn knew that she had acted too hastily. She slightly lowered her head and brushed the hair on her temples. She muttered, "Oh, I mean." Shanghai Wan anxiously thought about it. If she wanted to protect young Fan, she only needed to say one word and Wu Yuyi would have to give her face. But this would inevitably cause others to suspect her relationship with young Fan. And their relationship could not be exposed right now. Wan did not want to harm her little Langjun. Her eyes slightly turned and suddenly an idea came to her mind. She gently raised her head and lightly said, "Young Fan must stay in the 100 Cavalry. If Great General sends him out as part of the princess's dowry, I am afraid the Empress will not be happy." "Ah!" Wu Yuyi was startled. He quickly raised his head and saw that the corner of Shanghai Wan's mouth seemed to have a mysterious smile. Wu Yuyi was alarmed. He suddenly thought of a possibility, the most likely possibility. Could it be that this young Fan is aunt's? Thinking of this, Wu Yuyi broke out in a cold sweat. He could not help but secretly rejoice that he did not agree to Princess Taiping's request. He quickly said, "Ah, I understand. Many thanks for Shangguan Duzhao's advice. Shangguan Duzhao's advice, I will remember it in my heart. I will report to you later. I know what to do. I will not disturb you any longer. I will take my leave now. Goodbye." Wu Yuyi quickly took his leave. Shanghai Wan sent him to the door of the hall. Seeing him hurriedly leave, she gently closed the door. The smile on her lips disappeared. She frowned and thought carefully. The more she thought, the more uneasy she became. Why did Princess Taiping want young Fan as part of the dowry? Wu Yuji's reason seemed reasonable. But others did not know Princess Taiping's attitude towards marrying Wu Yuji. She clearly knew. At this time, did Princess Taiping still have the leisure to do this? Shanghai Wan suddenly thought of Princess Taiping's appreciation for young Fan and her repeated solicitation of young Fan. She suddenly thought, could it be that Princess Taiping also likes Erlang? A woman's intuition made Shanghai Wan immediately think of the problem. What she was not sure about was, what was young Fan's mind? Thinking of Princess Taiping's beautiful face and enchanting figure, Wan, who was too young to even kiss, had no confidence that she could keep her Langjuan's heart. What if Princess Taiping had some feelings for her Langjun? Could he resist the temptation? What if her Langjun changed his mind? The more Shanghai Wan thought about it, the more flustered she became. She did not want to wait a moment and walked out. If she did not personally ask young Fan and get his answer, she would not feel at ease. Chapter 182. At this time, young Fan had arrived at the Yulin Guard's 100 horsemen to officially carry out the handover. He had already received the transfer order from the Ministry of War. The Yulin Guard, as the Imperial Army of Yuansong, had a permanent armed force at Black Tortoise Gate, which was the 100 horsemen. The so-called 100 horsemen was the most trusted armed force of the emperor. In fact, a few years later, the Imperial Army of Yuansong developed the 1,000 horsemen and 10,000 horsemen. Their nature was more or less the same, just to prove that they were closer to the emperor. The 100 horsemen was obviously one of the core forces. Their position among the imperial guards was second only to the inner guards. The military discipline here was strict. Although young Fan had passed the inspection of the outer palace, he was still subjected to a strict interrogation when he entered the Black Tortoise Gate Tower to meet the brigade commander of the 100 horsemen. After young Fan's transfer order was verified, the soldier guarding the gate glanced at him and shook his head. "Follow me." Young Fan followed him and walked up the wide stone steps. Before they reached the tower, two burly men came up from behind. When they saw the soldier leading young Fan, one of them asked, "Zhong Shitong, what is this man doing?" The soldier leading young Fan laughed. "Captain Huang, Captain Cheng, this man was transferred from Big Horn. He will soon be one of our 100 horsemen." "Oh!" The two men had already passed them, but when they heard this, they stopped in their tracks. Captain Huang, who asked the question just now, turned around and looked at young Fan condescendingly. He said scornfully, "Big Horn? What kind of person can this bunch of trumpeters and gongs have to be in our 100 horsemen? If this goes on, what will our 100 horsemen become? Juggling." Young Fan glanced at this person. He wasn't tall and was slightly plump, But he didn't look bloated at all. His face was ordinary, and he had a slightly disdainful expression. However, he had an air of superiority about him. The person next to him was slightly taller than him. His face was clear and resolute, not as crude as him, but rather somewhat refined. The Yuansong Imperial Army was an armed force under the emperor's personal command since the founding of the Tang dynasty. However, up until now, this army had been passed down through several generations. In order to maintain their combat effectiveness and make them the most elite force in the Imperial Army, in addition to the best equipment and strict training, every time a war broke out in the Tang dynasty, they would take turns to transfer soldiers from the Imperial Army to experience the bloody battles on the battlefield. As the elites of the elites, every member of the 100 Steeds had been on the battlefield and killed before. Naturally, there was a kind of prestige in their eyes. However, Yang Fan's expression was unusually calm under his intense gaze. Yang Fan had also been on the battlefield and killed before. When he was on the battlefield, he was probably much younger than this Captain Huang, so there was no need to fear his aura. Facing Captain Huang's intense gaze, Yang Fan smiled and said, "Never ask where a hero comes from. Why can't there be real men in Da Jiao's army? Captain Huang, you're judging a book by its cover, aren't you?" "Yo." Captain Huang glared at Yang Fan and said, "You're getting cocky now, kid. Looks like you have some background. Let me tell you first, no matter how great your family's background is, in the Imperial Army, you can be taken care of and get some benefits. But in the 100 Cavalry, don't even think about it. Here, you have to rely on your own abilities to make a living." Yang Fan said neither haughtily nor humbly, "The reason I came here is to rely on my own abilities to make a living. Captain Huang, what you said is exactly what I wanted. If there's a chance to make a name for yourself in the future, I hope Captain Huang will not forget about me. I believe I won't let you down." Things were different now. Yang Fan was determined to make a name for himself so that he could marry his beautiful wife. Therefore, he was serious about his career in the army. In the army, it was not appropriate to talk back to one's superior, but it was even worse to be a docile sheep. This was Captain Huang's provocation, and he could not back down. Captain Huang was so angry that he laughed and nodded his head. "Good. Well done. You're tough enough with your words, but I hope your bones are tough enough too. As long as there's such a chance, I will definitely not forget about you." Yang Fan smiled. "In that case, I'll thank Captain Huang in advance." Captain Huang snorted and turned to leave. Captain Cheng, who had been looking at Yang Fan with a smile, saw Captain Huang leaving in quick strides and quickly caught up with him. "This kid looks familiar. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the Yang Fan who was in the limelight at the archery field." "Oh, Yang Fan? I've heard of the name Yang Fan before. Why did the brigade marshal bring him here? We're 100 Cavalry. Don't tell me we need to practice archery and participate in some competitions in the future. I'll go ask the brigade marshal." The two of them had already walked away from the side of the city wall. Captain Huang turned around and ran up the city wall. Inside the city wall, the brigade marshal Xu Liang was looking at Yang Fan's transfer order. Yang Fan and the soldier named Zhong Shitong were standing opposite Xu Liang. Captain Huang and Captain Cheng suddenly walked in side by side. Xu Liang glanced at the two people who had just walked in and continued to read the transfer order. He said, "Well, since it's," Captain Huang said in a loud voice, "Brigade Marshal, I have something to say." Xu Liang said, "What do you want to say?" Captain Huang said in a loud voice, "Brigade Marshal, is this person called Yang Fan?" Xu Liang nodded his head. "Yes, you know him?" Captain Huang said, "I don't know him, but I've heard of him. Didn't he just make a name for himself in the archery field?" "Brigade Marshal, what is our 100 Cavalry? Are we going to specialize in archery in the future just to win a smile from the nobles?" Xu Liang furrowed his eyebrows. "What nonsense are you talking about? This transfer order was approved by the Ministry of War and approved by Great General Wu. Is there any room for you, Huang Xuchang, to talk too much?" Huang Xuchang stiffened his neck. "I'm not convinced. Our brothers in 100 Cavalry are all heroes who can fight against 100 men. As long as 100 Cavalry is mentioned in the Imperial Army, who wouldn't be in awe? We've risked our lives on the battlefield to earn our reputation. We can't let it be ruined just like that. Shu Liang wanted to say something but suddenly put down his hands and stood at attention. He looked straight ahead and dared not breathe too loudly. Captain Cheng noticed something was wrong and turned around. He quickly followed Shu Liang and stood at attention. At the same time, he tugged at Huang Shuchang's collar. At the door, a slow and unhurried voice sounded. Only those who have been on the battlefield and killed people can be called heroes? According to what you've said, this general has never been on the battlefield and killed enemies. You should be the great general instead. Great General Wu Yuyi of the Yulin Guard slowly strolled in with his hands behind his back. Although Huang Shuchang was just a small squad leader and was worlds apart from Wu Yuyi's position as the great general of the Yulin Guard, 100 Cavalry was the core armed force of the Yulin Guard after all. Therefore, Wu Yuyi knew all the people inside, especially those who held certain official positions. Wu Yuyi glanced at him and said, Yang Fan ranked second in the upper prime competition in wrestling. Is there a need to compare his martial arts skills? How can he be worse than you, Huang Shuchang? In the archery competition, Yang Fan, Princess Taiping, Great General Qiu, Great General Luo and the others fought 5 against 10 and defeated the Tubo army. How can his horsemanship and combat skills be worse than yours? Huang Shuchang mumbled unhappily. Wu Yuyi glared at him and said, What did you say? Huang Shuchang raised his head and said loudly, This lowly officer said that in killing enemies on the battlefield, cavalry and archery are number 1. This lowly officer doesn't believe it. His archery skills are equally brilliant. In archery, he's definitely inferior to me. Wu Yuyi was furious and was about to berate him when Yang Fan smiled and said, In archery, this lowly one is definitely inferior to you, Captain Huang. However, all abilities are gained through training. Since Yang Fan has entered the 100 Cavalry, he will not bring shame to this name. Huang Shuchang hadn't said anything when Wu Yuyi smiled wholeheartedly and said, Good. You have great ambitions. This general likes young people like you. All of you withdraw. This general has something to tell your brigade commander. Yes. Everyone crossed their arms in salute and withdrew from the gate tower. Shu Liang said, Great General, please take a seat. I don't know what the great general has to instruct this lowly officer. Wu Yuyi pulled him to the side and said solemnly, Shu Liang, I have an important task for you. Shu Liang's face tightened and he replied seriously, Great General, please instruct me. Wu Yuyi said, This young Fan, you have to keep a close eye on him. Shu Liang was startled and asked, What's wrong with him? Wu Yuyi said angrily, What problem? I'm saying, you have to watch him carefully, watch him like an eyeball. Don't let anything happen to him. Wu Yuyi was shocked. What was this young Fan's background? Why did the great general run over to give such an order? He said in a daze, This lowly officer still doesn't understand. Is the great general saying that training, errands, and such should not be given to him? Wu Yuyi shook her head and said in a low voice, This is also not appropriate. He doesn't need to join 100 Cavalry. Since he wants to come, he must like to do things in the army. He's a young man, hot-blooded and vigorous. If you don't let him do things, I'm afraid he won't like it. You must arrange for him to do more things. Then, Wu Yuyi glared at him and said, Idiot. Do you still need me to teach you this? Send more people to follow him and make him happy. Won't it be fine as long as you protect him? Yes, yes, yes. Shu Liang's heart began to tremble. What was this person's background? Why did even the great general treat him like, to have such a person under him? It was really too twisted. Yang Fan and his men retreated from the tower. Huang Shuchang looked angrily at Yang Fan and walked away. Yang Fan chased after him and called out, Captain Huang. Huang Shuchang turned his head and said fiercely, What is it? Yang Fan slowly said, The glory of the bowfield. This lowly officer has long forgotten it. I hope that Captain Huang can also forget it. This lowly officer is a commoner, not from a rich family. In the palace and the army, I also have no backing. Captain Huang, please don't be prejudiced against this lowly officer. Whether this Yang is a good soldier or not, we'll see in the future. These words were powerful and resonant, and the tone was extremely sincere. Huang Xuchang could not help but be moved when he heard it. He looked at Yang Fan and his expression softened a little. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a loud shout. "Aha! Brother Yang, you've really been transferred to our Yulin Guard. When little Wei and I heard about it, we hurried over to take a look. Haha, we're a family in the future." Yang Fan turned his head to look. One of them was the son-in-law of the right Yulin Guard, Li Duozhua, the left Yulin Guard's Lieutenant General Yi Huli. The other was the left Yulin Guard's Brigade Commander Wei Yong. Huang Xuchang and Captain Cheng quickly cupped their fists and said, "This lowly officer greets Lieutenant General and Brigade Commander Wei." Yulin laughed heartily and rushed over to give Yang Fan a bear hug. Wei Yong, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand at them. Yulin and Wei Yong chatted intimately with Yang Fan for a while. They called each other brothers and kept asking him to treat them to a drink to celebrate. Huang Xuchang and Captain Cheng, who had just heard Yang Fan say that he did not have any backing in the palace and the army, could not help but look at each other speechlessly. At this moment, there was a clear cough from the staircase. Another elegant woman's voice suddenly sounded. "Guard Yang, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you." Yulin and the rest turned their heads to look. It was actually Shangguan Wn with a slender waist and fluttering white clothes. They hurriedly bowed and said, "Greetings, Shangguan Wn." This time, even Yang Fan was speechless. Chapter 183. At the top of the wall, Wn's robe fluttered in the wind. Yang Fan turned around to look at the people on the other side and asked in a low voice, "Wn, why are you here?" On the other side of the city wall, Huli stretched out his big, bear-like palm and patted Huang Xuchang and Captain Cheng's shoulders one after another. "Huang Xuchang, Cheng Yichuan, you two old farts, listen up. Yang Fan is my little brother. From now on, he's a member of 100 Cavalry. You two must take good care of him," he exclaimed. Shangguan Wn was a little bashful. She had come on a whim, but when she saw Yang Fan, she found it difficult to speak. Yang Fan saw her expression and couldn't help but feel nervous. He asked, "Did something happen?" Shangguan Wn hurriedly shook her head. She hesitated for a moment before mustering up the courage to say, Whatever, I'm going back." Yang Fan was getting impatient. "What is it? Stop stuttering, tell me." Shangguan Wn was annoyed by his questions. She lowered her head and stammered, "You and Princess Taiping, what? Oh, I mean, have you ever fallen in love with another woman?" "Of course not." Shanghai Wn suddenly raised her head, her eyes were shining. "Really? Really? Then, what if she's prettier than me? I have to like her because she's prettier? What kind of logic is that? Then, what if her family background is better than me? What does that have to do with me? If Yang Fan wants to be successful, he has to rely on his own abilities. If I was someone who would do anything for power, I would have agreed to your suggestion. But, what if she's prettier than me, more noble, and can stay with you for a long time? It's hard for me to spend more time with you. I'm scared." "Silly girl, you're imagining things again. That's impossible." "You swear." "I swear. If I fall in love with another woman." "All right, don't swear anymore." Shangguan Wana smiled sweetly and said, "I believe you." Yang Fan was confused. "You came all the way here just to ask about this?" Shangguan Wana blushed and said shyly, "Yen." Yang Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you thinking? Why did you suddenly think of asking this question?" Shangguan Wana stammered, I. At this time, Wu Yuyi heard the news and walked out of the building. Seeing that Shangguan Daijiao had personally come, she couldn't help but rejoice in her heart. "Luckily, I was observant and went to ask her first." Shangguan Daijiao was worried and wanted to personally come. It seems that this young Fan must be Aunt's new favorite. Wu Yuyi quickly came up and said, "Oh, Shangguan Daijiao, why are you here?" Wu Yuyi walked closer and laughed. She stroked her beard and said, "Daijiao can rest assured. I have just told Shu Liang to take care of Yang Fan." Yang Fan was speechless again. Huang Xuchang and Cheng Yichuan, who were far away, rolled their eyes. Princess Taiping's mansion. Princess Taiping received Wu Yuyi's polite and tactful reply. She firmly refused to include young Fan as a dowry warrior. She suddenly clenched the letter in her hand and her face turned pale. Xue Chongshuan ran into the reception hall. When he saw his mother, he grinned and said, "Mother, give me a hug." The old maid who came in saw that the princess's expression was not good. She quickly caught up with Xue Chongshuan and coaxed him, "Little Lang Jun, let's go fishing. Big goldfish, very beautiful. I don't want it. I don't want it. I want mother to hug me." Xue Chongshuan opened his mouth and cried. The old maid hurriedly ran out. Hearing her son's cry, Princess Taiping became even more irritated. She slammed the hand that was holding the reply letter on the table. When the servants in the room saw that the princess was angry, they all kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to breathe loudly. Princess Taiping was panting with anger and it took her a long time to calm herself down. Suspicion arose in her heart. Wu Weiliang's 3 sons, Wu Yuyi, Wu Yoshu and Wu Yuji, each is more cowardly than the other. They are all cautious and do not like to offend people. I only asked him for a military officer as a dowry, how could he not agree? Princess Taiping slowly frowned. She got up and paced for a while. She slowly stood up and thought, someone must be making things difficult for Wu Yuyi. That's why Wu Yuyi did not dare to give me this favor. But who is the other party? Who can make Wu Yuyi care so much that he did not hesitate to offend me? Princess Taiping pondered for a long time and ordered, "Call the 2 chief stewards here." The serving maids at the side quickly retreated. Not long after, a middle-aged man and a woman hurried over. The male steward was not tall. He had a round face and was slightly plump. His skin was fair and he did not have a beard. He had a naturally happy face and smiled amiably. However, there was a sense of slipperiness in his expression. The middle-aged woman was not young anymore. She had put on weight. However, she was meticulous in her dressing. Her mannerisms and manners had a kind of bearing. These 2 people were the 2 chief stewards of Princess Taiping's residence. They were the eunuchs and maids of Princess Taiping's dowry. Over the years, they had become Princess Taiping's left and right hands. There was usually only 1 chief steward. However, Princess Taiping's residence was very big. Therefore, the internal and external affairs were divided into 2 parts. The middle-aged man was called Li Yi. He was the external steward of Princess Taiping's residence. The middle-aged woman was called Ju Minute. The 2 of them went to the reception hall to see Princess Taiping. Princess Taiping said, "Li Yi, Bengong knows that you have dealings with most of the wealthy family stewards. How are the stewards of Princess Taiping's residence and Wu Chengxi's residence?" Li Yi did not know why Princess Taiping asked this question. She could only answer carefully, "This servant thinks that being kind to others and making more friends will only benefit our residents. Therefore, I usually get along well with the stewards of the wealthy families' residences. I have dealings with the stewards of Princess Taiping's residence and Wu Chengxi's residence." Princess Taiping smiled coldly and said in a deep voice, "That's good. Go and investigate who are the people who have close dealings with Princess Taiping's residence and Wu Chengxi's residence." Li Yi hurriedly said, "Yes." Princess Taiping then said to Ju Minute, "The day after tomorrow, it will be time for shopping in the palace. Wei Tuan will definitely leave the palace. Prepare a generous gift. After she leaves the palace, think of a way to give her a gift and make friends. There are some things that Bengong needs to find out from her." Ju Minute understood tacitly and quickly agreed. Princess Taiping said, "All right, go and prepare this matter. Don't be stingy. Tuan is in charge of the palace's shopping. She has a big appetite and will not care about ordinary gifts." Ju Minute agreed again and retreated. Princess Taiping then said to Li Yi, "Has Di Laohu returned to the capital?" Di Laohu was Di Renjie. There was a custom of giving nicknames in the officialdom of the Tang dynasty. Even the current prime ministers were given nicknames. Officials with equal or slightly lower positions would even call them by their nicknames in front of their faces. Di Renjie had 2 nicknames in the officialdom. Those who were his political enemies called him an unscrupulous old thief, and those who had a good relationship with him called him an old fox. Those who could become the stewards of such a wealthy family were very well informed. If they only cared about the trivial matters of the residence, it was impossible for them to become the chief steward. Li Yi knew more about the affairs of the imperial court. When she heard this, she hurriedly said, "Yes. Master Di has returned to the capital." Princess Taiping nodded and said, "Send an invitation for Bengong to invite Di Laohu to a banquet. Invite Wei Fengji, Wei Xiqian, and Wang Fangqing to come together." The few people that Princess Taiping had mentioned were the prime ministers of the current dynasty. Currently, Di Renjie was only an assistant minister, and his rank was slightly lower than these few people. But Princess Taiping had invited him as the main guest, and the few prime ministers to accompany her. Admittedly, this was because of her great reputation, but her political acumen could also be seen from this. At the critical moment when Empress Wu was about to become the empress, she suddenly transferred Di Renjie back to the capital. From these actions, Princess Taiping had accurately judged that Di Renjie would be the prime minister in the new imperial court of Emperor Wu. And it was very likely that he would surpass the prime minister and be ranked above these prime ministers. She suddenly went to propose a marriage for her. She must have been entrusted by someone. Although Wu Chengxi was not a mediocre person, he did not have the foresight to unite with the Li royal family by marriage and thus destroy the resistance of the Li family. Someone must have planned it for him. Although Princess Taiping had to accept her mother's arrangement, she was a vengeful person. She could not swallow this anger no matter what. She must find out who was playing tricks behind the scenes and make him pay the price. She made friends with Tuan because she was the person by Empress Wu's side. Of course, if she wanted to inquire about the news in the palace and wanted to know who was protecting young Fan, she could ask her close friend Wn. That way, she would not have to go through so much trouble. But some friends were friends of gentlemen. They were as indifferent as water. Taiping and Wn had been friends for many years. She knew Wan's nature and character very well. Wan looked gentle and polite. She treated people like a spring breeze and was the most considerate. But she had a sense of propriety when it came to the scale of things. Moreover, she was cautious and meticulous. So during these years when she was by her mother's side, no matter how the situation in the court changed, she could always deal with it calmly. For such a person, if she rashly asked her about the news of young Fan, she would be able to figure out her thoughts and she would look down on her. And if young Fan's backer was really from the palace, Wn might not reveal it to her. But Tuan was different. A person who was greedy for benefits was easier to deal with. As for inviting Di Renjie and the other prime ministers to the banquet, it was the first step of Princess Taiping's intervention in the court. Power. She felt more and more that power was so important. She was controlled by Empress Wu and frustrated by young Fan. Today, she was rejected by Wu Yuyi, which made her desire for power more and more. Chapter 184. Di Renjie's residence was at Shangxian Square, located at the edge of Luang's South City. It was very far from the palace in Luang's North City. Once he went to court, he would have to wake up early and cross the entire Luoyang city. It was said that old Di chose this place to build his residence for 3 reasons. Firstly, the South City was beautiful and the environment was quiet. Secondly, it was next to the river Yi. Looking into the distance and surrounded by jade belts, one's mind would be broadened. Thirdly, Shangxian Square was a good name. As an official, he should be a virtuous official. This was his lifelong ambition as an official. The environment was indeed quiet and secluded. Before nightfall, no one could be seen in Shangxian Lane. There were large patches of wild grass and woods around it. For safety's sake, not to mention young ladies and young wives, even those who sold vegetables and ran small businesses here had to close their stalls early. It was also true that the Yi River was surrounded by jade belts. However, when it rained heavily, the Yi River would rise to the shore and the Di family would be able to catch fish in the courtyard. Those who were familiar with Luang's layout could see through it. The houses here are cheap. The houses here were really cheap. In the North City, the money spent to buy a 3-mu house could buy a 10-mu house here. Di Renjie's residence was about 6 to 7 mu. Although it was only a courtyard with 3 entrances, each courtyard was especially spacious. Shun Mu was sitting leisurely in the guest hall at the side of the courtyard. Di Renjie was dressed in Yang residence attire. His robe was tucked into his belt and his sleeves were rolled up. His hair was loosely tied into a bun with a wooden hairpin. He limped in and clapped his hands as if they were stained with mud. Shun Mu smiled and stood up. Looking at his posture, he could not help but cup his hands and smile. Master Di, you have just returned to the residence and you are already busy cleaning up the vegetable garden? Di Renjie glared at him. Nonsense. I am busy teaching that unfilial son a lesson. What are you doing here? Shun Mu smiled. Master Di has returned to court. I should pay my respects. Di Renjie snorted. You still say that I have been hunting wild geese all day but ended up being pecked in the eye by the geese. I actually fell into your trap and was tricked to return to court. What are you up to this time? Shun Mu smiled and said, actually, Master Di should be clear about Shun Mu's motive. Shun Mu only wanted to protect his family, and to protect his family, the country must not fall into chaos. People in chaos were no better than dogs. Therefore, no matter what Shun Mu's motive is, the final result will be the same as Master Di's. Master Di, do you think I'm right? Di Renjie glared at him and a smile gradually appeared in his eyes. He snorted and said, you little fox. Shun Mu laughed and said, hey, Shun Mu has heard that Master Di is known as an old fox in the imperial court. In that case, Shun Mu can be considered as Master Di's successor. Di Renjie said, I have an unfilial son who is about to die from anger. If I have a successor like you, how can I live? Shun Mu laughed and said, please take a seat, Duke Di. I'll leave immediately after I finish my discussion with Duke Di. I won't delay Duke Di from teaching your son. Di Renjie snorted and sat down on the table. He said, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm busy. Shun Mu lingered in the Di residence for the time it took for 3 incense sticks to burn before he took his leave. Shun Mu leisurely left the Di residence and exited through the corner door. There was an oil-purifying cart parked at the entrance. Shun Mu boarded the cart. His wife, Yang Shuerao, was lazily taking a nap on the couch. Shun Mu did not want to wake her up. He instructed the cart driver and the ox cart slowly left Shongshan Square. The ox cart went all the way and entered Shongshan Square, which was adjacent to Nan City. It stopped in front of a small shop that sold groceries. On the surface, this small shop sold groceries, but there were always many people going in and out of the shop. Shun Mu did not alight from the cart. After a while, a slightly plump man of about 36 or 37 years old came out of the shop and boarded the ox cart. This man looked mediocre and had a kind expression. He was Zhao Yu, the informant whom Yang Fan had asked to find out the whereabouts of Miao Shunke. Zhao Yu saw Shun Mu and said with joy and excitement, "Third uncle, you're finally here." It was hard to tell that Shun Mu was more than 10 years younger than him, but his seniority was actually 1 generation higher. After Zhao Yu finished speaking, he turned and saw Yang Shuarao sitting beside Shun Mu. He could not help but be startled and asked curiously, "Isn't this the one who sells wine at Chang'an's Shengping Square?" Shun Mu interrupted with a smile, "Now, she is your third aunt." "Oh. Zhao Yu reacted and hurriedly bowed to Yang Shuarao. He said with a smile, "Little nephew greets third aunt." Yang Shuarao saw an acquaintance of Chang'an and was much older than her. Being greeted by him like that, even though she had a fiery temperament, she could not help but blush shyly. Shun Mu said, all right. First, tell me about your situation in Luoyang for the past 2 years. If there is anything special, I still have something for you to do later." Zhao Yu stopped smiling and sat down at the side. He began explaining to Shun Mu in a serious manner. Other than telling him about his development in Luoyang over the past 2 years, he also told Shun Mu about some of the more special things he had heard during his time as a spy. Towards the end, he suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, "That's right, there is one more thing. Someone spared no effort to find out about divine guest Miao. According to third uncle's instructions, I am very concerned about such special people. Therefore, I specially investigated his identity. In the end, I accidentally discovered that young Master Jiang's Lady Anu was also paying attention to him." Shenmu asked curiously, "Oh, who is this person?" Zhao Yu said, "If I didn't investigate, I really would not know. Now that I have investigated, I realized that this person's experience is really interesting." Zhao Yu told Shenmu in detail about Yang Fan's journey from a workshop worker to the White Horse Temple's first seat, from him being in the limelight in the upper prime competition to becoming an imperial guard. After Shenmu finished listening, he rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. Yang Shuarao cast a glance at Shenmu and chuckled. This little husband's story is truly more exciting and impressive than the fact that you, a descendant of the side branch, suppressed the eldest son of the direct lineage and took control of the hidden sect. Shenmu said thoughtfully, "This young Fan is very interesting. You have to pay more attention to him. If there is a chance, I would like to get to know him." Zhao Yu quickly responded, "Yes, I will specially arrange for a few people to pay attention to this person's movements. If there is any news, I will report it to third uncle immediately." Shenmu nodded. The two of them discussed for a while more before Zhao Yu bade farewell and alighted from the carriage. The ox carriage continued to move forward. Sitting in the carriage, Shenmu thought to himself, no wonder young Master Jiang, who has always been arrogant, would pay attention to him. This person's experience is really extraordinary. He is the disciple of Xue Huai and fought side by side with Taiping to defeat Tufan. He has a good relationship with many generals in the imperial army. As Shenmu thought about it, his eyes gradually lit up. He thought to himself, if I nurture him properly, with the connections he has, will I still have to worry about not being able to ascend to the position? This person is worth supporting. Once I help him ascend to the position, I will definitely repay him generously in the future. Young Fan. Shenmu muttered to himself as an idea formed in his mind. Yang Shuarao teased, "Since when did you have an interest in men? Look at how you can't forget about him." Shenmu regained his senses and laughed. With a serious expression, he said, "You actually found out. I suddenly realized that men are still the cutest. Haha, it seems that my bewitching beauty will soon become my old love." Yang Shuarao pretended to be dazed and turned her head away. She lifted the curtain and looked outside, saying, "This servant has met an unkind person. Let me cry for a while." Shenmu blinked and asked, "Why aren't you crying?" Yang Shuarao turned her head back and made a face at him, saying, "Because I suddenly thought it through." Shenmu asked, "Thought through what?" Yang Shuarao said, "I am thinking, if I snatch away your new love, the one who should cry seems to be you and not me." She lazily stretched her waist, revealing the graceful curves of her chest, abdomen, waist, and buttocks. She glanced at Shenmu and coquettishly said, "Do you think I have the ability to seduce him?" While Yang Shuarao and her husband were flirting, there was a beautiful lady who was racking her brains to think of ways to train her ability to seduce men. Wan held a small bundle in her hand and hesitated as she stood in the history hall's study. She first hid the bundle in the large urn that held calligraphy scrolls and paintings. After thinking that it was inappropriate, she took it out and stuffed it under her pillow. After thinking that it was inappropriate, she opened the dressing table and put it in the jewelry box. After thinking for a while, she took it out again and held it in her hands. She looked around but did not know where to put it. Wan thought for a while and finally lifted the bedding and put it under the bedding. She rearranged the bed and saw that there were no abnormalities. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Wan returned to the outer study and sat by the window. She picked up a book and began to read it seriously. The title of the book was Union of Yin and Yang. There were many books in the palace. Shanghai Wan was in charge of literature and history. She could read all kinds of unique, rare books in the palace. It could be said that she had read a lot of books and learned a lot of things. However, she did not read ancient books that she was not interested in or that she thought were useless. However, books that she once thought were useless were not necessarily useless. At this moment, there was a pile of books on Wan's desk. They were all specially selected by her from the palace's library. There were Union of Yin and Yang, World's Best Talk, Bao Puz, Xian Nu Jing, Rong Cheng Jing, Peng Zhu Jing, Enter the Internal Classic, Nei Bao Jing, and so on. These were all books about the harmony between men and women in the bedroom. Poor Wan was cramming knowledge about sex. 24 years old, was considered a very old woman in the Tang dynasty. She did not know when young Fan would be able to rise to a position that was worthy of her. Shanghai Wn had a feeling that said, "How long will life be when we drink and sing? Like the morning dew, the days that go by are bitter." Especially when she was intimate with young Fan several times, her Langjun always stopped at the edge of the cliff, which made her feel very guilty. The fact that Princess Taiping wanted young Fan made her feel a sense of crisis. Although young Fan promised that he did not have an affair with Princess Taiping, and Wn also believed her Langjuan's words, she still felt uneasy. She felt that since she had already given her heart to young Fan, it was natural for her to give her body to her Langjun. Once they became husband and wife, she would not be afraid of any trouble. However, she was afraid that her Langjun would not be satisfied with her if she knew nothing about sex, so she crammed knowledge about it. Wherever there is a combination of yin and yang, the handshake, the earthen coffin, the yang, the shield, the village, the side of the night, the stove, the village, the shield, the kwong, the juhuan, the Q basin, the li jin, the ling bo hai, the changshan, the xian men, the yu jiao, the spirit, the long vision, the heaven and earth. Jiao Jin is the Jiao meridian in the Xian Men. It cannot be touched, so that the body is happy. What does it mean? What does it mean? Wan was reading the book very seriously. She was very distressed. Chapter 185. The words on the book were too simple and simple. Furthermore, there were a lot of Daoist terms. Even those who were familiar with sexual matters would not be able to understand if they did not know the meaning of Daoist terms. For a woman who had no knowledge in this area, no matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to figure out what the meaning of the words represented. At this moment, Wn was like my Chaofeng who had the 9-yin manual. She clearly had the world's #1 martial art book in her hands, but she just couldn't understand what 5 hearts facing heaven and what virgin baby meant. Shanghai Wana could not be blamed. Not only did she not understand, but many men also knew nothing about this kind of thing. When Emperor Taizong of Tang, Li Shimin married his sister, Princess Danyang, to General Xue Wanch, they only slept in the same bed for a few months. Li Shimin saw that his sister was unhappy all day, so he repeatedly asked her to find out the reason. Li Shimin could not help but feel angry and amused, so he found his brother-in-law and told him about the relationship between husband and wife. Old Xue, however, boasted to him, "I am very good with the princess. We have never quarreled. Your Majesty, you don't have to worry." Li Shimin was speechless, so he could only use the metaphor of sex between a fish and water. Old Xue still did not understand. Helpless, the emperor could only drag his brother-in-law to the stables to watch the 2 horses having sex. Was it direct enough this time? In the end, old Xue still did not understand. Li Shimin had no choice but to call all the son-in-law and hold a family banquet. At the family banquet, the Emperor of Tang led a group of Fuma's grandsons and explained in detail while drinking. Finally, Xue Wanch, the stupid donkey, finally understood. Only then did Xue Wanch know that a husband and wife still had to have sex. Shanghai Wana was smart, but she had no knowledge in this area. She had no knowledge in this area. Her knowledge came from the teachings of her mother since she was a child. As a mother, she would not teach her daughter this kind of knowledge until she was married. When she was 14, Empress Wu selected her as a female official and kept her by her side. Since then, all she had access to was official documents. How could she have access to the details of the affairs between men and women? Therefore, Shanghai Wana looked at the characters word by word, repeatedly trying to figure it out, but still could not understand it. Helpless, she could only look at the erotic paintings. These erotic paintings in the palace, every time an imperial daughter got married, there would be a special female official who would take them to see them one by one and explain them. Shangguan Wana naturally knew about the existence of these things. As soon as she brought these erotic paintings back, she unfolded one and looked at it. She saw a naked woman's body. Wn blushed and quickly threw it to the side, not daring to touch it again. Now that he really couldn't understand the books, he could only bite the bullet and open those scrolls again. These scrolls were extremely detailed. Some were on a chair, some were on a couch, some were in a garden, some were completely naked, some were half naked, Some were black and white, some were colorful, and there were all kinds of postures. At first, Wanna flipped to a picture that was neatly dressed but had no specific depiction. She looked at it with question marks on her head. She compared it with the scenes she read in the books, but she still couldn't understand. When she flipped to a picture that made her so shy that she couldn't help but connect it with what the books said, she gradually understood. Wanna suppressed her shyness and continued to look at the paintings one by one. Especially the paintings that didn't cover up anything, and the details were vividly described. Wanna was shocked. The way between a man and a woman should be like this. This is so ugly. This is so strange. What kind of feeling is this? Wanna's eyes and ears felt hot. In a trance, she put Yang Fan and herself in the picture. It was as if the naked chairs, the overlapping couches, and the couples under the trees were the two of them. She couldn't help but feel restless. A strange feeling made her unconsciously tighten her legs. That feeling was very strange, and also very uncomfortable. This underripe fruit was gradually dyed with a red color and released a sweet fragrance. It was about to ripen. At this time, it was an afternoon in late spring. While Wanna was cramming knowledge in the depths of the palace, hoping to give her Langjun a satisfying first night, Yang Fan was in the Heavenly Palace Temple, worshipping Sakyamuni. He asked for leave today. The reason was that he had to go to the White Horse Temple to see Master Shui, and he also went back to take care of his house. Shui Huai gave him a house, and he only went to see it once. It was a big house with 3 entrances. There was a pond, water, and pavilion. It was a very elegant house, and it was not far from Nan City. It was a prosperous area. Yang Fan took a stroll around his house, locked the door, and never went back. He said that he was going to see Shui Huai was just an excuse. Today, he was going to see Miao Shunke. If he gave himself away and someone suspected him, with Shui Huai there, he would have a higher chance of getting rid of suspicion. In the past, Yang Fan was very cautious, but now he was even more cautious, because he was no longer alone. He had to plan for his woman. Yang Fan first went to the White Horse Temple, but Shui Huai was not there. After asking, it was Wu Chengxi who invited Shui Huai to Yang's Nu Shan to play. Yang Fan only saw Monk Yizhue, who stayed in the temple. When he rushed over, Monk Yizhue was in the meditation room reciting the Tao Te Ching. Once faith was deeply embedded in one's mind, it was not easy to change it. Monk Yizhue had now drunk wine and eaten meat. Although he was no longer a master, his life was 100 times better than before. But he still believed in his grandpa Larozi. Seeing Yang Fan, Yizhue was very happy and chatted with him for a long time. Yang Fan came to the White Horse Temple with the intention of having a witness to prove that he had appeared here. After chatting with Yizhue for a while, Yang Fan said goodbye and left. He did not go to his house, but went directly to the Heavenly Temple. Yang Fan followed the crowd to offer incense and worship. Then, he wandered around and came to the backyard of the Heavenly Temple. The last time he went to Miao Shunke's house, he already knew its approximate location in the Heavenly Temple. When Yang Fan wandered to the vicinity of the Sutra Depository in the backyard of the Heavenly Temple, the number of tourists gradually decreased. Between the Sutra Depository Pavilion and the mountain wall, there was a gap about the width of a person. At the entrance, there were some traces of defecation. Yang Fan covered his abdomen with his hand and looked around, pretending to look for a place to relieve himself. Then he flashed into the entrance, using both his hands and legs, like an 8-legged spider. He quickly climbed up the nearly 3 feet high courtyard wall. After climbing over the wall, his feet landed in the front yard of Miao Shunke's house. The courtyard was as quiet as the last time he came. There was no one. Yang Fan patted the dust off his hands and walked to the second courtyard according to the route he took last time. "Teacher, I have finished writing." Under the shade of a tree in the backyard of the second courtyard, an old man with a delicate face was lying on a rattan chair, pretending to sleep. There was a short desk beside him. Du Xian was lying on the desk and writing a word. He raised his head and said excitedly, "Oh, let me have a look." The old man straightened his back, and the old rattan chair under him made a creaking sound. "Haha, not bad, not bad." The old man stroked his grizzled beard and nodded with a smile. In our dynasty, Ouyang Zun, Yu Shenan, and Chu Suiliang are the three most outstanding calligraphers. Ouyang Zun's calligraphy is sharp, and his writing is extremely dangerous. Yu's calligraphy is soft on the outside but hard on the inside. It is round and beautiful. Chu's calligraphy is beautiful and smooth, and it has many variations. The three of them have their own strengths. The calligraphy I teach you is a combination of the strengths of Chu and Ouyang's calligraphy. Child, your comprehension is not bad. Although the words are still immature, you have already somewhat grasped the charm. Very good, I will allow you to rest for a while. Go and pour a cup of water for me first. Du Xian laughed. Teacher, didn't you often say that the tea given to you by Elder Yuan Shu of the Heavenly Temple can refresh your mind and quench your thirst? Do you want me to make you a bowl of tea? The old man chuckled and said, if you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten about it. The tea tasted strange at first, but after tasting it carefully, the taste was indeed not bad. All right, go and make a bowl of tea. Be careful not to burn yourself when you start the fire. Yes. Du Xian answered and ran off excitedly. The old man looked at Du Xian's back and smiled slightly. Just as he lay down again, his body suddenly stiffened. The moment he lay down and closed his eyes, he seemed to see a figure appear in front of him like a ghost. Is it an illusion? The old man's eyelids moved a little, but he didn't open them. However, his body was already leaning forward, and the reclining chair made a slow and long creaking sound with his movements. His body was raised to an angle, but it was not enough for him to sit up straight. When his feet touched the ground, his body stopped, and a pair of muddy old eyes slowly opened. The old man slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a pair of short brown leather boots. The toe of the boots was pointed and slightly hooked up. Then there was a pair of tight-fitting trousers and a short robe. The robe only reached the crotch, and there was a belt around the waist and a half-moon-shaped belly belt. This was the attire of a soldier. The old man looked up inch by inch, and his body also straightened inch by inch. The rattan chair continued to creak, and when he completely sat up straight, the creaking sound stopped. His gaze stopped on Yang Fan's face, and then moved to the top of his head. His hair was neatly tied up, and he wore a folded scarf on his head with a red handkerchief wrapped around it. This was a very handsome young man, but his appearance was very unfamiliar. The old man was sure that he didn't recognize him at all. Yang Fan also looked at the old man in front of him. He looked completely like a harmless old man. His clothes were simple, and even the wrinkles on his face revealed a kind of calmness and serenity. It was very difficult for Yang Fan to associate such a kind old man with the cruel murderer who had slaughtered an entire village. But the old man in front of him was Miao Shunke. If loyalty, treachery, kindness, and evil could be clearly distinguished from one's appearance, how could there be so many treachery and evilders in the imperial court since ancient times? Beside Yang Fan's ears, Yang Mingxing's curse-like cry echoed faintly, Miao Shunke, Qiushenji.